Hello. What the fuck's wrong with my game, bro? My game, bro. Hey AutoCat, hey Sis, hey Nambred. Nambred, congrats on the affiliate. See that you got. Wait, no, you got emotes. Even. Wait, do you get emotes not as affiliate as well? Or did you actually get affiliate? I don't remember. Yeah, you hit affiliate. Okay, cool. Yeah. I was about to say, congrats on your affiliate because they give you like 5. They give you 5 emote slots once you hit affiliate because it's much easier now than compared to like the last time. Hey Chivo, thank you for the good luck on the stream. Yeah, so congrats on actually hitting your whatever it is. Your hold on. Congrats on hitting affiliate, by the way. We're gonna continue on with what working on filling up emo spawn. I've been drawing all day. That's good. That's good. We're gonna continue on a Plague Tale Innocence. Is it Plague Tale? Yeah. So the last time when I played this game, I stopped at chapter 4, and then afterwards I got into chapter 5 because my internet was about to go down. But my internet didn't go down until like 2 hours later, like 2 hours after 1 o'clock in the morning. So it went down at 3 a.m. Waited for 30 minutes, and then it came back up, and I was like, okay, that's not really that much of a big deal, right? I didn't realize like how long it would take. I could have just started streaming again and again. Like, I could have just continued streaming for another 2 more hours. Because I didn't know. I thought it was, like, at 1. And then afterwards, they're gonna shut it down for 4 hours. But it's like...
Lucas?
I think it's just a fucking, like... It's any time. And then they just go down. Innocence and Jules chat not happening. Well, too bad. Oh yeah, the sequel of the game came out like just yesterday as well, so I'm not gonna be playing the sequel yet. I'm gonna be just playing this one and then just going on to another horror game and such. This game, from what I've remembered, this game is considered like a horror game because it's more psychological like. I don't know how it is. I just know it's like a horror adventure game. So if anyone is gonna ask like, oh, is this a horror game? I think it is. I don't know how it is, but I think it is. It's like the same thing as Control. Because at the time, why can't I understand anything? Because it's in French. And HJ said, oh, go put it in French. Because the English dub is like really shit. Like, hold on. Let's put the English dub real quick. And then you'll see how fucked up the English dub is.
Hugo, réveille-toi.
Hold on, wait, what? Yeah, this is the English dub. Survival horror, yeah.
We'll walk from here. It'll warm you up.
If we follow the aqueduct, we should arrive at Chateau d'Ambranche before nightfall.
What's that noise?
Nothing. It's just frogs, Hugo.
Frogs?
Now you know why the English dub is shit.
He seems well.
Oui, croisons les doigts.
Des grenouilles, il y en a partout.
Now you know why the English dub is shit. The English dub sounds like shit. The frogs, haha.
Ça va, t'as pas froid?
Un peu, si.
Ça a pas l'air de gêner Hugo.
Au moins, il se réchauffe.
Ouais, mais... Là, il s'éloigne trop.
Put it in Singaporean? No, I'm not gonna put this fucking game in Singaporean, alright. What is this thing?
Hap, hap, hap. Hugo? Où est-ce que tu vas?
Where did Hugo go? Why not? Because, no.
Hugo?
Did Hugo just ran away? What the fuck? Okay. I want to know what the fuck this is. There's a plant right here. Am I gonna go to this plant sooner or later? That's the question. I have a lot of sulfur, that's the thing. I can craft these. I can craft these nuts. I still want to understand what the plant is. You know what? Whatever. White flowers as well, which is good. Also, pardon for like the late stream today, or like the late start of the stream today. I went out with friends and I had to eat with friends. They asked me like at the last minute, they were like, "Hey, do you want to go out and eat?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." Doesn't matter with my stream times, so make a lol. My stream times are kind of like, they're really consistent, but I just wanted to eat. Socializing outdoors? Well, I want to eat. Do you think I'm not gonna eat, you fucking idiot? I'm gonna fucking go outside and eat. It's food.
Regardez, je suis un chevalier.
Un bouclier anglais.
Where the fuck did you find
Où
that?
as-tu trouvé ça?
Là-bas, c'était par terre.
Repose ça. C'est pas pour les enfants.
Non,
Singaporean
t'as pas
food?
le
No,
droit.
it's Japanese food.
Tu sens cette odeur? Ah, oui, ça sent mauvais. Ouais, c'est horrible.
It's Japanese food because my friend wanted to eat Japanese food. What the? Is that a bridge? Holy shit. You know, like, architectures like this in the 14th century just looks super fucking amazing. Like, not gonna lie, it just looks super fucking amazing with like architecture like these nuts. It just looks super fucking cool. These nuts. That's for sure. Oh shit. Some guy died.
Ils sont tous morts.
Oh shit!
On ne peut pas continuer.
Amicia, il faut qu'on suive l'aqueduc.
Oh, c'est pas vrai.
Amicia, on va leur marcher
We have to
dessus.
walk on them. Ah, fuck them bodies, bro. Hey, yo. Yo, fuck them. They're dead. Fuck them.
Avance.
Fuck them and their mums. Because they're British. Yeah, aren't these the British people? Or they're the... I don't even know if they're the British people or something else. They seem to be like the British people.
On devrait pas être ici.
Maybe they're the British people.
C'est insupportable. Je me sens pas bien.
Ne regarde pas.
I want to know what this one
Concentre-toi sur
is.
l'aqueduc.
Oh, this is just a slingshot. Yeah, this is the British. Like, people over here are just British people, I guess. God damn, they all died. Holy shit. It's also, like, partially because of the...
Qu'est-ce qu'il a, ce cheval? Lucas?
Whoa!
Je sais pas.
Whoa! That's a horse!
Vous approchez pas. Il y en a partout. Amicia, partout.
Mais c'est pas vrai.
They just exploded. What the flying fuck? How do we cross over? Oh shit! No! Oh man. Damn. Okay. What the fuck? Maybe he's on another side then. Look at the horse. Like, holy crap.
Vous approchez pas. Il y en a partout. Amicia, partout.
Mais c'est pas vrai.
I guess we go from... Wait, no. Wait, we can go from here. Is this... Wait, hold on. Can I use this one instead? Okay. There you go. We have the horse, by the way. Oh, shit. Is there anything else? Oh, that thing.
Allez, courez.
So we're just creating a path. Okay, sure.
Il y a des gens là-bas.
Pas des soldats.
People there?
Ils faisaient quoi?
Ce sont des
Holy shit, there are
J'ai
people!
des choses à voler.
What the
Mais
fuck?
pourquoi?
Pour survivre, sans doute. Comme nous.
Okay, path on these nuts. True.
coup de main?
Pas de problème. Je pensais pas que ce serait si dur.
Light that shit up, baby. Oh wait, no. Do not take yet. How do I do this? Oh god, no.
Tu traverses.
Don't.
Il y a des rats partout.
On doit ouvrir un chemin.
Wait. Hold on. What?
Aide-moi avec ça, tu veux?
D'accord.
Wait, is he supposed to take the thing? Crank it harder? True. No, crank that fucking soldier boy harder. How the fuck do we... Yeah, the question right now is how the fuck do we take it? What?
On passera jamais. Il nous faut du feu.
Amicia,
Because I don't think...
il y a des rats partout.
I don't think I can actually... Can you ignite it? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, can I ignite this thing? But like, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I was like thinking whether or not I can actually ignite it, but I can't ignite it at all.
J'arrive.
Not that thing. Oh, wait! Oh! I think you meant this thing instead. Yeah, okay.
Un
Okay.
coup de main?
Pas de problème.
Now it seems... Oh shit! No! What the fuck? Okay, wait, hold on.
D'accord.
I thought I already did it. Hold on. So we need...
Voilà, c'est
There we
bon.
go.
Tu peux y aller.
Oui, oui.
Alright, Hugo, go!
Attention.
Fucking be quick, Hugo.
J'ai réussi.
Viens.
Come back!
Reviens. Allez.
Voilà.
Bien joué tous
Mes
les deux.
bras, ils sont tétanisés.
Are mice really that afraid of light, or is it heat?
Dans les herbes, vite. Il faut pas qu'ils nous voient.
Amicia, sa lanterne.
Look at... Oh, I was about to
J'ai
say...
compris.
Il arrive.
Yeah, they're rats! Hold on. I need a rock and then... Going at that fucking lantern thing. Oh, fuck.
Ah, c'est quoi ça? Une fronde? Une arme de paysan sans
Are you
honneur?
kidding me?
Hey.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Am I supposed to throw on that? Or... Oh, maybe I'm supposed to hit it. Okay, hold on. Maybe I'm supposed to hit it.
Hey, c'est quoi ça? Qui va là?
But yeah, those are rats. Like,
Il faut pas qu'ils nous voient.
are the rats afraid of light?
Sa
Or...
lanterne.
Fucking...
J'ai compris.
Whatever it is.
Attendez ici. Je la voie est libre.
We need to stay.
Et
Okay.
pas un bruit. D'accord. Je reste là. Oh mon Dieu. C'est horrible.
Mais
With
ça a
that
marché.
guy. Where do we go? Do we go around them? Wait, do we go around them?
Venez.
Hold on.
La voie est libre.
D'accord.
Guess we go around them. Okay, cool. Where's my light? My light's not there anymore because we had to go all the way down. We had to move
On
Mm.
down.
est coincé.
Oh shit. We had to yeah, get down. Whatever it was. Do I need to bring the
Dans la tour.
light?
Il y a de la lumière.
Oh. Hello. Haha! He's dead. Okay, we have to do this then. Hey, Krypton. Make the rats not bite. Yeah, true. And they also disintegrate. Like, for some reason, they just disintegrate like that. Like, oh! Just disintegrating. I hope you're doing well, Krypton. Hold on. Is there anything on above?
J'arrive.
I actually want to know if there's anything above. There's a lot of stuff above. And a pot as well, which is a
Par
good
où on
thing.
va passer? Ils
Okay.
sont partout.
And then I think we can craft something. Okay, we're gonna craft something along the way. So I could do something. Okay, pouch, pocket, ammunition bag, atrial. Aterial. Running and dodging makes the less noise. Ooh. String. Reduces the time it takes Amicia to get out her... okay. Pocket. Hold up to 16. We go with this one first. 'Cause I think it's actually better.
Mal. Pas mal du tout.
Okay. Where do we go from here? Okay, cool.
Un soldat. Va pousser.
Je vous aide.
Wait, are those soldiers?
Attention, ne te brûle pas.
They are soldiers. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. How do you... Where do you go? Can I get out of this thing? Okay. Probably can't.
On fait trop de bruit. Ils vont nous repérer.
Wait, where are we supposed to go? Yeah, that's the question. Where am I supposed to go? Huh?
Des gamins. Qui vous envoie? Venez par là.
Okay, that one's dead. I don't know about them. Yeah, I don't know about them
On va
though.
pousser ça.
Très bien.
Très bien. Are these? Okay. I guess that soldier doesn't even remember what happened. It's like, yep. Okay, that guy died.
Les roues sont embourbées.
On va continuer sans. Venez.
Ah, mais qu'est-ce que tu fous? Mais tiens, le mieux que ça!
What the fuck's happening?
Dégueulasse ton truc! Ah, ça va, je veux juste ses dents! Ouais, quand même! Là quoi? C'est plus que de la viande à rat! Ouais, t'as raison après tout.
Wait, what?
On continue à suivre l'actu, Amicia.
Oh.
Il y a des rats partout.
Chut. On va trouver une solution.
Chier, j'y arrive pas!
Là-bas, une torche.
Si j'y vais seule, j'ai une chance.
Pas vrai!
What is that?
C'est pas ça qui manque! Ah bordel, j'en peux plus de ces rongeurs. Et vous avez rien de mieux à foutre que vous acharner sur un cadavre?
Do I have to do that? Or what? I don't even know. What? I know I'm supposed to do something for that thing. What? What am I supposed to do? Do I have to light it up or something? I guess I have to light it up. Or do this, I guess? I don't think so. What? There's a bar there. I just don't want these rats to come towards me. Huh? Yeah, literally, huh? I don't understand what the fuck is going on. I know I'm supposed to go. I know I'm supposed to like hit that thing, but I don't know. Follow behind him. Maybe it's just to follow behind him though. I'm not too sure.
ça pour ça.
Uh-oh.
Et alors?
We're gonna get
tu vas en
fucked
faire quoi?
anyways.
Je sais pas, je verrai bien.
Am I gonna get fucked by... Wow, what? Did the guy not know that I was right behind them? Oh, right behind him? At all? What the flying... Okay. It's so weird. Okay. I guess following behind the person actually works. I told you that, like... What the fuck was that? The guy didn't even care. Flying fuck? Okay.
Ils ont des bâtons dans le ventre.
What? Wait, what? Wait, what happened? Just all of a sudden I fuck. Oh my god, I had to do this thing all over again. Okay, hold on.
Il y a des rats partout. Chut. On va trouver une
Do this
solution.
thing all over again.
Là-bas, une torche.
Si j'y vais seule, j'ai une chance.
Can you take the torch again? I don't think so. Because if you place it there, I don't think you could take it back. Can you?
Bordel, j'en peux plus de ces rongeurs.
Et vous avez rien de mieux à foutre que vous acharner sur un cadavre?
That's my question now. Let's try it.
Bah voilà, enfin. Tout ça pour ça.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They saw me. Did they see me? Did they see me? They saw me. Okay. No, 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 no. Walk faster. 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 Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Well, they missed me the first time. I was like, wait a minute. They missed me the first time. Well, okay, they missed me the first time. They tried to hit me the second time but failed, and then
On va trouver une solution.
they hit me.
Là-bas, une torche.
Si j'y vais seule, j'ai une chance.
Who's further ahead? Probably, I don't know.
Bordel, j'en peux plus de ces rongeurs.
Et vous avez rien de mieux à foutre que vous acharner sur un cadavre?
Bah voilà, enfin. Tout ça pour ça. Et alors, tu vas en faire quoi?
Okay.
Je sais pas, je verrai bien.
I'm gonna hope that the guy at the very right side do not fucking see me. If he sees me, I'm fucked. I can see the little light on the site now. I can see the little light on the side. It's like maybe I could see him now. There we go. Okay.
Monte en premier.
So where to go up like this? Yeah, I don't think I can get the light. Can I get the light? Oh fuck! Yeah, I can't do I can't do that. Nope. I have to be in like a certain angle or something.
Restez là.
Hold on.
Pas un bruit. D'accord. Attention à toi.
Nope. I don't think I can take it at all. Nope. Can't take it. Unless you ask someone to hold it, then let me see if I can actually ask someone to hold it then. Yo, can you hold it? Nope. Okay, they don't hold it. They don't hold it for you, which is kind of unfortunate.
C'est bon. Venez, j'arrive.
Ils ont des bâtons dans le ventre.
Ne regarde pas.
Essaie d'ignorer tout ce que tu vois ici, Hugo.
The one that I know what to do right now is just to throw it, like throw the rats at these. I mean, throw these at the rats. So they actually close the path like that.
La tour.
But I also do need to do this as well. There we go, it lights up the way. Cool.
Allez,
So you don't really have to take the torch.
Amicia, il y a quelqu'un
Oh
là-bas.
shit, hello.
Oh non.
What? Wait, what? Oh, torch.
Mais bordel! Ça vous amuse?
Amicia, il peut pas sortir. Chut. On est obligé d'avancer.
Holy shit! That's a lot of rats!
Hey! Oh! Mais qu'est-ce que
Also, you're gonna look at them fucking disappear soon.
On doit sortir. Amicia.
Uh-oh!
pas ça?
Uh-oh! Haha! Psych, bitch! Psych! Not my fault, bitch! Wait, did you drop something? He didn't even die that. I thought he was gonna get eaten up, but he didn't even get eaten up. Bull. Bullshit. Bull.
La torche.
I wanna see his innards, man. That's all I wanna. That's all I wanna see. I wanna see his innards. That's about it. Anyways, alright, we got another guy right here.
Bloque la route. Je ne vois pas d'autre chemin. C'est pas vrai. On n'a pas le choix. Faut le prendre par surprise. Tiens, prends ça.
What is
Qu'est-ce que
this?
tu veux que je fasse avec ces choses? Du somnum. Tu vas voir.
Somnum. Somnum?
Comme ça. Voilà.
Wait!
Maintenant, tu vas l'écraser sur son visage. Mais t'es fou.
So it's a sleeping agent? What the flying fuck?
Très bien.
Ça mérite un petit
So it's a
œil.
literal sleeping agent. Dude, look! There's stuff in his face, a sleeping agent.
Oui. Pour un moment. Merci.
Okay.
Ça va nous sauver la vie.
Well, thanks? I guess, thanks? There you go.
Une autre machine.
Elle a l'air différente.
You can ask companions to interact with other Q. Okay, Q. Wait. Huh? Q.
Est-ce qu'on peut la bouger?
Fucking
Je vais essayer.
idiot. Fucking idiot, dude.
Je vais lâcher. Attention. Ça devrait marcher. Mais il faudra pas très vite.
Oh shit! Okay, hold on. There you go. And then I had to ask. Oh, I had to ask Hugo to come in here. Uh oh. Okay, hold on. There we go. Now Hugo, go in here.
J'ai besoin que tu le fasses.
Stuck? Yo, step bro, he's stuck. Dude, step bro. How you doing, Erna? Hope you're doing well.
Vas-y, Hugo. C'est bien.
Très bien. Hugo, go in and die. No, Hugo ain't gonna go in and die, man.
Tu veux bien y aller?
Need him to do this again. Look at them rats, bro. Rat jamming, man. Rat jam, rat jam. Oh shit. Oh fuck. There we go. Alright, rat jam, rat jam. Hello, my little
Vous avez
rats.
réussi. C'est Hugo qui a fait le plus dur.
Moi, je veux juste qu'on parte d'ici.
Moi aussi. Allez, on n'est pas encore au bout.
Oh. What's in this chest? A lot of stuff, but no tools. I do need the tools that I need to actually upgrade shit. I mean, I can totally craft, but I need upgrade stuff. Which I don't think I have tools to actually upgrade. Unless, you know, they're scattered around and I didn't even see them. Okay. I should take them away. Did you see the feet in the House of Dragons?
On va devoir passer en dessous.
House of Dragon eats nuts? Maybe.
Le chariot, il est tenu par une chaîne.
Allez, allez. On le retient pas? Non, cours. Je suis pas sûre là. Pour l'instant, ça marche. Bon, eh bien, ça a marché.
He's dead. Yeah, that's right. That's right, bitch. He's dead. What do we do from here then? Whoa, these rats are just very near. Holy crap. Okay, wait, hold on. What's this? Stone. Oh! No touching the rats. Okay, hold on.
Ce sont des... Oui. Des corps.
Oh. Wow, okay.
Des gens qui brûlent. Ne regarde pas, Hugo.
What? But how do I cross then? How do we cross? Wait, what? Okay, hold on. How the fuck do we cross now? I'm trying to find a way for me to cross, and I don't think there is a way for me to cross unless... Oh shit! Oh fuck! I don't know if I'm supposed to go there. Fuck it. No! Oh shit! Oh shit! Ha! Okay. Yeah, sure. I thought I was gonna get bit. Sure. I guess the plague didn't even get me at all. Fuck the plague, bro!
Amicia. Je me souviens
Fuck them rats, bro!
ma tête.
La macula.
On doit sortir de là. Hugo? Hugo! Pense aux grenouilles. Tu te souviens comme elles sautaient? Tu courais après. Allez, viens, on va en chercher d'autres.
Oui. On doit s'en aller d'ici, Amicia.
Oui, on va s'en aller.
No, you don't kill him! Don't fucking kill him! Bro. I don't even know if he's infected. Maybe he's infected by the plague? But who knows? Look at all them bodies, bro.
Ils sont vraiment nombreux. Oui, mais on n'a pas le choix.
Vous êtes fatigués? Pas
Uh...
assez nombreux? Et je sais aussi qu'on aimerait être loin de ces putains de rats. Mais ce sont nos morts. Ça aurait pu être vous. Et vous auriez voulu qu'on vous offre une sépulture décente. Ils sont morts pour l'Angleterre. Allez! La cueillette est à nous.
C'était quoi ça?
Okay. Getting to sleep. I don't want to give a fuck about that yet. Okay. Got him to sleep anyways. Wait, where the fuck? Okay. I was about to say, where the fuck is the other kid?
Amicia. Je suis très fatiguée.
Regarde, on voit des arbres à nouveau. Je pense qu'on arrive au bout.
Enfin.
Sortez d'où? Vous êtes seul?
Attention.
Réponds, salopard.
What is this?
Laisse-nous partir maintenant.
Laisse-nous et on reviendra plus, c'est juré.
Wait, is that a woman?
Tu rêves. Chez nous, les pillards, on les exécute sans procès.
Qu'est-ce qu'on fait?
Trop risqué. On continue.
Fuck is that? Fuck are they doing? What the fuck are they doing? Hold on. Hold on. Maybe I'll bring a pot. What?
Hé! Et eux alors? Tu leur dis rien à eux?
Hey!
Maintenant!
Lol.
Soldat! Y'a du grabuge par
Fichons le camp d'ici.
Viens, on les suit.
là-bas! Ils s'enfuient!
Okay. Oh my god! Are you serious?
Lâchez-moi!
What? That's it? Hello, de la chat. Hello. He's very bad at being alive. He's very bad at being a fucking quiet fuck. That's all I'm gonna say. He's just none of the above. How you doing, Rosa? Wait, me. Hope you're doing well. He's just bad.
Debout là-dedans. c'est l'heure de la pitance.
Oh my god, we're
T'as de la
locked
chance,
in.
tu sais. Les pillards comme toi, on les crève sur place sans discuter. Mais moi j'ai l'œil pour ces breloques de nobles. Heureusement pour toi, j'ai plus le goût de l'or que le goût du sang, Lady de Rune.
Où est mon frère?
Hé, il va bien.
Les
Mieux vous
goûts
porter
de
plus
la...
gros, c'est la rançon.
de
D'ailleurs,
Maggie...
je suis peut-être allé un peu fort.
La rançon? Qui l'a payé?
Tu verras bien. T'es plus chez toi, gamine, alors sois sage, c'est compris?
Cork it. So cork it, mangy dog. Cork it. Or is it the same thing as shut the fuck up? Shut the fuck up. Hey yo, the chick, the robber chick. What the fuck? They know how to climb shit like that? Bro. Okay.
Vous êtes qui?
Moi, c'est Millie. L'autre, c'est Arthur.
Tout ça, c'est votre...
Millie!
Où est mon frère?
Pas loin. Baisse la voix, tu veux?
C'est chiant, pris ma fronde.
T'en as pas besoin.
Find Hugo. French Spider-Man indeed.
Y a un garde. Arthur va le faire bouger. Quoi? Comment? Il va faire diversion. Il attend notre signal. Regarde si tu vois quelque chose qui pourrait nous aider.
La charrette.
Très bonne idée. Tiens-toi prête.
Prête à quoi?
À me coller au train.
Oh!
C'est ton frère?
On y va.
On a une idée du nombre de morts de notre côté?
Difficile à dire. Des milliers, ça c'est sûr. Mais les rats compliquent le comptage.
Go est seul avec ces criminels.
Ils lui feront rien.
Tu comprends pas. S'il a peur...
Sois patiente.
Sorte ces foutus rats.
On doit se frayer un chemin.
Pas loin ou quoi?
Non. Les rats ont décimé
Tu
des
as vu ça?
villages valois.
Ça fera pas assez de bruit.
Pour des
I
milliers
get
de
this one, I
C'est
guess.
du métal.
Non, on va être bloqué.
This
Le
one?
tonneau avec les lances.
Bien vu. Tiens-toi prête.
Y a pas de place pour une guerre là-dedans. Le roi Édouard doit rapatrier notre...
Bien joué, Arthur. On y va.
I feel like one of them is gonna like look back and be like, "Yo, what the fuck is going on, you old bitches? What the fuck? Are they all sleeping? They're sleep. Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Et attention avec ces putains de rats.
Oh putain! Oh putain! Oh putain! Putain! Hello. Oh putain! Oh putain! Okay.
Des Valois ou quoi?
I gotta fuck that one up super badly.
On doit se frayer un chemin.
Villages valois.
Le tonneau avec les lances.
Bien vu.
Milliers de morts par mois.
Tiens-toi prête.
Attention.
C'est un fléau divin.
Bien joué, Arthur.
Y a pas de
y va.
place pour une guerre là-dedans. Le roi Édouard doit rapatrier...
Look at all them bottles. Like, holy shit. They're fucking sleeping.
C'était rien.
Fais attention.
Quelle plaie d'attendre entre deux batailles. Et les deux là avec leur arc.
Oh shit.
Il s'entraîne sur...
Reste baissé.
D'accord.
Oh fuck. Stop, stop, stop. Wait. What do I do? What do I do? Oh shit. I just wait for this guy? I guess I'm just gonna wait for this guy. Hello.
On y va.
Give the guard a blowjob? Dude. Isn't she like fucking under 18?
Fais attention.
I don't know how old the other one is, but the...
Regarde ça.
La tente nous gêne.
Vienne est de nouveau anglaise.
Regarde.
La marmite. Ouais, t'as l'œil, dis donc.
Tu verras que la cliente appartient à des putains de rats.
I just realized something. Aren't they the Englishmen?
On y va.
Aren't they the British people?
Attention, tu connais les ordres.
Also, yeah, you can't give them the BJ because, you know, she's fucking underaged. For sure. I don't think that works out that well. Nothing works out that well.
Le fils et la fille du chevalier Robert de Rune.
Le chevalier à l'arbre. Ces faits d'armes du temps où les guerroyais sont célèbres. Mais il n'est plus au service du roi Philippe.
Un tel intérêt pour des enfants est étrange en effet.
Allez donc questionner la sœur. Elle doit être réveillée.
She don't know if I want to get a better blowjob. I don't know. Is there any women who could do that? That's the question.
Voyons voir.
Guys need blowjobs?
Ça,
Like at this century?
pas mal du tout. Qu'est-ce que tu fais? C'est pas le moment. Je rentabilise ton sauvetage.
Do you think this century will have people just doing blowjobs? I don't think so.
Du matériel alchimique. Aucun intérêt. Moi, ça m'intéresse. Je peux l'ouvrir.
She's
Dis-moi.
15. Okay, cool. She's 15. So I don't
Je
think.
veux bien, s'il te plaît.
So I don't think it's even possible or even fucking good enough for her to do that.
Bien joué. Allez,
I don't think the other chick is also old enough, right? I think she's like 17 or some shit.
silence. Mélie, pas par là, ils sont trop nombreux.
Silence. Just silence. Oh, give me that shit.
Allons.
Are you fucking serious?
Ah, regarde, il y a quelque chose là-bas. Je m'allège.
Get out of here! Run! Run! Oh, no, my. The Englishman got me. Fuck! Fuck! The Englishman. Wait, so I can't make my shit, right? Yeah, I just can't make my shit.
Pas par là, ils sont trop nombreux.
So what if I go this way instead? Die with just an empty bottle? No, I just alerted him for some fucking reason. I don't even know how the fuck I alerted him in the first place.
Tu ne les prends pas?
Pound sterling.
Je touche pas à ça.
Pound sterling. Oh, it's just a currency, okay. Oh, hello.
Mieux vaut vérifier.
Uh-oh.
Arrêtez, bande de chiens!
N'en fais pas.
Well, she's gonna die anyways. She's gonna die anyway, so I'm just gonna reset the fucking thing. I feel like it doesn't really matter. She's just gonna die anyways. Okay, get in.
Silence. Mélie, pas par là, ils sont trop nombreux.
Okay, so I can't really. Okay, so I can go this way, but I can't go that way. Okay.
Tes pièces, tu ne les prends pas? La monnaie anglaise. Je touche pas à ça.
Why are you not supposed to touch currency though? Interesting.
Allons voir ça.
What the flying fuck, bro? Oh my god, bro.
Il y a quelqu'un.
Ne touchez pas!
Okay. Maybe I'm just supposed to follow her then, or just go around the fucking area.
Silence. Mélie, pas par là, ils sont
I
trop
approve
nombreux.
this game. Hey, Xeon. It's all about rat jam, man. Rat jams everywhere. I hope you're doing well, Xeon. Dirty foreign currency, man. It's the dirtiest foreign currency out there. It's the fucking British pound. Okay, I need to go around him like that, then. Yeah, so I can't really touch it. Puzzle straightforward, yeah.
Pain et de vin.
It seems very straightforward enough. But there's a lot of stealth. I would say there's a lot of stealth in the game, and I'm not really into stealth, but it is what it is.
Quoi? C'est passé, non? De justesse.
Oi! Oh! Just does that. Holy shit, is that the...
Mon frère, on dirait oui. Vite.
Viens te chercher.
Is that the kid?
D'ici peu, tu seras loin d'ici.
Holy fuck!
Où elle
Oh,
est?
les chiens, les salopards.
Look, it's a
On va
circus.
la garder avec nous, papa.
Yo, the brother becomes a circus fucking...
Réjouis-toi d'être encore vivant. C'est une chose rare. Quoi, la fille? Mais
The-
allez,
the-
parle.
Wait, hold on.
Il s'est échappé. Sa cage est ouverte. Tout le monde la cherche.
Merde. Dispersez-vous. Surveillez les portes et restez sur vos gardes. Une cage s'ouvre pas comme ça.
Dude, the fucking brother becomes a circus act, man. I feel like the brother doesn't even know how to stay quiet at all, you know?
Hugo, je suis là.
Amicia,
Ça va? Tu n'as rien?
non, s'il te plaît, fais-moi sortir.
Faut descendre cette cage.
Ça va aller, Hugo. Dis-moi, ma fronde, ils l'avaient quand ils t'ont enfermé?
Oui, ils l'ont mise dans le coffre là-bas.
D'accord.
Wait, what? Oh, okay.
À toi, Mélie.
Alright, hopefully I get this thing. Get the fuck out. Don't even know what it's gonna do, but yeah. Doing my shit.
Enfin, maintenant, Hugo, je
Ok.
dois décrocher sa cage.
I can't make shit. Okay, hold on. Well, I can make these shits. Unless I get a tool. Wait, hold on.
J'ai peur.
Hold on! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
J'ai peur.
Yeah, shut the fuck up!
Je
Hey,
dois
Elder.
pouvoir libérer Hugo avec ma fronde.
Hope you're doing well. Yeah, okay.
Heureusement qu'ils sont occupés. Mélie, la serrure.
Facile.
Ils ont dit que
Quelqu'un va m'emmener.
tout va bien, Hugo. On va partir d'ici.
Amicia, oh, ils ont dit que j'allais partir et que je te reverrai plus.
C'est faux, tu vois. Je suis là,
On reste ensemble, hein?
bien sûr. Et on va partir avec Mélie. Elle est là pour nous aider.
Thank you, step bro.
Voleuse.
Thank you, step bro.
Nous avoir dénoncé tout à l'heure. Hein, Mélie?
Ouais, je suis une vilaine fille. C'est bon, on peut se tirer.
Prends ma main, Hugo. Allez, on y va.
D'accord.
Il y a une sortie vers le fond du camp. Si tu sais te servir de cette fronde, vaut mieux que tu passes devant.
Do I have a pot? No, I don't have a pot, so I can get this pot right here. I just want to get this pot first. There we go. Where do we go from here? I guess we just go in front. Yeah. How you doing, Elder Goff? Hope you're doing well, by the way. Fuck. Well, what I can do is that I just...
Toujours rien.
Oh
Vous
my
êtes sûr
god,
qu'elle
hold
est pas
on.
sortie du camp? Répartissez-vous, séparez-vous, et faites attention aux tentes.
Daughter? What do you mean, daughter?
T'es sûr de ce que tu fais?
Oui, je suis sûre. J'en ai assez de
Oh
fuir.
fuck. I'm just here to kill people right now. Oh shit. There we go. Is this guy gonna come? Okay. Good morning to you too.
Ton cadavre est encore chaud. C'est récent. Qui va là? Hé!
Vous en
Ok.
voulez encore? J'en ai encore. À toi, Mélie.
D'accord.
Open this shit up. What is in this? Okay. Oh, I have alcohol. I think I'll take alcohol later.
Quoi? Hein? Bouge un peu trop.
Oh, wait.
Qui vous envoie? Venez par là.
You die.
Laissez-nous en paix.
C'était...
And you die as
Tu vas
well.
gagner la guerre à toi toute seule ou
Good. I'm getting an ad about doctors being good at their jobs because they're gamers. Hell yeah, man. How you doing, Artless? Good morning, Horseman. Give me kissy. What? You think me, as a horse, will give you a kiss? Yucks. Yucky. They're dead. I'm killing all these fucking men. Killing men. Men are disgusting, therefore I kill them. Imagine being kissed by a horse. True.
La déclaration de guerre des Anglais.
Declaration of war? What the flying fuck? Huh.
Moi, quand je fais un truc, je déclare pas, je le prends. Oui, mais toi, t'es une voleuse. Lui, c'est un roi. Quelle différence?
I like how I didn't even fucking stealth at all. Holy shit! Hello!
Je
that-
paye une rançon pour les enfants de Rune, et je dois les capturer moi-même. Ces Plantagenets sont vraiment des incompétents.
C'est lui qui a tué mes parents. Il va nous massacrer.
Mélie! Fuyez!
Whoa! Dynamite, he's French. A lot of them are French actually, so.
Garde devant! Élimine-les, Amicia!
Ils arrivent.
L'Inquisition. Mais qu'est-ce que vous avez fait? Rien. On n'a rien fait. Il veut se tirer. On a une sortie. Ramène-toi. Ne ralentis pas. Allez.
Yeah, a lot of them are French. I think only like a few of them are just British people.
Amicia,
Pas le prendre.
arrête de courir.
Oh!
Oui, j'arrive.
That guy's evil though! That guy's like super evil. Fuck that shit, bro.
On n'a pas beaucoup de temps. Par là. Vite. S'il vous plaît. C'est fermé.
Game's a big L. No reason in particular. What? Maybe it's because it's like
On y va.
it's very French-like. That's why.
Qu'est-ce que je viens de voir?
Fucking suck, bitch. Oh shit! Ah! Okay.
Il y a une chaîne. Mélie.
Okay. Wait, no. I have to. Wait, what?
Allez, allez.
What's gonna happen? Oh no!
Ils sont là.
Allez-y, je m'en occupe.
Il n'y a pas de place pour vous.
It's 2 French 0 out of 10. French people burn my waifu Joan of Arc. What the fuck do you mean by that? Ew.
Ils sont là! Attrapez-les!
Oh shit, I'm gonna get arrow. Oh! Oh shit.
Allez, vite. Allez, allez.
Well, rip to that camp. Yeah, rip to that camp. Chapter 7. Interesting. 2 French 0 out of 10 anyways. How you doing, JA Games? Hope you're doing well. I don't trust people that burn people. Why does that confuse you? But, like, you blame the French for killing your waifu Joan of Arc. What did Joan of Arc do to you that made you love her? Gave blowjobs, that's for sure.
Tu sais où on va?
Pour l'instant, on doit se planquer. Avec Arthur, on a un endroit.
Et Lucas?
Il vous attend dans votre château. On verra plus tard.
Alors on va revoir Lucas.
J'espère, oui.
Je l'aime bien, Lucas. Il est gentil.
Garde ton souffle, Hugo.
On est sur la bonne piste. Allez, traînons pas. On n'est pas sorti d'affaire.
Right, see you, goodbye. Oh wait, no. There's
En fait,
possible people who kill men.
Qu'est-ce que vous foutez avec l'Inquisition?
What?
en fait Il a quoi de spécial, le petit?
Men are disgusting, alright? We all gonna say that men are
Ça va
disgusting.
aller?
Il nous rattrapera.
And then we're gonna be like,
Il nous a
let's
vraiment
go,
sauvé.
men's disgusting,
C'était
let's
incroyable.
go.
Tombe pas amoureuse, t'as compris? Ou il brisera ton petit cœur.
Quoi?
Huh?
Mais non!
Hé, un moulin.
Ouais. On va traverser par là.
Waouh.
Wow, ducks.
C'est quoi ces oiseaux?
Des canards.
Oh. Comme ceux qu'on mange.
Oui. Et les canards mangent des grenouilles. C'est la vie, Hugo.
Ça va? Je vous dérange pas?
Allez, viens. Mieux vaut ne pas rester là.
Yo, they eat ducks.
Il est
Nice.
toujours... comme ça?
Il a pas beaucoup vu le monde.
C'est pas le meilleur moment pour commencer.
Moins vite.
Not gonna lie, I think you just set the game in French and you didn't realize. No. I could change the language to English. And then we can hear the English dub then.
It's open.
Oh, a big wheel.
It's for crushing the wheat.
Do you want to hear the English dub instead?
The current's too strong.
How are we going to get across?
By stopping it.
And how are we going to stop it?
Isia, we'll find a way. The current's slowing down, but not it. Go on, Hugo.
How does Hugo gonna go? That's the question. Civilized individuals? Yes.
Melly, can you look afterwards? Yes.
I want German dub. Let's see how German sounds like. All right, let's see how German sounds like.
Es funktioniert. Klasse. Jetzt müssen wir nur darüber. Halt. Also schön.
Wait, hold on.
Wartet hier. Na gut.
Wait, what? Okay. Maybe I'm supposed to.
Ich könnte es von der anderen Seite versuchen, Amicia, aber das
We had Japanese dub next. There's no Japanese. Unfortunately, they only have like English, French, German. That's what they have.
Stillstehen.
I was on mobile. Why didn't you tell me? What do you mean you were on mobile? It became World War II game in 14th century? No. No. Hold on. Can I call?
Hugo, tu veux bien t'en occuper?
D'accord.
Wait, is this on French now? Yeah, it is still on French. Like, I think French is still easier. I mean, French is still like.
Amicia, aide-moi à passer et je te donnerai un coup de main de l'autre côté.
It still sounds better than English, at least.
Melly, tu peux le faire?
Because I think English just sounds like really fucking weird for some fucking reason.
C'est pas aujourd'hui que je prendrai un bain.
Okay. Release that. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. Is there a Zeri? What the fuck is it, Zeri?
Je te laisse faire, Hugo.
Tout de suite.
Okay. What the fuck are you doing? Oh. Azerbaijan. I don't think there's any Azerbaijan stuff.
Tombe pas à la flotte.
Release that. Wait. No, I don't release it. She doesn't release it yet. I go through. And then all the others have to release it anyways. There we go.
C'était pas dur.
Cool.
Si jamais l'Inquisition arrive jusqu'ici.
I would say it's cool puzzling. I like it. Let's collect some stuff real quick. Oh shit. There's a tool. Afghan?
Ça va me simplifier la vie.
I think there's Afghan language though. Let me check. Like. Oh shit. Uh-oh. There's no Afghan language. Oh, unfortunate. Yeah, there's no Afghan language. If there's like Urdu or Hebrew, then yeah. It would make sense, I guess. But you know, it doesn't have it.
Hein? Non. Bon allez, venez.
C'est joli ici. Ça sent la terre.
Afghan is fastest growing potential for gamers.
Lucas est là-bas.
I would say
On va
Pakistani.
pas avoir fière allure
Not
dans le
Afghans.
château.
I think Pakistani is
Il y
the
avait un
one.
village ici. Il a été rasé en une nuit, il y a bien longtemps. On dit que le coin est maudit depuis.
Yeah, I would say it's
Elle plaisante. Bien
Pakistani
sûr que je plaisante.
more
Quand
than
je dis des trucs vrais.
I hear Italian. There's no Italian in this This thing. There's only English, French, German. Like there's only 3. I can't make it. I can't make the others
Hugo,
anymore. I just
qu'est-ce que
it's
tu fais?
3.
Viens.
English, French, German. That's it.
Hugo, Hugo, regarde-moi. Ça recommence? C'est ta tête, c'est ça?
Ça fait comme une chose qui grossit dedans. Mes jambes, elles tremblent.
Me dis pas qu'il a été mordu.
That's very
C'est pas la
racist. I
morsure.
mean, that's the game, not
C'est
me.
quelque chose dans son sang depuis qu'il est petit. Je vais le porter. Grimpe sur mon dos si tu peux. Allez.
Pardon.
Ne t'inquiète pas.
Si c'est dans son sang. Toi, t'as rien?
What makes you think that the game is racist?
Mais
That
Lucas
it only
essaie de
has like
freiner son
3
mari.
languages that
C'est aussi
has
pour ça qu'on va au château.
dubs and that's about it.
Amicia. J'ai peur
De quoi, Hugo?
de ce qu'il y a dans ma tête.
T'en fais pas. Ça arrive aussi aux grands, ça. On y est. Tu vas te reposer.
Enfin.
Aide-moi à soulever ça.
J'arrive. Hugo, descends s'il te plaît.
Whoa, he's better after like a little bit of walking. Cool. Just a little bit of walking and yep, it's all right now.
Ah, c'est ça ta maison?
C'est une planque, bonhomme. C'est fait pour se planquer, pas pour recevoir des gens de la haute. Touche pas. C'est à mon frère. Ça vaut cher, très cher.
Ça fait longtemps que vous vivez comme ça?
Comme des gibiers de potence, tu veux dire? C'est comme ça chez nous. Notre père, il nous battait tout le temps. Et puis un jour, c'était la fois de trop, alors on a détalé. Mais toi, t'es noble, tu connais pas tout ça?
Noble?
Amicia,
Ça veut dire quoi, ça?
j'ai froid.
Noble? Regarde-nous bien. On n'a plus rien, Mélie.
Tu te fous de moi? Qui c'est qui va nous payer, alors?
Mais de quoi est-ce que tu parles?
Ton copain, Lucas. Il a dit que vous étiez riche.
Mais
C'est bon, oublie ça. Bon, prenez la paillasse d'Arthur. Quand il reviendra, on aura une petite discussion.
Hey Ninja. Le douchebag. Sleepy people. Oh shit.
Alors, tu vois quelque chose?
Non, c'était rien.
Hé, les gars! Par ici! Venez m'aider!
That's a cave system? The music has The Last of Us vibes. Yeah, they do.
Mais dehors où?
It's pretty cool. I like it.
Et ton frère?
Il aurait déjà dû être là.
Désolé.
L'enterre pas trop vite. Restez baissés.
Il a un casque.
Oh, Dévorantis. Quoi? Dévorantis. Salpêtre et alcool. Ça brûle la gueule et ça ronge l'acier. Personne peut garder un casque sur la tête avec ça. Prépare-moi ça.
Oh. Devorantis.
Vise le casque.
So it helps me to melt steel, I guess.
Lui la tête avec une pierre. Allez.
Attends un peu que je te trouve.
J'avais dit que je vous aurais.
Okay, now he's dead.
Bien fait pour sa trogne. Ça fait du bruit. Dis donc, t'es pas un peu rabat-joie, toi?
I like how it is though. I like it with the very slow vibes and stuff. It's good. It's good.
Merde, regarde. Il y en a un avec un casque. Tu sais quoi faire. Oui.
Moi, j'hésiterai pas.
Is it more of them or?
Tu sais où sont les pierres aiguisées? Les caisses.
Oh wait,
Sans nom là-dedans.
hold on. Let me get this thing real quick.
C'était quoi ce bruit?
Can I choke the other guy out at least? Yeah, I can. Okay, cool. Choke the other guy out. And then we can just go around here.
Je le savais.
Oh man, I do not have like. Oh, okay. Whatever.
Vous voyez la aire s'éclairer là-bas. C'est par là qu'on sort.
We have to go there. Holy shit.
Tu as la fronde. Tu passes devant. Hugo, tu surveilles la zone. Et pas un bruit.
All I'm hearing is this. All angry French people, man. Angry French people be like, oh shit, hello. Hold on.
Ça bouge par là.
Alerte.
I'm just only here to kill people. I honestly, I think my job is over here is just to kill people. I just want to kill people. As mean as it sounds, I just want to kill people. That's it. Kill the French people, you know. Can this guy see? If not, I'm just gonna hit him like that.
Tu fais quoi là? Il fait quoi par terre, ta beauté?
Ah, mais t'y étais, toi. Paraît que les gamins ont foutu un sacré bordel chez les Anglais.
Jamais vu une explosion pareille. Faites gaffe, j'en ai encore les oreilles qui sifflent. On a pris le coupable. Un jeune voleur qui aidait les heureux.
Horsefly's new hobby is killing. Yeah, I just want to kill. That's all I want to do is just kill people right now. Smile.
Je suis sûr qu'on l'aurait taillé en pièces.
Oh shit! Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna run for it then. Oh! I'm dead. Maybe I should have just like gone behind.
Si on n'avait pas dû virer les dégâts chez les Anglais, on les aurait déjà pris.
Nicolas va être furieux. Ça va faire mal.
Wait, I wanna wait, hold on. Wait, no. I wanna hear this in English. I see I was like, what the fuck is that? Hold on. Let me restart the checkpoint.
If we hadn't had to deal with the mess of the English camp, we'd have had him by now.
He's gonna be furious. Someone's gonna get it in the neck.
And Vitalis, you might think the captain of the guard is scary, but the old man, believe me, when he's disappointed, he burns people alive just to take his mind off it.
You must be pretty damn special, young man. Back soon. The coast is clear. I'm coming.
So they're the actual British people then. Okay. They're literally just actual British people.
I heard something. Be right back.
Okay. They're actually British people then. These ads are fucking ugly. I don't know. I don't make the ads. I don't do the ads anyways.
Quelque chose.
Wait.
Venez tous, on a des intrus par ici.
Oh fuck. Okay then. Well, I don't do all the ads. It's not my fault that you got ads like these. Okay. I need this.
Le capitaine de la garde fait peur, c'est sûr. C'est quoi, ouais, ça.
Oh fuck. Okay. Okay, who did I blame, Mr. Twitch? You probably have to blame Mr. Twitch then. Yo, Mr. Twitch. You fucked it up, man. Why is there so many fucking ads now? There we go, I killed them. They suffer the consequences of dying. Yeah, Bezos. Yeah, fucking Bezos, bro. Mr. Twitch, Bezos.
Une carte de France.
Some map of the whole country. That is the whole country of France? Bro. How's France so fucking small? Smaller than my dick. That's what it is? Okay, wait, hold on.
Ça fait beaucoup d'hommes pour juste des gamins. Et le grand inquisiteur n'a pas l'air de ménager beaucoup le seigneur Nicolas.
Alright. See ya. See ya. I'm just gonna fucking...
La air s'est fermée. Il y a toujours une porte plus discrète.
A side entrance?
Là, ne restons pas là. Allez.
I swear I have like 3 reasons to beat up Baldy Mc... What the fuck is Baldy McAmazon? You got the plague? Well, this kid got the plague. I didn't do anything. How are you doing, How are you doing, R75?
C'est Lucas.
Le chariot de ravitaillement arrive bientôt. Ils t'amèneront...
Wait, what the fuck?
Amicia, le dévorantis. Il t'en reste? Oui. Alors vas-y. Fais sauter son casque.
Wait.
Stop!
Whoa, I missed!
Vous allez payer.
Okay, there we go.
Je suis tellement contente de vous revoir.
I was like, I missed him. Like, what the fuck? Okay, hello.
Tu as l'air en forme.
Oui, j'étais dans une cage et puis on a fait une énorme explosion. Ça a fait boum et on est allé chez Millie. Elle dit tout le temps plein de gros mots.
Eh, je t'entends.
Et toi, Lucas? Ça va?
Eh, ça vous dit de faire ça en courant? Ou alors on reste là, on sort le vin.
You got eczema? I got eczema. What do you get a child the black plague? I didn't do anything.
Le château doit être tout proche. En route.
Venez, l'aqueduc continue par là.
Ça n'a pas été
The
facile
kid
de
got
le
it. I don't know.
Oh non, t'avais juste oublié de nous parler de l'Inquisition.
Everyone wants the kid because he probably got the black plague for some fucking reason.
On va s'arranger.
Va dire ça à mon frère. Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Un accident? C'est un chariot de l'Inquisition.
Oh god,
Il doit
are
y
you
avoir des choses
kidding
à
me?
prendre là-dedans.
Je vois pas comment on va pouvoir passer. Oh, Amicia, j'ai quelque chose pour toi. C'est un dérivé de l'inifère. Luminosa. Tu l'envoies au...
Luminosa!
Enfin, tu verras ça par toi-même. Tiens.
Can you stop giving children life-threatening diseases? I didn't do anything.
Merci. Lance-le sur les rats.
Holy shit, they exploded.
Ça pique les yeux.
Ils ont été pulvérisés.
Whoa, that's a lot of shit. Hold on.
Plein de matériel alchimique. Oui, c'est logique. L'Inquisition n'aurait pas pu remonter.
Okay, let's
jusqu'à
actually
la
make something
macula
real
sans
quick.
mettre de texte alchimique. Je ne sais pas ce qu'il mijote, mais...
There we go.
Pas mal. Pas mal du tout.
Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna find his fucking stepbro.
Enfin,
He's gonna find his fucking her fucking
savoir.
stepbro now is Arthur. We're gonna find Arthur now, the stepbro. Okay.
On va monter sur l'aqueduc.
Hugo, on dit aqueduc.
Ah, aqueduc. Aqueduc.
Aqueduct.
Mélie, où est ton frère?
J'ai pas envie de parler de ça.
D'accord.
D'accord. D'accord. Oh. Wait, hold on. There.
T'as l'œil.
Wow. What the fuck?
Oui.
I was trying to go up, you fucking idiot. Well, she's a lady all along.
C'est tout? Y a rien ici. Lucas, ne me dis pas qu'on a fait tout ça pour rien. Non, non, non. Laurentius était plus malin que ça. C'est un tour d'alchimiste. L'or naît du plomb. La porte.
I must leave for gay and land. Gay land.
Quelque chose comme
Well,
ça.
okay. Alright, have a good one, Artlist. Thank you for sticking by.
Utilise tes yeux au lieu de parler.
Whoa!
Bien vu.
Whoa! Yo! Secret door!
C'est plus le moment de reculer.
Bien parlé.
What is down here? Boo, there's nothing down there at all? Okay. Enter the aqueduct. We're gonna go in the aqueduct. What secrets lie in the aqueduct? Look at all that dripping aqueduct. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. Oui oui.
Eh ben,
Est-ce que c'est la mer?
Des gens utilisaient ce lieu. On est sur la bonne voie.
What is that? Wanna know what's that over here? Ooh, okay.
Un bac à traille. Un quoi? C'est une barque. À toi, Mélie.
The fuck are you trying to do? Save the kid from the
barre au
friends?
lieu de roupiller.
Maybe? I don't know. How the fuck would I know?
C'est parce que plein de choses vivent dedans.
Elle doit avoir froid alors.
Tu sais, il y a longtemps, Père m'avait emmené au lac de Tourbe. J'avais glissé dans l'eau. Et elle était tellement froide que j'en avais pleuré.
C'est pas grave de pleurer pour ça.
Don't know what you're doing. Like, I'm keeping this fucking boy safe and that's about it. But we don't know why the fuck is he sick in the first place. Like, why the fuck is he sick?
J'espère qu'ils savent nager. Accrochez-vous. C'est parti.
Whee! Alright, we leave them behind. Get the fuck, fuck you guys,
C'est à
bitches.
cause du monstre.
Un monstre?
Bien sûr. Les lacs souterrains sont magiques. Des monstres
Yeah,
très vieux et très grands.
You're supposed to protect this kid
D'ailleurs, attention, il
at
faut
all
aussi très
costs
fort.
because one, he's a brother. Two, you don't know what the fuck is going on with his fucking illness, and that's about it.
Tu as raison.
Maman, elle disait que les monstres, c'est des choses qui...
Des choses auxquelles on n'a jamais donné de nom. Elle m'avait dit ça aussi.
Moi, j'aimerais bien voir un monstre.
Okay.
Allez, on
You're
débarque.
playing the Last of Us?
C'était trop court.
Well, kinda. It's like a. Hey, mom, can I have the Last of Us? But we had the Last of Us at home kind of game, you know?
Il y a pas de monstre ici, mais il y a peut-être une baleine.
C'est gros une baleine, tu sais.
Oui,
Look how
une
fast
petite
this boat
baleine.
goes
Pourquoi
right
pas?
now.
Une baleine.
It's like a fucking like
Elle est timide
a
parce
cheap
qu'elle est
Last of
petite.
Us, but it's just like, mom, can we get the Last of Us? But we got the Last of Us. Last of Us at home is just the fucking the plague requiem.
À votre tour.
On arrive. C'est bon. Vous pouvez lâcher.
Bouge pas. Je reviens. Viens.
It's literally just, hey yo, that's it. That's about it. Can't really say anything much about anything else. That's about it.
On n'en parle plus.
The superior option as no Troy Baker.
Entendu.
Seems to me you're just kidnapping children. So, we were supposed to go to like some Laurentius person, and then this child is like the grandson of Laurentius, and then we follow him because, you know, fucking
Mélie, j'ai besoin de ton aide.
the house of Laurentius burned up, and then he just follows us. This one, however, this chick is because she was like a fucking ransom person, or like she knows how to fucking
voilà, ça
ransack
commence.
people, ransom
m'avait
people,
pas
whatever it is
manqué.
called, and then
Qu'est-ce que
we
c'est que cet
just, you
endroit?
know,
C'est
follow her. That's about it.
impossible. Je dois voir ça de plus près.
Qu'est-ce qui... C'est comme un château?
Comme un piège à rats qui protège quelque chose.
D'accord. Et comment ça marche?
C'est simple. Les brasiers repoussent les rats dans la fosse et ils y restent. Alors profitons-en.
Qui a construit ça?
Je ne sais pas, mais ça n'a pas l'air récent du tout.
Viens, Lucas. Oh, regarde.
Viens, Mélie. Pendant que les âmes rêvent, il faut qu'on avance. Ça
C'était... peut-être des chevaliers?
fermé. Les chevaliers. Mélie, tu peux l'ouvrir?
Everyone is talking like over each other. I don't know what the fuck is happening.
Lucas, le château, il a été construit il y a longtemps. Mais les rats, ils sont pas là depuis longtemps.
Très
Like
juste.
everyone's talking over each other. Like what the fuck?
Ça me donne la chair de poule. Monte. Je vais t'aider.
Ouais.
Damn. Why is she barefoot? Am I barefoot? I'm not barefoot. Why is she barefoot in the first place? Yo, OnlyFans in the 14th century. Let's go. Let's go. 14th century OnlyFans. Just take pictures of feet, of course. The children. Be sneaky and no footwear. I mean, technically, you're gonna fuck your feet up. So I don't think it's actually possible. I don't think it's a good idea to have like bare feet. Even if you're barefoot, like I think sneaking around doesn't really matter. So, you know, you're kind of fucked with. If there's glass on the floor, if there's rocks on the floor, and you're kind of fucked with your own feet, you know.
Allons-y.
Allons-y. They're perfect.
Suis-moi. D'accord.
I know Dako, because Dako is the like, okay, it's all right, okay. I blame fucking Alyssa for me to know. This little boy hand holding is annoying because he's your brother. Fuck you talking about? He's a brother. You can miss his scalp. Not impossible, I guess so, but like it's just, you know. Fuck the kid. I don't know the brother. You don't fuck the brother, kid. Whatever it is. The château.
Il existe vraiment. Le château d'ombrage. Il est superbe.
Amazing. That's the castle? That looks like shit. What do you mean it's amazing? That looks like fucking shit, bro. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. That looks like fucking shit. Shit of castle. Well, Dark Souls castle, go fuck themselves. Castle is fucking dead. Yeah, the castle's fucking dead, dude. Look at the castle. What the fuck? Vinegar of the Four Thieves. What? It's just a vinegar. It's just a vinaigrette, I guess. I guess? God, okay. Whoa, what the fuck? Let's go through right now. I went through. Are they gonna kablam blow? Or am I gonna do this? Oh, they are gonna kablam blow. Okay, hold on. Wait. There we go. Lightning? There you go. What the fuck? Okay. They disintegrated as well. It's like good disintegration as well. Kind of weird that, like, oh yeah, the rats on the side. No, never mind. They just disintegrated because, you know, it is what it is. Rats in 14th century can disintegrate that well. Wow. A castle.
Ce sont les quartiers d'habitation. Elle doit avoir plusieurs siècles.
Ça a l'air d'être au sec, mais il y a une fosse qui nous barre.
Holy shit.
C'est encore un piège.
Il doit y avoir un autre moyen de passer.
Wait, hold on. Okay. How do I move this thing? I guess it's just through here then.
Tu peux t'en charger? D'accord. Elle est pas toute jeune cette serrure. Oh, il y avait quelque chose de vivant là-dedans. C'est ouvert.
Is something alive in there? What is alive in here? Sus. Sus, there's something alive in there. What is alive?
Ça, on pourra faire bouger les rats.
On va ouvrir un passage jusqu'à la tour. Je vais regarder. Lucas, veille sur Hugo.
Get out of here.
D'accord. Prête, Mélie?
Du moment qu'on les dégage.
Allez. Le siège du château d'ombrage. 2 filles contre des milliers de rats. L'histoire se souviendra de cette bataille.
Regarde, il change d'enceinte.
I like how all the ghosts are doing all the work, you know? Like, all the ghosts in this fucking game is just gonna do all the work.
Oui, c'est une bonne première étape. Je te laisse passer en premier. Les rats, c'est ton rayon. J'ai compris.
We can do that. We can also do this as well, but I can't do that. Can I move this forward? That's the question. Nope. Huh. Interesting.
Allez, je suis avec toi. Parfait, je me sens déjà mieux.
I feel like I need to ask them to come.
C'est bon. Tu peux venir après
Yeah.
toi.
Yeah, ask them to come. Wait, are they not gonna come? Okay. I guess I go alone then. Yeah, I just go alone. Look at them disintegrate, bro. They're dead. Rats disintegrating, bro. That's how it is.
Je
Rats.
vais avoir besoin de Mélie pour le pousser.
Dun dun dun. They just disintegrate. Wait, what the fuck am I? Oh.
Regardez ça.
Ew. Let's do that. You get out of here, rats. No more rat jamming anymore.
Il y a plus de doute sur l'utilité de la fosse.
Is there anything on the other side? No.
Tu peux venir? J'arrive. Même si
Le
je
brasier revient tout seul.
Wait. Oh, I need her to be here.
Ça grouille comme des nobles à la cour du roi.
Yeah, like all the ghosts over here, all the ghosts in this game is just doing everything. Like why? Okay. Get them
Ceux-là
alcohol.
aussi doivent finir dans la fosse. Et bien sûr, ils sont du mauvais côté du brasier. Je vais devoir descendre voir ce qu'il y a là-bas.
Très bien. Alors je te couvre avec le brasier.
Huh. Did they? Hold on. Arthur pulled their weight early into the escape. True, but like, you know.
C'est ma vie que je mets entre tes mains là.
Oh
Ouais,
god.
la routine,
Uh-oh.
quoi. Dis-moi quand t'es
Wait,
prête.
hold on.
Tu peux le faire? Ça marche. Ah, ça manque d'entretien. Tu préfères être en bas peut-être? Ça va. C'est juste que je me chauffe.
Okay.
Je suis au maximum.
Oh, wait.
Je vois d'autres brasiers. Je peux monter sur le rempart.
What the fuck? I missed that. There we go.
On va y arriver. Hugo sera en sécurité. On sera tous en sécurité.
Wait, do I need to push whatever it is? No, I can't. I can light this thing. Oh, I have no Yeah, I have no ignifers. Okay, do that real quick, which is good. That get me around here. But where can I go? What is this thing right there? I need more alcohol. Oh shit, the rats are here. Huh. Can I go up from here? No, I can't, okay. Do you climb? I'm looking at a place if I could climb or not. The only place I could think of is like right here. You can't climb here. There are more fires to move. Yes! Which is right here. And I can't move the fire. Because... Am I just trapped? Hold on. What? Go back? I would go back, but then there's a lot of rats there. I don't think I could climb up this thing. Not there. Wait, hold on. I mean, I would rather go back there, but I can't go back there. Head to the right. Wait, what? Wait. I don't think there's anything in here. And there's nothing in here. I'm just gonna get fucked by rats anyways. Unless there's... Not there, the other lantern. No, I feel like I can... Oh! Okay, well, it's there. I didn't realize the ledge was there. Okay. Dirt torch. Ooh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay. I guess the white marks just meant that I can climb. I'm just gonna search around here real quick. What's in here? Oh, finally a tool. Okay.
Mélie, je vide l'enceinte extérieure. Ils vont venir vers toi. D'accord. Mais il y en a tellement. On n'arrivera pas à ouvrir un passage comme ça. Alors, il faut qu'on vide toute la cour. Eh ben, allons-y. De toute façon, je suis déjà trempée.
Reach the living quarters. Propel all the rats into the pit. Where is the pit? Oh, she's gonna ask fucking whoever it is to push then. There we go. A rat game, yeah, rat game, rat jam.
Je vais avoir besoin du brasier.
How you doing, Bacon? Hope you're doing well. Look at all them rats, holy shit, okay. Okay. Look at that one rat just trying to escape. In bed. That's good, that's good. I mean, you're cozy in bed, aren't you? I mean, if you're cozy in bed, that's a good thing. Comfy, so comfy, yes. Why did this place have an intricate system built for the dealing with plague rats and I don't know. It's fucking 14th century, they have fucking rats anyways. The bubonic plague, dude. Wait, what did I come here for? Yeah, what the fuck did... Oh, is it up here? Yeah. Dude, I like how all the chicks are just doing everything. Dude. The little boys are just like sitting there like waiting for everything to happen. While the ghosts do everything.
Allez, faut encore qu'on nettoie ce secteur en bas. On va avoir besoin du brasier du rempart.
Mini doggos?
Je vais t'accompagner avec celui d'en bas.
What do you mean mini dog? Oh yeah, you mean the fucking rats, the true mini dog rats. Okay, I think I need her to do that then. Yeah, I need her to do that. Hello rats. Jesus Christ, the rats are here.
Oula, c'est quoi ça? Ça va aller, c'est juste un vieux levier qui agonise. Tu trouves toujours les mots, toi, hein? Ça va aller. C'est ton château. Vous avez une sorte de lien. Notre château.
But they also disintegrate as well, which is like kind of omega lol. Like, oh! Alright, goodbye world. My rats are gone. Look at them rats. See, they're gone again. It's like, boop! Get out of here, rats! Get out of here! No more stinking rats, right? All you rat people, No more rat jamming. No more rat jamming or else. If I see one more rat jam, that's it.
Oh, c'est fermé.
No way the rats are this scared of fire. Dude, they're scared of fire that they disintegrate as well. Look. Look. So I push the... Hey, yo! I see a rat gem! Yo, ban this person. How you doing, Shay? Hope you're doing well. Look. Sooner or later, they're gonna disintegrate as well. Like, whoop, they're gonna disintegrate. Rat jam... No! Rat jamming. Okay.
Ça y est, la vermine arrive de mon côté. Je vais avoir besoin de toi. J'arrive. Bon, on est reparti pour un
Rat
tour.
jam.
C'est
They're
comme ça
multiplying.
qu'on
Oh
monte un
no!
château. C'est comme ça qu'on tombe malade.
I had a
Hein?
rat that
Ça,
potty
dans ma
trained
version de
herself.
l'histoire.
What? Typical rat behavior of like potty training themselves. Of course. Wait, what am I supposed to do? I cleared the path. So does that mean that I could go back now? Wait, what? Yeah, does that mean I can go back? Or wait, hold on. I don't understand. I wasn't even listening to what was happening. There's a ladder there. Yeah, I think I'm just about... Yeah, I think I'm just supposed to go back. Hold on. I wasn't even listening. I was like, wait a minute. Everyone's fucking rat jamming. And I was like, no! No rat jam. Alright? See one more rat jam, you guys are banned! That's it. Look at all them... Oh! Wait, why are them rats here? What the flying fuck? Since when are these rats here in this first place? Hold on. Since when these rats are here?
Allez, on y est presque, putain. Et c'est sur ces nobles paroles qu'elle s'apprêtèrent à récupérer ce...
Oh, it's because I pushed them! Oh, I'm fucking stupid.
Arrête ça. Allez,
Great
je suis
pets
sûre qu'il y a
just
une
don't
cave
live
pour
long
toi
enough.
ici.
Yeah, true.
Alicia,
Opium.
c'est pas si simple. Tu me connais pas. D'accord. J'ai compris.
I was like, wait a minute, why are there rats here? I forgot, I just pushed them.
Maintenant! Lâchez les dragons! Allez, reculez, saloperie! Reculez devant Amicia l'Amazone et Mélie la Furie! Quoi? Mélie la Furie?
Millie the Fury. Oh shit, the rats! Hey, yo, rats! Yo, rat jam! All them rat jammers in the pit.
On les a repoussés!
Le château nous a sauvés.
Oui, Laurentius avait raison.
Pour célébrer notre victoire, ça vous dit pas qu'on aille se mettre au sec? Allez, tous à la tour!
C'est parti. Venez vous réchauffer.
Ça a l'air immense.
On aura le temps de mieux voir demain. C'est chez nous maintenant.
I wish I had rat power. Rat jam! Chapter 8.
Tu faisais un cauchemar.
T'es
Hey,
déjà
Zazuma.
debout?
Oui,
You gotta sleep? Alright, have a good
Plein,
night's
plein de
sleep,
choses.
Nan.
viens voir.
Take care of
Tu vas
yourself.
adorer. Allez, allez!
C'est quoi ce bruit?
C'est Lucas! Suis-moi, tu vas voir.
Allez, ça
Wow,
me
it looks so fucking beautiful. Like, what the fuck? Okay. I have nothing? Jesus Christ, bro. I use a lot of shit. That's why.
Je ferais mieux de rester avec Hugo.
Okay. Broke ass resource ass. Well, I had to use the other resources, you fucking idiot. I had to use other resources, dumbass. Why am I playing in French? Because someone said that the English subtitles are shit.
Hugo m'attend. Je ferais mieux d'y aller.
Like, hold on. Do you want to listen to the English audio? Hold on. Look at fucking castle, bro. Hold on, let me find a place that I can actually like do the fucking.
We've got a lot of work to do.
I mean, it's alright. Right here is alright, but then when they speak like weird French accents, then yeah.
I'd better stay with Hugo.
I better stay with Hugo. Like, maybe I'll play it in English for a little bit and we'll see how it's like. I'm broke! I'm just fucking broke! Okay, I probably need to get more materials.
We'll have to patch up these straw mattresses.
Okay, there we go. What's this?
Oh yes, the things we found. This will stop us losing them in all the mess.
Huh, interesting. Chivo! Great. Much appreciated. But yeah, it is
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Yeah, this game is better in French, like, not gonna lie. I mean, there's French subtitles, that's for sure, but like I think this game is like better in French. I don't even know whether I want to hear the I don't even know what if I want to hear the fucking.
Amicia, where are you going?
It's alright, you can come.
What?
Where does that lead to?
What the fuck? Hold on. What's this place? What the flying fuck? Wait. Hold on. I'm curious. Where the fuck is this place? Oh, what the fuck is this place?
Oh, a grave.
It's a grave?
Who is it?
I don't know. We can say something if you'd like.
Sorry to disturb you. We don't have any candles, but we will leave you in peace.
And thanks for looking after us. Come on, let's go.
Thank you. Yo, I got an achievement for that. Let's go. I love this game. Great game. I remember you talking about it yesterday. I mean, it's all right. I do like I do like the game. One thing's for certain is that like I just, you know, my expertise is not really in stealth,
Lucas!
but stealth.
There you are.
Sleep well?
Not a wink. This laboratory's in bad shape, but it inspired me. I'm on the brink of completing the great work, and you can help me.
Oh, yes, yes.
Oh, yes, yes.
Amicia, I need the file from the left-hand table.
Alright.
On me. What can I do?
We need light for the last step. Hugo, go get a candle.
I can do that.
Okay. I don't mind either dub or sub. Sometimes I'm too lazy to read, but yeah, I mean, as you can tell.
Oh, that must be it.
That must be it.
Alchemists lived here. Maybe Laurentius too. Here, anything else?
Yes. A concentrated laurel sap. It's just behind me.
I'll get it.
What's a great work? Can I eat it?
It is the elixir that will illuminate your path.
Yo!
Beacon for the bearer of the macula. It came to me during the night.
Hey, yo.
Here. Good.
What's a vagina? Can I eat it? What's a penis? Can I eat it?
The pinnacle of alchemy.
The elixir.
Think I hacked the account, followed me? Well.
Wow! The great work!
It wasn't supposed to do that.
Block him.
It
block
doesn't
them.
matter, Lucas. Perhaps we should let you rest, right, Hugo?
Well done, Lucas. You're a sorcerer. Amicia, come on.
You're a wizard, Harry! You report and see. Yes. Report and wait and see. You always do such. Unless, you know, they actually do support the channel, then I don't know. I don't know about that. They probably just supported the channel.
Maybe she's already gone.
Oh no, I wanted to say goodbye to her.
I wanted to say goodbye to her. I've never seen an account billboard in my life with blank Twitch. Yeah, I think you should, like, I don't know. Ah, my eyes!
Wow.
Ah, bright mode!
Do it.
Ah!
How are you? I'm sure the Inquisition are too. Melly, we thought you'd gone. Come on. We need to talk.
Shit! Yo! Alright, Hugo, you better stay there. We need to talk, alright? One-on-one, girl time. No smothering, no kissing. Go on go talk time.
What's the matter? This castle is a ruin. Ah, and that's exactly what you need. Whoever built this place really didn't want
I think
to
that's
be
like
fucked
13
with.
if I'm not mistaken. I
Build and
checked
you'll
it
be
out
fine.
yesterday before
So,
I ended my
You're
stream.
going to find Arthur. If I can help, here's my problem. You heard what I heard.
69
Those Inquisition
chapters.
dogs took him to the Bastion.
Of
I
course,
know where
it's
to look.
69 chapters.
I'll find him.
Amicia, look.
Listen, with Hugo, it doesn't look easy, but believe me, it's worth it.
Oh wait, there's 17
We'll save
chapters?
you.
Holy
They
shit!
always end up saving us. Even if, you know, brothers.
So he goes
Sometimes you just want to
19.
kill them.
The symbol is Amicia.
I believe you. Anyway, don't leave without
So
saying
that means I have
goodbye.
9 more chapters left
As
then.
if that was my
Interesting.
style.
Amicia, please come.
Yes, Hugo. What did you find?
Down there. It's the drawing.
What drawing?
The one in the dining room. I'll show you. Come on.
I'm
What?
following you.
Inspect the symbol in the Great Hall.
An alchemist's crucible. Lucas will be happy.
Ooh.
Look, it's the same symbols.
You're right. Alchemist's coat of arms, maybe?
Have you seen the tree?
The tree?
Come on, over here.
The tree. Yeah. I mean, the English subtitle is weird. I mean, the English dub is weird, but, you know, it is what
Come
it
back.
is.
Where are you going?
You found new friends.
Yes.
Fuck is going on?
Amicia?
In this game, I guess. How are you doing, Amai? You're just putting the amulet in a tree.
I'm sorry. I'm sick.
Holy shit! What the flying fuck, bro?
Listen, we are going to find a way to cure you. And there's Lucas and Melly now, you know?
Lucas.
When we get a
Come
game
see the
from Rat's
butterflies.
perspective.
Looks like someone's having a good time.
Holy shit, look at the fucking neck. Look at that shit.
Yes. The macula is spreading through his
The
blood.
macula?
The books say there are several thresholds in the process, and at each threshold, the carrier may be lost.
How much time do we have?
Very little. Hugo is nearing the first threshold. My master and your mother were trying to slow the process down.
But how? What were they doing?
They were working on a very complex elixir that would allow him time to prepare.
And do you know how to do it?
I don't have their knowledge, but their work was inspired by a forbidden book, the Sanguinis Itinera.
So perhaps
with the book?
I'm afraid not. The Sanguinis Itinera is dangerous. It is sealed, together with other works, in the university basement. Just getting there would be near impossible. Suicidal, even.
Normally, yes. But if we take advantage of the current chaos, we might have a chance.
I know the place. It's in town, not far from where they keep my brother. If you're ready to take that risk, I can help you get in.
Thank you.
Right. I'll get my
Wait, hold on, sorry.
belongings together.
Oops.
Meet me inside when you want to leave.
In that case, you'll need some equipment. I'll get it ready.
Hugo, I'm really sorry. I need to leave.
Don't worry, I'll stay with Lucas.
Good. I'll be back soon.
We don't really need to care about the kid anymore. Yeah, fuck the kid. Fuck them kids.
At last. Alright, come on.
Here. And one last thing. Laurentius told me once that there are roses scattered along the path to the book.
With
So
red
keep your eyes
roofs.
open.
Roses.
Hey, IP.
Alright, we will.
No, you ask people who has the fucking points for it. Oh shit. That's a very short chapter, honestly. Chapter 9 now. Yeah, that's a very short chapter. You fucking bitch, he's your brother. Just stay. Dude, just stay with the other guy who's gonna help you fucking heal, dumbass. Dude, just get the other guy to heal you, dumbass. And then I'll follow the chick. You know, the chick has fucking booba and probably, you know.
The first rule of survival is hidden between the legs.
Wouldn't the head...
Whoa!
You're way too soft. Shh. There are the town ramparts.
It's hidden between the legs. I know what it is. Well, yeah, we're protecting him, but stay there.
What's that crowd? on the
Don't
bridge?
go out.
It's the townsfolk. They're being evacuated. Let me guess. The
Excuse
bite's
me.
here. Exactly.
Just let him stay there. Fuck me.
But also fine.
He's so annoying, man. What the fuck?
Aren't you the
What the fucker does everything so fucking annoying? Shut the fuck up. Damn, shut the fuck up.
Did you know him?
A thief. I used to work with him. He was gifted.
So that's the punishment for stealing. Death.
I don't want to find Arthur with that kind of collar.
Come on. Let's go.
Yep.
Over to you, Mel.
I'll open this. Then I'll go take care of Arthur.
Alright, so where will I find the university?
It's the big building at the other end. You can't miss it.
That will be
Do you
Jewel
think
one day.
We'll
What?
see each other again?
I hope so. You owe me. Shit. That means you're not allowed to die.
I'll do my best.
There you go. Go on. Get going.
I don't even know how many emotes did Pub Time actually add mine. Or like,
Good
add
luck.
for
You
mine.
too.
Follow Millie. Find the university.
They know they'll die if they stay here, but you think they'll leave of their own accord? Come on, get a move on. We have to get the last ones out.
You'll be uttered that guillotine one day. What the fuck? Bro. No.
Those bastards.
Amnesia is a really good series, but I prefer, okay, if you want to play Amnesia, play the first Amnesia. If you want to play, anything else other than Amnesia, play Penumbra. I think Penumbra is the one that's better. Amnesia is good. The first one is good. The second one, it's kind of alright if you're alright with playing the second game. Third game is,
Over there.
is
That must be the university.
I don't know how to feel about the third game, honestly. It's alright, but like, I'd rather not play it.
It's way off. But you can do this. Here we go.
Just play the first one. The first one is good. And then if you want to play other games as well, play Penumbra. I think Penumbra is really good.
This is your last warning before we drag you out on your ass.
We are just getting our stuff together. Elsa, leave those plates and gather up some warm clothes.
Elsa?
Well.
What is Amnesia? Amnesia The Dark Descent. That game. That game is like one of my favorite games. Dark Descent is great. Justine is great. Actually, yeah, that's a really good deal though. Amnesia, these nuts. Like, I feel like those deals are actually good. Like, they're good enough. If you don't have Rebirth, then yeah, that's good. It's just these three. And Justine is like the DLC for the first Amnesia game, so I really just... I don't really care about the third game, really. Yeah, Rebirth is separately, but like at least it's what? At least it's just whatever it is, you know.
And the city under the control of the Inquisition. Any people who choose to remain will be arrested and executed. Hey, who did that?
Wait, hold on. Let me put this down. So this week, that's cool. There's a lot of horror games that I really do how do you say, recommend. There's plenty of horror games out there that I really do recommend though. Okay, that guy is dead. I can't get the pot. Yeah, it's like Outlast. Dead by Daylight? What a pussy, dude. What a fucking pussy. Bro, just don't be a pussy for it. Okay. I can go that way. Just gonna go this way then. Outlast, Outlast the game, you can beat it in 5 minutes. Yeah, you can beat Outlast in like 5 minutes. I should actually go back to Outlast and fucking, you know, speedrun Outlast again, you know.
What about that things?
You saw what they do to people?
Oh no, the bourgeois! The bourgeois! Oh no, the bourgeois!
He's everywhere like this.
That's why I hate all games, movies that have jump scares. I hate games that has like way too many jump scares, that's the thing. Because it's not that like fun anymore. Sometimes you have like a lot of the games that is like very atmospheric and such, but like any game that has like way too many fucking jump scares is like nope. Like Summer 58. Summer 58 is one of those games that I really did fucking hate. Because although it's an although it's an alright game, I just don't feel like, you know, Summer 58 was that good at all because of how many jump scares were there. Hey Joy Boy. Yeah, I did go back to fucking English voice because, you know, people wanted, people asked like, why did I fucking change it to, look at that horse. People asked like, why did I fucking change to, whatever it is. And I was like, because HJ told me to. Light the fucking thing up! Light it up! Thank you. Jesus Christ. Tools. Alright. Wait. Oi! Oi! No! No! Okay, cool. I was like, what the fuck? Haunting the Hill House? Black Plague? Yeah, you got the fucking plague right here, man. The plague. Wait, am I supposed to go here? That's like one question. I don't think I was supposed to go here this whole time. I'm dead. Maybe I'm supposed to go into that ledge right there. Okay. Rat on me, light myself on fire. True.
How are we gonna move all this stuff?
Wait, The Haunting of Hill House, is that a Steam game? Hold on. Is that a Steam game? The Haunting of... Oh, is it a movie? Oh, it's a TV series. Oh, okay. I see, I see. I barely watch Netflix.
You saw what they do to people. We have to leave. If the Inquisition takes us... Rats! Leave it there! Come back later!
Is everywhere like this?
Man, didn't realize how good the game was till I played the sequel for a couple of hours. I didn't realize that the sequel actually came out like yesterday though. Like I just wanted to play this game and then I just didn't realize that the sequel came out yesterday. What the fuck is Kendo mod? I don't think I have Resident Evil 2 on my computer anymore. Or like RE2. Whatever it is. Like the OG game. I don't think I have it anymore.
I don't know where I am. At least I'm
That's why you have me, but I don't think I will be playing it.
What's going on?
No!
Uh-oh.
He's my husband!
He was your husband. It's all over for him now, so get lost.
It's all over for him because I'm gonna fuck you now.
Shut up! You heard of martial law? Wanna die before he does?
He's right, Anna. I'm contagious. Get out of here.
Listen to him. Fuck off.
I need to keep those rats busy.
Oh no.
I'm tired of your bullshit. I didn't sign up for this.
They're gonna fuck. You gotta play Kendo for the memes. I don't know if I'm gonna be playing them. Holy shit! That guy's hanged. Dude, that guy is dead. Where's that guy? What the fuck is that? Holy shit, that's a kid and his mom! Oh, damn, mom! That Discord aside. Well, I'm gonna put in new games, not games that has DLC though. I don't know.
They've all been executed.
What the fuck?
Locked.
Hold on, can I go? Can I go down from there? Hold on, I want to check something real quick. 'Cause I can technically go down. Oh, there's a chest there. I see.
It might be warm, but God,
Sheepskin.
that
I
smell.
see. Okay. Guess I got that weird collectible, I guess. Okay. Let's go here then. Wait, what the fuck is this? Hold on. Get this. Look at all them pigs. Rip them pigs. Could have used them for pork. Can't even use them because of the plague, man. The plague ruined it all. Bubonic plague.
Too many rats under there. I can't get through without distracting them.
I just use this, I guess.
I did hear something over there.
Get this. I wish I can go through there though. Is there anything that's down here that I can light up?
Maybe I could get one of those hanged bodies down.
Ooh, that's true. That's true. For real, for real. Which one though? Which one? This one. Pick one. Yo, I'm a picky person, man.
Right. Stay calm. Oh.
Look at all them rants, bro. Rant jam, rant jam. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Okay, wait. Hold on. I can totally go this side then. But I need to light this up. Ah! 18 naked rats with throbbing. Oh god, hello. There we go. That guy's dead as well. Wait, no, this way. 18 naked rats with the throbbing tails. Big heart throbbing tails wanting to get sucked. Rain range. True. With that guy. Wait, where am I supposed to go? This way.
What's that under my... Oh. Don't look. Don't look.
Whoa, 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 my frames, bro. Frames all of a sudden just wanting to go down. I need more fire though. There we go. Yeah, there's a lot of rats. A lot of rats, a lot of rat jamming. Look at damn. Look at damn rats. Bro. Even Stray don't have this many rats. Well, cause Stray has like Zergs, but the Zergs aren't that many, right? And also it's the fucking plague anyways.
Oh, but I'll never forget this smell.
Actually, quick question is, how many rats can one, like, reproduce? Yeah, how many rats can one reproduce? If you're talking about like one fucking...
University. See? Keep going.
Wow. If you're talking about like one female rat... Yes, it's just yes. Really because there's a lot of rats that can reproduce. Hold on, I need to actually sit up straight for a bit. What's this?
The Inquisition must have put it here. Looks like it pivots. Huh, clever. The Grand Inquisitor doesn't do things by halves.
Wait, hold on. 5 to 12? Like, one rat, 5 to 12. How the fuck did they reproduce like so many of them though? That's like the big question. You multiply it? Oh yeah, but like... How fast do they grow?
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Okay. Yeah, how fast do they reproduce like this?
Your coins at least.
No.
Okay. That's their shtick. 3 weeks to fully grow. Okay. Yeah, I guess the reproduction is actually that quick then.
Must have something worthwhile. Everyone's got a bit of treasure.
Come on, Amicia. Do something. Come on.
Yes, that whatever helmet it is. Come on out.
What was that?
There we go.
That'll teach you.
Yeah, that will teach you, you little bitch. Yeah, suck it. Suck my balls, bro. Suck my balls, man. Okay, hold on. That's why I eat them bodies.
A window. Perfect.
Window?
Let's get out of here.
Normal life expectancy is 2 to 3 years, but then they still reproduce a lot more though. That's the thing. They reproduce again and again and again.
Magister, the Episanguis.
Let's see.
Whoa, that's gold. Is that gold? What in the fuck? Oh no, that's sulfur. Whoops.
Perfect.
That looks like fucking gold. I was like,
Why may be
wait.
so bold? We know it comes from those rats.
It's a lot.
but
It's a lot though.
What's it for?
Whoa!
We call this odorous.
Whoa.
Oh.
Wow.
That is
Damn.
just one of the effects of the Episanguis, when we mix it with sulfur. But that's not what we are interested in.
So why don't we let our units use it, eh? It could...
It is too precious. Each Episanguis crystal must be kept for our project. Particularly as, in this form, it has been the source of some, how should I say, regrettable accidents. Deliver it to the Bastion. That is enough for today.
Regrettable accidents?
Imagine you spill some on your feet. You'd have to do your patrol on your ass.
Interesting.
Episanguis? What's that? I need to see this. They're gone. Come on, it's just a cemetery. Ah, more bodies.
Whoa! Damn. Holy fuck. Okay. Puke be I'm not gonna be sympathetic.
What are you
Sympathetic.
so excited about?
Whatever it is. I don't feel sympathy over them. Fuck them. They died for a reason. Look at that. Look at that shit. Episanguis. Episanguis? Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Episanguis. What? Maybe I can upgrade it later. I don't think I can upgrade it now. Wait, can I even upgrade? Wait, hold on. Episangrius. I don't have it. I don't have it on my list. Amicia thick as fuck. She's fucking 15. What are you talking about? Gasifier.
Oh, wow.
Oh, there we go.
So this is Episanguis, right?
Odorous. Yeah, let's make odorous.
We have to crush them up together. Now, we just have to try it out. Lucas, this one's for you.
Like I make shit, huh? Like if I point it right there. Ooh, I see. Okay.
It's working. This will save my life. I need to find more. Remember, the effect doesn't last long.
That actually is super fucking effective now. That's really good.
It's locked. Over there. It looks like the exit. Come on. It's
Okay.
not that far.
Alright, cool. What the flying fuck is this? Hold on. Where do I make it, though? Where do I put it? I'll put it here.
The ground has collapsed. I need to find something to hoist myself up.
A hoisting. Oh. Okay. Oh, shit. Get that fucking Epicengius or whatever it is. Oh, wait. Am I supposed to go this side then? This way. Ah, I see. Okay. There's rocks around here. I want to get the Epicengius again. You know what? We'll do it for now. 'Cause I really do need Epicengius. It does work like very well.
God. If I can get it down there, I could climb on it.
Hold on. What?
Odorous won't keep them in there for long. I need to block them once and for all. All right. Please tell me this can still roll.
Oh shit! Okay. Hold on. So where does this block to? Or where does this go to? That's like one question. Where do I put this thing in?
Think, Amicia, think. You can draw those rats in any direction. You have to corner them.
Yeah, where do I... Oof. Oof. Where did I bring that box to?
God. If I can get it down there, I could climb on it.
Get down where? There? This way there? I don't understand. Like, which way? Oh, fuck me. Jesus Christ.
Odorous won't keep them in there for long. I need to block them once and for all.
Wait, okay, wait, hold on. I need to know... What am I supposed to do? What is this thing? Oh, it's a shield! Or...
As if this place wasn't sinister
Francis. Interesting. Oh shit, huh.
Think, Amicia, think. You can draw those rats in any direction. You have to corner them.
Oh fuck me, bro! Stop, no. I'm thinking about where to go.
I might be able to draw them into that blocked alley and trap them in there with the lantern.
Oh, okay. I see. I think I need to just do this real quick. I think I'm going. Then again, would they go? Wouldn't they go around like this? Like, look at that. Look at all of them. So you can tell me I can trap them like this. What?
I can't. If I can get it down there, I could climb on it.
Hold on.
Odorous won't keep them in there for long. I need to block them once and for all. Alright. Please tell me this can still roll.
Oh shit, wow. Oh, fuck me, dude. Hold on. Maybe I'm doing it wrong, but I don't know what am I supposed to do in the first place. Like, I know I'm supposed to bring this thing towards somewhere. Like, I know it's towards there, but the question is how? Can I not bring this in here at all? What the fuck? This is my last one. This is my last one even. I can't move there. Do I really have to just go down here then? Am I just dumb? Hold on.
I can't. If I can get it down there, I could climb on it. Now, the lantern, quickly.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Now, the lantern, quickly.
So I just blocked them like that, huh? Okay. Yes. I see now. That was what I was supposed to do this whole time.
Alright. Please tell me this can still roll.
Now the question afterwards is that where am I supposed to go?
Was very discreet. Now just a bit more.
Oh, so it's here then. Okay. So I kept wasting my shit for no reason. I see. Yeah, I kept wasting my fucking was it odoras for no reason. And it's just that I was supposed to go here instead.
You see? You're doing it. You're getting there.
See, she talks like a streamer as well. Like, what's she doing? She's doing that. She's doing this. She's talking to herself. Totally not, whatever it is. Totally not, schizophrenic.
My god. What happened here?
Oh no, a dog! Dog died.
I'm getting closer. Your book better really exist, Lucas.
Holy shit. Where'd that guy, by the way?
Oh lord. The sick. They've slaughtered them.
The rats! They've unleashed the rats!
I can't. I'm sorry. I can't
That guy.
believe it. They used
Wait,
the
hold on. Let me
rats
check something real quick.
against the sick.
Okay. To that guy, he's dead. Dead from the rat jam, man.
Dirty little beasts. What have you got to say that's so important?
Odoris, I could try.
Wait, can I even?
They'll give you a reason to use.
Oh shit.
It worked.
Why? Because it's too late for you. Call it mercy.
Where's that guy?
But don't worry. All the others will soon be satisfied. Stop chucking them in the water.
Are you serious? Okay. Oh, that doesn't work.
Well, you're lucky you can still speak.
What? Uh-oh. Oh no. I'm dead. Oof. Oof, I got fucked. I got fucked immediately.
Why? Because it's too late for you. Call it mercy.
Hey! Stop chucking them in the water! They'll all end up at
There you go.
Can't patrol there anymore because it fucking stinks!
Where's the guy, man? He just goes in the water, he just dies like that. Oh, dead. Look at all the people who fucking die from the plague, bro. Oh shit, the plague people. Oh shit. Them rats. Where do I put them at?
I could lure the rats away from the bridge.
Oh shit. Yo, how do I even? Oh shit. Hold on.
Why is he still here?
Oi! Oi! Okay. Wow. I could probably just go through like that.
We're all going to get ill hanging around here. Passing it on from one sick bloke to the next, right up to the Grand Inquisitor. There'll be no one left.
Shut the fuck!
Fuck up. Shit. Whoops. I didn't realize I'd be dying like that quick.
We're all going to get ill hanging around here.
Hold on.
Passing it on from one sick bloke to the next, right up to the
That guy's dead. You're about to die. See his helmet out like that. Boom, he's dead. Super dead. Okay. What's here?
It's one of those alchemist carts. There must be something useful in it.
Alchemist carts? Whatever. You know what? There we go. Kill all the rats, man. GG rats. Okay. Okay, let's see if I could actually make anything in here. I can! Ooh. Containers, instruments. Ooh. Containers and instruments.
This should make things a little easier.
Eat the rat. I don't want to get fucking plague. Would I really want to get the fucking plague by eating all the rats? No way, man. Okay. Not all rats have plague. But rats are dirty. Dirty stinking rats. I don't like rats. Rats are pests. I don't care if they're a pet or not. The fuck is an NBA? Also, I don't know anything about the NBA, so I don't know. Now is the time to start.
I'm burning up inside. Tell me what to do.
I don't know.
What?
Oh no, don't drink that.
Oh no, he's drinking the fucking water. No!
This is a nightmare.
Ew!
Come on, be brave. The university must be close.
Ew. Like, drinking that water is like super fucking like disgusting as fuck. Imagine needing water and you'd have to drink that. Vitalis?
Vitalis, the butcher who killed my father works for you. His blood is on your hands too.
Uh-oh. Into the university. Oh fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. Yes, there we go.
Threw that at me. Oh, what's going on? Who's that? Yeah, idiot. How difficult can it be to keep a lookout?
Can he go around like that? I don't think he can, right? I don't know. Take this. Right at him. Oh shit, I missed.
That's enough.
There we go. Didn't miss now. Gonna do that again. There we go. Holy shit, I miss.
What was that?
Just wait.
There we go, cool. Alright, I killed him. A lot of items. Plenty of items that I need as well, which is really good. I couldn't care less about that guy.
Finally.
Oh god, hello.
Oh, I saw something moving.
Come on, show yourselves.
Uh.
So, there you are.
There we go. They're both dead. Well, that's an easy kill. Give me that alcohol. You guys drink alcohol, huh? My alcohol now, but I don't drink them. Because I'm 15 years old.
A chessboard. Lucas might like it.
Lucas. Well, a lot of the times I'm gonna give shit to Lucas or some other people, huh?
Well, well. Hey, we gotta see what we do to intruders around here.
What do I do with him? Oh, I fucked him up, dude. Let's go. Hold on.
That's enough now.
Oh shit, hello. Hey, it's Jay. Yo, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hey, go chat. Hope you're doing well. I think I'm gonna back up from you. Damn, bro, nice pussy. What the fuck does that mean? How are you doing? How are you doing, Sigma? I need a way for... I'm not gonna play the sequel. I'm not gonna play the sequel yet. Wait, am I supposed to go in and that's about it? If I'm supposed to go in, then I'm just gonna go in anyways. No, okay. So I don't think I'll be playing the sequel anytime soon. Flying fuck, are you kidding me? But it's epic. I'm not gonna play the sequel, I don't have the sequel! Also, this game is a horror game. Wait, do you not know that this game is a horror game? I've been told that this game is a horror game.
Told you I'd catch you.
It isn't? The fuck? It's a survival horror game. What are you talking about?
Don't move, it will be over soon.
What the fuck? Bro. Okay, hold on. I'm just running around. Give me your hit. There we go. This isn't horror. What the fuck? Who told me it was horror then? Someone told me it was horror. The fuck? I heard it was a survival horror stealth. That's why I added it to the list. Like, I legitimately added it to the list. What? Yeah. I was told that was survival horror. The amount of French people in this automatically makes the game horror. Yeah, true. French are coming for you. Oui people coming for me. Action adventure stealth game. I heard it's a fucking survival horror. That's about it. What is this the hard way? Is it just me killing all of them? To the main door. I just entered through the main door, I guess. 10.
The university. Right, the book. Remember Lucas said...
I don't know, people told me Control's a horror game, and then afterwards, like, I was told that Control's not a horror game. And I was told that Changed was a horror game, and then they said, like, Changed has fucking... what you call them? Transformation fetish. So, I don't know. I don't know what's a horror game and what's not a horror game now. Okay, now, question. Taking out of everything that I know... Oh, wait, no. Taking, like, everything that I know of that's a horror game that's on my list. Is Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice a horror game? Because I also have that on my list. What? Okay, I just bought that just for nothing then. Huh. I guess I bought that just for nothing. It's creepy bars. What I hear is not horror. Oh god. Is Lucius horror? Okay, it's Lucius horror. No? God, I don't even know what horror is right now. It's Fear 3 horror. Okay, it's Fear 3 horror. It's Majora's Mask horror. That's a shooter. It's Code Fear horror. That's the ones that's on my list at the moment. Like I'm listing. I'm getting my own list right now and just looking at the list at the moment. Lucius is a game where you're the son of Satan and kill everyone in your family. Okay. I think The Last of Us teeters on being horror with me. That's the opposite of horror. It's Code Fear horror. If you guys know what Code Fear is, I have Code Fear horror. Last of Us 2 is horror. Do you consider the bubonic plague horror? I don't mind the bubonic plague. But now, here's the thing. Code Fear. No, not Code Fear. Cold. C-O-L-D. Cold. Like I'm freezing cold. That code. Oh, okay. So Code Fear is horror. Okay, I probably have to put that on my list then. I have to continue on with my list then. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated, Tangorf. You haven't defined what horror means to you. Questions mean meaningless. I don't know. Some people would consider Plague Tale horror if they're afraid of rats. Yes, I guess, but also at the same time, I only consider horror if someone tells me it's horror. You know, that's why I have the list of games that that I'm supposed to play that are considered horror games, but I don't know which are horror. You know? Well, it is a subjective term, but then here now the question is, what other games are horror anyways? You popped on recommendation. Ah, thanks. How you doing, Tango? Hope you're doing well. Because I have a bunch of horror games, but the problem right now is that I don't know what games are actually horror games from my part, because I'm looking at it through the Steam page. Like I'm looking at it through the Steam page a lot. The only reason why I picked this game as well is because I think this game was in horror as well. Let's see here. Like a Plague Tale. Yeah, right here. It was deemed as horror for me. As you can see, it's deemed as horror for me. That's why I put this on the list. So this one was horror. Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice was horror. A horror game. Yeah, there are other games that I have. You know. And then other people also tell me that they're horror as well. I wanted to play this one. I was thinking if this is horror. Because creepy isn't always horror. I guess so. But then again, like this game is one of those games that I'm like, is this horror? Because I remember buying this game. Because it's horror. Stalker is the one that I really do want to play sooner or later, but I don't know if I could consider them as horror. Just play what you want. I guess so. Because I'm only playing like many horror games anyways, you know. So if it's on here and it's on the list, then yeah, I'm just gonna put them in as horror. So Stalker is one of them that I'm gonna be playing. Metro is probably another one that I'm gonna be playing. I don't know if Metro is gonna be a horror anyways, because I heard about Metro and I don't know if Metro is horror. Other than that, I think I probably have to play The Walking Dead sooner or later again. I have Visage, which I really don't want to play. Let me see. Let me see like a few more. There are a few more that I... System Shop is one of them as well. Like, I don't know whether I want to play it again because it's been a long time since I played this game, but like, I don't know. I didn't have really good things about it. Lucius is absolutely Halloween game. Yeah, that's why I have Lucius on here. Like, it's like, I have Lucius right here. Other than that, yeah, like that's all I have for now. I don't want to play this game. This game is like shit. I don't want to touch this game. I played this game. I fucking hate it. Yeah, that's about it. That's about it from what I've seen. But yeah, there are other games that I'm gonna be choosing sooner or later, but like I don't know about how is it. Because there are a bunch of games that I want to play for the first time, but I don't know. The only reason why I consider them horror is because on the Steam page it's considered horror anyways, or like the tag's horror anyways. I think even Control as well was considered horror if I'm not mistaken. Let me see, Control. Yeah, Control was also considered horror, as you can tell. See right here. That's why I was like, yeah, I'm probably gonna like take them. Other than that, maybe I'll play the well, what do they call it? Puppet Combo. Yeah, Puppet Combo and the other one, whatever the other one is called. There's the Puppet Combo and the excuse me. I don't remember what the other company is called. Mario Brothers 2. Yes, true. Horace Alan Wake.
It's locked.
Mario Brothers horror game. True. True. There's another company that a lot of people fucking like it.
Flowers. Yes, there are roses. I'm on the right track.
Okay. What's that other game called?
How many days have we been here?
I've lost count.
I can't even tell the difference between day and night anymore.
No rats.
It'll soon be over.
Strange.
No rats. No rats. No bitches. No rats. No bitches.
And the Grand Inquisitor himself is coming to help us. Don't be cool.
Lol. Killed him. That's it. He's dead. But yeah, I don't know if like the games I chose were considered horror anyways, because some of them are yeah, some of them are actually horror. The others I just like I don't know if they're horror. Global Reset, thank you for the raid, much appreciated. Hope you went well. No, I have not played Luigi's Mansion. I've thought of actually playing Luigi's Mansion actually. I really want to try Luigi's Mansion sooner or later. But yeah, Global Reset, thank you for the raid, much appreciated. Hope your stream went well. Hey Ravinsky. Hello guys, my name is Juhors. I am a horror speedrunner. Slash horror runner. No, horror gamer, I guess. I don't know. I play a lot of horror games. I do also try to play a bit of variety as well if I could. Horror? Yes, I'm horror. Yeah, hope your stream went well. I've been wanting to try to play Luigi's Mansion. The only problem is that I need the game to the controller. I mean, technically I can emulate it, but I don't know about emulation with like me wanting to try the GameCube controller, you know. I've been wanting to try the GameCube controller.
Enough books, or do you want me to get you some more? One can never have enough books. It's all just pagan stuff. The Sanguinus Itinera is a sacred book.
Am I crazy or was that a whip? Something moved, I think.
Oh god, hello. Oh shit, there's another one. What the fuck? I didn't realize. We definitely dig watching you play Luigi's Mansion. I think Dolphin... I heard Dolphin is good. But because I have... The thing is that I have... whatever it is. What happened to the Alchemist? Oh, the Alchemist is this there. Wait, the Alchemist is there. Wait, hold on.
I heard someone. I'll be right back.
Come back alive. We need you here.
Oh, fuck me, bro.
That wasn't.
First time was up. Get up! I want to get up.
How many people are in here, though? That's my question.
Come on, tell them you put them.
Okay. Hey, go, chef. But yeah, maybe soon. As long as I could find a game and like I could find like some game that could let me play fucking Luigi's Mansion. We'll see. Could I find any other horror games to play? I don't know what else I can recommend. I do have like a lot of horror games that I've actually played and really did like, but I don't know what horror games that I could think of that maybe fits the bill. Luigi's Mansion is one of those games that I probably should play sooner or later as well.
There are the roses. I'm on the right track.
Okay. Let me kill them with these real quick, because I want to. Did.
Someone's attacking us.
Okay, cool. Do you have alcohol? Like one of you guys probably. Oh god. Hello. Okay, wait, hold on. I use this real quick. I'll push you back. Really? Wait, hold on.
Daisy, you're...
There you go. A daisy. Ooh, I see. Okay. Maybe I'll put a Luigi's Mansion on my list if I could find it sooner or later. Oh no, it's blocked.
Move it, blacksmith. There's work waiting for you.
We're really scraping the barrel if Vitaly stoops to catching a beggar like this. How on earth did the
Holy shit, hello.
Imagine
Didn't realize about it.
to get through that
Ellen
thickness.
Hugo.
I can imagine what it will do to your arm.
The hole's no use anymore. They've blocked it up. That whip. What was that? Let's go see.
Yen! Wait. I'm gonna go back and check.
Watch yourself. Hey,
Oh shit.
somebody here. Search thoroughly. Every nook and cranny.
Wow, sure. Oh wait, hold on.
Guys. We'll find you eventually. Just a matter of time.
Hello. Hello. Whoops. Elle and Hugo really have something in common with each other. Elle and Hugo?
How on earth did the rats do that?
Wait, Elle and Hugo.
Imagine the force you need to get through that thickness.
I can imagine what it will do to your arm.
The hole's no...
What was that noise? I'm gonna take a look.
Don't take any risks.
I want to take them.
Well, it was nothing.
Nothing.
Okay, I think through there. I still need to find Wait. I'm going all the way around. Whoops. Hold on. So weird. I'm just going all the way around. Hold on.
I have to get the rats out of the room.
Hold on. Give me a sec. How do I do this then? I can just fucking kill this guy. Just by doing that. I can just do this. If he actually goes in front.
Nothing.
Okay. Can I use this? Oh my god, bro. I was close. I was that close. Is it weird that the combat story and gameplay are similar to The Last of Us? Yeah, that's what someone told me, and I was like, yeah.
Can you imagine what it
It's gonna be like, oh god, I used the wrong fucking thing.
Nothing.
It was gonna be like, Mom, can we have The Last of Us? But we do have The Last of Us. Then The Last of Us at home is just that. Like, this is The Last of Us.
What was that then?
Oh shit, hello. Oh fuck! Hey Gobellos. How's everyone doing? Alright. I don't have Bloodborne. The only reason is because it's a fucking PS4 exclusive. But I have a PS4. The only reason why I don't have it is because I think it's expensive, right? What the fuck? How did you not get hit? Yeah, isn't Bloodborne PS4 exclusive? It's cheap now? How cheap is it right now?
Imagine what it will do to your arm.
The hole's no use anymore. They've blocked it up, can't you see? Going this way. Over there.
Stop!
It's why I haven't played it. Yeah. For me, I do have a PS4. The only reason why is I just, you know, I don't know how much is it, and also I don't really feel like playing it. I got mine for 15 USD. What the fuck? Actually, did you know that like fucking EU prices are more than fucking US prices now? How's the path like? Oh, the path's like shit.
I can't get past. I have to get the rats out of the room.
Oh my god, bro. Okay. I thought a pound dropped. No, the euro dropped. So the euro is actually cheaper now.
Can you imagine what it will do to your arm?
The hole's no use
The
anymore.
euro is actually
Can't you see?
like it costs less or is worth less than the fucking than the US dollar now. It's like it fucking sucks now because it used to be on the other way around. Oh fuck me. Yeah, it used to be on the other way around. What the fuck? Yeah, the euro dropped. The euro dropped like a lot. Like
How on earth did the
like
rats do
it
that?
used to be the USD is below euro. Like I remember like 1 euro is like like 90 US dollars or some shit like that, or 80 US. No, sorry, like 90 cents like 0.9 US dollars or 0.85 US dollars. Now it's like fucking now it's like €1. Yeah, €1 is like $1.05 or 20 or 10 cents. We were 1.1 to 100 yen. Yeah. And everything all fucking changed. I don't even know why. Fucking inflation, man. Fuck inflation, dude.
It's a snapping sound, but that looks like a person, right?
Fucking inflation, dude. Need to take a trip to Euro. I want to be richer. I don't even know what it is right now. It's like 1 USD is equals to 0.9 or something. When it used to be 1 USD is because equals to $1 something cents in like fucking euros. Or 1 euro something. Now it's like 0.9 euros or some shit like that. Swimming millions, true. Praying my landlord keeps forgetting to raise my rent.
I haven't seen any roses for a while. Hope I haven't taken a wrong turn.
There's war energy manipulation going on. Yeah, fucking Russia, man. Bitch ass Russia is doing all the shitty fucking things, man. Fuck Russia, fuck Russia.
This should make things a little easier.
Okay. I like Russia, I don't like Putin. I like Russian, like I have a taste of like Russian emo music. I like them. But fucking Putin is just like, I'm fucking stupid. Do you ever wish that like if ever like a political figure dies, someone gets in and they actually change for the better, you know?
Still no news of our young Hugo de Rune.
Lord Nicholas continues his search.
In which case, the only thing that can help us find the book is the son of a smith.
I thought Russia would go better without Putin.
With your father. Now, you'll open it for us.
We were asked to build that door precisely to keep out scum like you.
I am the Grand Inquisitor Vitalis Benevent. You have no idea how I have suffered. Look what I endure.
Oh shit, the drugs! The copium, bro! They're injecting the copium! Copium injection.
What is your name, boy?
Injecting the Mary Joanna.
I do not wish for Roderick to expire before he has opened this door. Do not commit the same mistake you made with his father. Take it.
Quickly, I mustn't lose them.
Wait, you...
When the Grand Inquisitor talks about saving thy neighbor, you just can't keep your mouth shut. You're going to forget it.
Roderick, looks like we both have problems.
How long can the Episanguis contain the bite?
As long as his fate allows.
You.
There you are.
You. Because no one gives a fuck. Oh man, this guy is dead. I really just have to follow them? Hold on. Wait. I need to pick up stuff in before I get the fuck around here. There we go.
So he's the one who made the door.
Yes, and he'll open it. With the book and the Darun kid, Vitalis can complete the conjuration. Then we'll be saved from the plague. Adignem.
Not Lucan.
Oh, well said.
Move it! Now listen to me. Me and my friends spent some time in the jails of the Bastion, making the heretics talk. You're pretending to be tough now, but believe me.
Reporting for misuse of Twitch chat. I don't see Giga chat. Shut the fuck up. Alright? My chat is the Giga chat. Fuck you talking about, you dumbass? How you doing, Hypnotics? Hope you're doing well.
So, recognize it?
Guys, you are the Giga chats this whole time. Shut the fuck up. Damn, okay. Okay, my Giga chats.
Ruined the floor.
Heavy armor. There has to be a way.
That mosaic took us weeks.
We don't give a shit about your mosaic. Open the bloody
Save
door,
the
or you'll end up
prisoner.
like your old man. I would kill you, you know.
But how
Just as
do
soon as
I...
remember how to open this door.
Don't take too long.
I don't have a pot. Yeah, I don't have a pot. I don't even have... Oh wait, I have sleeping agents. Okay. I have a sleeping agent at least.
Over there.
Oh fuck! Damn it. Okay, hold on.
This for 2 days.
Oh god, I don't even know what to do. Yo, dude. You wanna help out? Bro? Bro, what are you doing? Bro's doing stuff right now. No, continue. You're so lucky I can reach you through the screen. What the fuck are you talking about? What's he doing? Ah! What the fuck happened? Wow, I just got hit by someone.
There has to be a way.
Okay. I could use this, but I also want to use this.
Come on, move it. We need that book.
I wanna just like go up to this guy and just fucking... I can't go up to him at all. I don't think that's a good idea for me to go up to him. I can't even... Hold on. Oh! Wait. There we go.
I've been wanting to do this for 2 days.
Are they gonna come?
I don't know who you are, but thank you.
Oh.
We need to leave. The other guards must have heard that.
What the
What's that
flying
door?
fuck?
A special order. My father's masterpiece.
And do you know how to open it? Because that would be
No,
a
they're
real
gonna
help.
come. They're coming!
It would help us a lot.
It'll take a bit of time.
Carry on. I'll keep them back.
Oh!
But they're still coming, and it looks like a fire has broken out.
Almost there.
What? Oh shit! There we go.
That's it. Hurry up.
The alarm's been sounded. They won't let us go.
I might... Guys, please don't bully me. I might come. Don't bully me, please. I'll come if you bully me.
Hey, do you know where we're going?
Don't think. Run.
One dead end and we're finished. We need to hide!
No, we need to slow them down.
Will that do it?
It'll have to.
Right. We're in the basement. It's a start. Roderick, I need the book.
What on earth is so special about this bloody book?
It could save my little brother. Please.
I don't know where it is. The only thing I know is that they tortured my father to death for it.
Oof.
And I'm gonna kill them.
They killed my parents too.
We might get out of here together.
All right. What about the book?
Just you wait and see. There's lots of them around here.
A lot of books? Hey, Lawson, Marine. Books?
Wow.
Are you
Another
fucking
library.
serious right now?
Underneath the library.
Forbidden books. That's why we bit the door.
So the
Are you doing?
Sanguinary
I'm doing
has
alright.
to be here. All I know is it has a red...
Look! Up there!
Roses. That must be it. I'll have to climb up.
Well, what's in every of these?
Ugh, let's leave that where it is.
Teriyaki? What is this? Wait, hold on. I got this chess piece. Teriyaki. Oh, teriyaki. 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 You found the hentai stash? I probably did found the hentai stash.
Could you help me with this?
All right. Interesting.
The shelves form a path.
That's your route to the book. Easy.
Oh. Hold on.
Help me with this, will you?
I'll do
What does this do? Oh, okay, it just does that. Wait, so I had to get. Wait, hold on.
Could you lend a hand?
Yeah.
So I have to move this thing first. Is it gonna hold? No.
Maybe I spoke too soon. I need to act as a counterbalance. I'll stay over here. Tell me which lever you want me to pull.
All right.
Okay, so
Roderick?
Yeah.
you pull this, go here.
You said you'd act as a counterbalance.
I did. It gave way.
Right. We'll have to be very careful.
Put it here.
Perfect.
Perfect.
By the way, my name's Amicia, and you're Roderick, right?
You know a lot of stuff, Amicia.
Who hired you to do the door?
Monks, of a sort. They didn't talk much. My father designed it. He was the master. I was just the apprentice.
Monks of a sort. Watching over the Sanguinis Itinera. Go on!
All right.
I want to know if there's anything else I can do for that trolley.
Hold on.
Fine for me.
Go on!
Yeah.
Is this trolley supposed to be for... Oh, is it for this?
Move, Amicia. You're in the way.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
No, stop.
Right away.
Okay, I think I know what to do now. Let me jump down here first.
Come on, move!
Hey, don't injure yourself. You want me to?
No, my brother. I owe him this. For all the times I wasn't there for him.
Yeah? Well, you'll have a hard time bringing the book back with a broken arm.
So I need you to do that.
Fine for me. Well, if that ain't love, I don't know what is.
There you go.
Right,
Okay.
let's get this over with.
Okay. That's some decent puzzling. Well, decent puzzling other than fucking Scorn. Cause I still didn't like Scorn's puzzle at all. Do you want me to butcher the pronunciation of that? To tell you that I don't watch the show, nor I know what Evangelion is. Did you know that in the past I actually called it Evangelion? I didn't know how to pronounce that word until people told me it was Evangelion.
Got it. I can barely believe it.
You'd better believe it and get back quickly. They'll be here any second.
Probably spelled it wrong. No, it's Evangelion. Oh, hello!
I know you, Amicia de Rune. We have been watching your family for quite some time now, waiting for the macula in your brother's blood to finish its slumber.
Evangelion. Yeah, like I didn't know how to pronounce Evangelion until like
we have no chance.
Until like recently.
What do you expect to do with that book?
Save my brother.
With your brother.
Evangelion. Evangelion.
I can save the world.
Enough. Come on, this way.
Guards.
Damn, what the fuck?
But no one can escape their own blood.
You seem to know each other well.
He destroyed my life.
I know what that's like.
My life! You ruined my life, Pepe Hands. Was it the fucking ruining lives now?
Ready? It's gonna be hell out there.
Ready as I'll ever be.
Let's go and find the others.
Where the hell are they? We've certainly stirred them up.
Quiet. I can't risk losing this book.
They went this way? Okay.
How did it get so bad so quick?
Heavy armor. We're stuck.
He's looking the other way. I can take him.
You sure?
It'll be my pleasure. Whenever you're ready.
You got it, Frederick.
That's for my father.
Holy shit. Whoa!
Do you do that a lot?
No, but I'm starting to like it.
You just killed a guy.
Right, that's enough. I'm off. You stay here. I'll go and see how they're doing.
So let me know what the hell's going on.
Guy just died immediately, man.
See me coming.
I could distract him.
Do I have a pot? I don't have a pot. Wait, what? How do I distract? Oh!
That noise.
Take care of it.
What was
You're
it?
going to pay.
Cracked his neck, he's dead, bro.
Time soon. Trust me.
Lucas, he has trouble with his eyes sometimes. These might help.
Ooh. What the fuck is... Where the fuck do I go from here? Hold on. Get out! Get out! Bro! Bro, I'm trapped! Bro! Get out! Oh my god, bro. Thank you. Jesus Christ. I'm like, no! Stop. I can't go through a fucking body.
I don't like hanging around doing nothing like this.
One each. All right.
Someone
I'll take the one with the helmet.
Fine. That one's for you.
You're finished.
Perfect.
Nice.
I wouldn't like
to have been on the end of that.
Tell me it leads outside.
It leads outside.
Wow.
Fresh air.
I can smell.
Cool.
Fire. Oh, shit.
Oh no. Fire. Did we?
Fire is spreading. Is the Grand Inquisitor still inside?
How do I know? Go and see, and give the order to evacuate.
This is good.
Dude breaks the neck and you see at night, yeah.
Ah, fucking rats. That's all I need.
The rats, the shield. Oh, we can't touch him, Roderick.
Wait. When they took me to the Bastion to question me, I saw the alchemists making some stuff they call the Extinguish. It puts flames out. I was going to save it for later, but...
It's worth a try.
Just need to aim at the fire.
Damn. Damn, big boy.
Especially for them.
See you later.
All the books are going to burn.
Oops.
It's not your fault. Think about your book.
Yes. We have to get out of here. I have to find Hugo.
I can
Started the fire so they can slip away quietly.
do this real
They're gonna
quick.
be sorry when I catch them.
Huh. Wait, hold on. I think I know what to do. I grab him here. I can't. Fuck. Thought I can try to do that.
We'll head straight for the fire.
It's the only way.
Whoa, what? There you go. What the fuck is Bison Tuesday?
Shit! You're on fire! You're on fire!
Fuck! No! No!
Hey, you alright? Is there anyone still inside?
Ah. Yeah, I thought I'd had it. It's like hell in there.
We're supposed to have reinforcements. What the hell are they doing?
2 guards. We need to get one of them out of the way.
How do I get?
The guard.
Count on me.
What?
Bruh!
Let go of me! Oh, you want to go first? I guess.
Bruh!
Are you alright?
Bruh! Bruh! I didn't mean to do that, man. I just didn't mean to do that. I'm disappointed. What the fuck is Bison?
You're on fire! You're on fire!
Fuck! No! No!
Hey, you alright? Is there anyone still inside?
Oh fuck. I just don't know what the fuck is Bison Tuesday. What the fuck is this? Yeah. I don't think you could show me what Bison Tuesday is.
Yeah, I thought I'd had it.
Dude, they
It's like
block a
hell
lot
in
of
there.
shit in Singapore, man. If it's not an American show, then yeah. If it's not an American thing, then yeah, you're kind of fucked. Prison generator is probably interesting. Blocking Chesia too.
There's a noise over there. I'll go.
Stay alert.
We need him to. Oh. Actually, wouldn't it be a good idea if we go there instead? Yeah, we go here instead. Okay. If I do this. LOL! They're running! They're running! There you go. Cool. It's so weird that he ran towards that side. I was like, yep, that's about it. He's gone now. You don't know Bison Tuesday? I bet Ed can explain that one. I don't really watch Street Fighter. Well, I've never watched a Street Fighter movie.
Yes.
So I don't know about anything
What a
about that.
bloody mess.
I know about the game, but I didn't know anything about the movie.
Oh, what? What are we going to do?
Follow me and look after your book. They're here. Don't worry about them.
Oh Lord!
Oh Lord!
Come on, come on!
What the flying fuck?
Look, it's burning behind.
Short girl talks about her revenge.
What are you doing?
Opening it.
Roderick! Are you alright?
Run! We're nearly there. Straight to the left. Come on, follow me.
Oh! Sounds very familiar to me. Oh! Okay, yeah, I remember. Oh, yeah. Okay. It's fucking what Ek fucking retweets all the time. Okay, now I remembered. Alive. Olivier. Ah, okay. Now I realize what it is. I kind of forgot what it was, and then I was like, wait a minute. Now I remember what it is. Yeah, I got it.
Look, it's her. Amicia!
Hello.
So you succeeded?
Here. Have to warn you, smells a bit burnt.
Why the fuck does he look like the guy from fucking It Takes Two?
But shh.
The Sanguinis Itinera.
What is this book about?
Your fucking veins, you dumb fuck!
It's the story of a little boy who's going to get a lot better now.
Right, I'm starving. Anyone else?
Me?
Come and eat then. I think we deserve it. You too. Coming.
Are you gonna get the Are you gonna get the early release of the DLC, by the way? I feel like you're gonna get the early release of DLC. 3 weeks later? Holy fuck! 3 weeks later and they're not in the fucking whatever it is. We'll see. Interesting.
No, no, no! Bloody hell! That's no good.
Hey, are you alright?
It's nothing. Tell me, this door. Have you ever opened it before?
It's stuck. It's the only place in the chateau we haven't been yet.
Don't you want to see what's behind it?
Well, Hugo is asleep. Let's go take a look.
Oh.
This, at least, I know.
Door stuck! Door stuck!
There you go.
Well, that was efficient.
And almost paid.
Please! About you!
Come on, let's go.
You're genuine dick sucker.
Can you feel that?
No, what?
When you enter a place that has been abandoned for a very long time, there's something in the air.
Yes, dust.
No, the stones. It's like interrupting a conversation. This is the first time I felt it here. That looks dangerous. Let's avoid it for now. Another door. Shall we continue?
Of course.
Let's see where this leads us. Oh, the courtyard.
A workbench.
It's a shortcut.
Workbench just for me.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Where the fuck did he go? Yeah, where the fuck did he go? This way? Yeah, I think he went this way. Oh, they did the fucking grape surgery, yeah. They did the whole surgery on a grape. Fucking great.
I'm coming.
Holy shit, look at that. Look at that pit! What the fuck? That was like fucking full of rats the other time. Holy shit. Now it's full of my fucking abyss, like the abyss of my fucking asshole. That's how it looks like, man. Capcom creator merch yesterday. That's good. See, the whole reason why I can't join is because, one, it's a US kind of thing. Two, I fucking live in Singapore.
Strangely familiar.
Which is
It includes the
your
symbols of
brother.
pillars. This castle has things to tell us, huh?
And what is it
I said
telling
go
us
see
then?
you, Dr.
I
True.
don't understand
Get out of Singapore, Copium.
just think we'd
I
be
told,
fine.
like, one of my friends saying that. Wait, hold on.
It's Hugo! Oh no.
What the fuck?
I'm coming!
Need me?
I'll call you. Come on.
I told one of my friends that I feel like I probably would move to America just to have a
here,
better,
Lucas.
like, a better
Quickly, Hugo. Please.
job opportunity, but then I don't know how the job opportunity is gonna be like, because I said
It's
that I
getting worse
probably
and
would
worse.
want to try to if I would want to, I probably would want to sign up for like as a GDQ staff or something like that, but you know, or like a GDQ showrunner, because I think it would be better for me to actually live in the US and then do like the GDQ showcase or the GDQ hotfixes and stuff like that. I'll go to anywhere as long as I could work for like GDQ, I guess. But then again, I don't know. It's gonna suck, that's for sure, for a foreigner with no degree, but like something in my expertise would be better, you know. Something in Singapore is kind of hard, other than like if you were to work for like F&B, which is like food and beverages, which I don't know, maybe, but we'll see.
The macula is progressing too fast.
I realize that, Amicia. I'm doing my best. I mean, I'm
Get a
trying
green
to do
card
what
in
the
the
book
US without
says,
higher.
but it's
True.
going to take too long.
But it is what
I
it
need
is
a
as
proper
well. That's why
laboratory.
I was
Like
thinking about it,
Lorenzo's
but I was
had?
like, nah.
No.
I don't think so.
One with better equipment. Well, perhaps my mother at my home.
She must have had some equipment there. You're right. It's
It's
worth a
not
try.
simple. It's not fucking simple at all. It's super fucking complicated and hard, and I don't want to go through it.
Amicia, Lucas.
Like it's already complicated and hard enough to actually do what the jobs are. It's fucking nope. Can't do that shit. He's about to die, bro.
Leave your twins
You
about.
can actually get dual citizenship.
You found him.
You just had to seek asylum. Yes.
Dead and alive.
You just had to seek asylum.
Amicia, we came because, well,
Yes.
Arthur, you tell her.
After our little adventure.
Dude, we had one dude, and then the dude literally went to fucking jail for pedophilia. Yeah. The dude was like, I'm gonna talk shit about my government. And I'm gonna tell my government is a fucking shithead. And then all of a sudden he went to jail. He seek asylum in the US. And then he fucking WhatsApp a fucking, how old? 16-year-old girl. And then he became a fucking pedophile, and then he's now in jail. He's still in jail.
With your heretic burning friend.
He's now in jail.
In an Inquisition cell. One day I saw the guards accompany a prisoner who looked the worse for wear.
Yes, it's him.
Those bastards wanted her to tell them where her son
You know the
was,
weird
so-
thing about you know the weird thing about Amos Yee? I used to look up to him. I used to look up to that guy because he was so like smart. But then afterwards he became like political about a lot of stuff, and then afterwards it was like and then afterwards now he became like a pedophile, and then yep. He even mentioned about like the whole, hey, I think under like children who are under 18 can have sex if they have like consent or some shit like that, or like will do can do like pornography or like whatever. It's so fucking weird. Go look him up. It's fucking ridiculous on what his fucking accusations are like.
And I heard her name. Beatrice Darun.
Mother is alive? She's alive? You managed to get Arthur out? It wasn't simple. Believe me. So you could...
Forget it. I was nothing. She's too important to the Grand Inquisitor.
No, it's even under. It's even like you saying like, oh, even if a baby has consent, they can have sex. That's what his mentality was all about. Like he mentioned about it. He mentioned about it. Like he said like, oh, if a baby can give consent, then they can have sex as well. I'm like, what? It was like the most what the fuck moment I've ever heard.
Anything of this.
Yeah. It was the most what the fuck moment I've ever heard.
What will we say when he wants to see her? Tell him nothing, alright?
What the fuck? Dude, he's a...
Oh no! Hugo! Hugo!
Oh shit! Oh shit!
The next threshold. It's coming.
We have to go at once. To my home. Now! You go. We'll stay here with him. It will be alright, my little brother. I swear. This time we will heal you.
Alright. I'll get the Sanguinis Itinera and some potions, and then we'll leave.
We will heal you this time, Copium. True. But yeah, it was kind of like the most stupidest fucking the most stupidest fucking
We're here.
argument I've ever heard from Amos Yee.
Amicia, you're going to build...
He went from being political to being a fucking nut job.
Let's go. I never thought I'd come back here. Not so soon.
We find the potions and we leave. You might even get home before sunrise.
Fine by me. Look, the standard of the Inquisition.
Are they still there?
Let's be careful. Don't fall. Don't fall. What the hell is that? Look out, Lucas. What the...
Dude, it's a fucking circle pit!
I don't know.
Yo! They do the whole, like, whatever it is. They do the whole rock anthem shit, like... You know, like a circle pit in the fucking, like, concert? This is what it looks like. They do the whole, like, fucking, like, metal rock. It's like... And, like, circle pit right there.
Lucas, we'll deal with that.
Proper metal circle pit, yes, man. Fuck.
They don't want us to pass.
Ah, there are so many of them. When Hugo and I ran away, I remember something attacked the guards. I think it's thanks to the rats that we were able to escape that day.
I see. This must be one of the first places they came from. But it doesn't explain their behavior.
I like that meat.
They're not welcome here. I'll show them. This
Fuck
is
off,
my
rats.
home. Do you hear me? My home.
This is my home! My home, you fucking rats!
More rats. The domain is straight ahead.
Oh shit, wait, hold on.
There, a door.
Closed. There's a chain on the other side.
Chain on the other
the lantern.
side?
They must have used it to get their troops through.
Good idea. I'll have a clear shot.
You can go back down. Tell me when you're ready.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. I watched that. I like it. Wait, where am I supposed to go?
I'm there. Here we go. You can move.
Wait, what? Oh. Oh, you're moving this thing. I see.
Keep it on me, alright?
We can't make it here without you. That system works really well.
I'm ready.
Don't forget me.
Oh shit, I fucking... I'm on the wrong one.
Lucas, we're not alone.
Oh. A guard. He's still alive.
Someone, help me. The rats.
You, tell me, how many of you are there?
Oh, it hurts. I don't want to die. Not like this.
Like this? You executed my family. You deserve a painful death.
Please, have mercy.
Don't you ever use that word.
Oh shit! Don't you ever use that word.
Anything useful out of him.
Who the hell are you?
The daughter of Robert and Beatrice de Roux.
Oh, no. Please. Please have mercy.
Shut up. I'm leaving you to your fate.
What? How did you? Oh, it's because it's on light. Ooh, that's why. Whoops. Where do I go? I go to that door, I guess.
You could have killed them. They're already dead, and I already have enough blood on my hands.
Oh my god. Is this real?
Whoa! Look at how fucked this shit
body over
No.
is.
No, please.
Amicia, we can stop. Find another way.
No, I have to see.
Those poor people, nah, they deserve to die because, you know, it's from the Inquisition, and the Inquisition are people who just fucking kill anyone.
Is he your father?
Not the video game people. Oh.
What are they doing?
Yo, it's a tornado! What the flying fuck? Huh?
Oh no, the hell is that? Lucas! I have no idea. Push them back! Leave me first! Who right?
What the flying fuck?
There are more of them! Lucas, what do we do? We're trapped! Keep firing!
What the flying fuck is happening? Dude, what a fucking tornado, man. There's discussion here, back off. Okay, fine.
You prefer to stay here?
I'm just looking at this tornado! What the fuck? There's more tornadoes, holy shit, what the fuck?
Wow. Is it over?
I think so. You saved our lives.
We'll celebrate later. We need to get to the chamber.
Dude, it's the fucking rat tornado, holy shit. I'm scared about a rat tornado, man.
Worry. I'll lead the way.
Thank you.
Get out of here, rat tornado. Sharknado.
Father! They took his body.
Oh my god, the rats took the body, dude. The rats took the body.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Amicia.
Please let him rest in peace.
Give me that shit. Give me that Episanguis. Damn, look at all them rats, bro. All them rap jammers, man. Rat jam, rat jam. Look, all them rat jam.
They're avoiding them. What on earth is going on here?
You avoid them? Interesting.
Here we are. It's up there.
Sexist rats. They avoided the only fucking dead woman. Like, yucks. Women, yucks. And then they just avoid them. Like, what the fuck?
Whoa, look out.
They're all converging here.
They're going towards his room. The potions for Hugo must be in there. Lucas, those pots?
Simple infusions. Not strong enough.
There must be others.
So, this is it?
Yes, it's Hugo's room.
Huh? It's still pristine. It's so fucking pristine.
Yeah, there are other pots.
What the fuck?
Everything's like it was before.
No, that's not it. Neither's this. No,
Lucas.
or this.
Why hasn't his room been touched?
No, it's not here.
Still no luck?
No, these are normal standard potions. Your mother must have been working on a more complex elixir. There has to be something else. Another place, another room.
Did I know?
Damn, the 5-hit elixirs, man.
She must have a laboratory somewhere.
Yo, you're just a 4-hit. My mom's a 5-hit.
Laurentius, he built his laboratory away from prying eyes. So your mother must have also.
She told me nothing. I never saw her.
But that's it. Isn't there a place where she didn't want you to go? I don't know. Some place she protected.
The old Roman ruins. She didn't want me to go there.
The Roman ruins? Yes, definitely an idea from an alchemist. Exactly where are they?
The garden. Let's go.
Look above it. Okay, what's next? Leave the house.
Have they gone? No, they're regrouping.
What the fuck?
Lucas, don't stay here.
Oh shit, the tornado's back! Holy fuck! Run!
To the right. Come on. Yes, I'm coming. There are more. I'll light the room. You deal with the rest.
What the fuck? The tornadoes, bro!
Away, Amicia. We need to go.
Look at that one rat. Rat jam, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Rat jam. Yo, dude, you rat jamming, bro. Let's go. You got your friend right there. Dude, oh god, he got more frames for that rat jam. Oh, you doing that in here? Rat jam. Okay. Let's get out of here. Hope you're doing well with the enemy here. Dude, they rat jamming, bro.
Get a move on. They might come back.
I'm scared out of my skin, Amicia.
I'm here with you, but we have to keep moving.
Bad rats. Hey, Jared.
Good lord, it's even worse than I thought. Everything is dead. Over there, at the other end. I know. We'll get there. A flower. Intact. Hugo wouldn't have wanted us to leave
Sink
it here.
foil. Sink foil. Alright, rat jammers, you ready? Ready, rat jammers?
Run. Go!
Ah! What? Do I really have to move somewhere else? Oh! Well, I'm stupid. There's that. And there's this thing. Cool. What do you mean you can't come? What the fuck happened to you? Okay, that one's on me. That one's on me because I didn't know what the fuck was happening. That's how I wasted like a few of my fucking stuff.
Off we go. Get ready to run. Ready. Come on, go! Come on, come on! Don't fish! Thanks for the help! It's alright.
I don't believe it. Look at them. Like a river. A river of rats.
It's the only way to get to the baths.
Wait, the cart. We can relight the fire and push it in.
No, I'll light it and you push it.
What? All by myself?
You saw what happened earlier. You think they're just going to let us pass like that?
All right. All right. But get your ammunition ready, because we haven't done all this for nothing.
Hold on.
Come on.
I'll go this way first. Okay.
Breathe.
Hello?
Come on, make an effort.
What the fuck? What do you mean I can't go in there? What the flying fuck? Fine. I was like, why? Why can't I go there? Yo! Yo, dude! Hold on, you fucking idiot! Oh my god. Oh my god, he went ahead. Motherfucker went ahead.
It's alright.
Hold on.
I don't believe it.
You suck as fuck. What the fuck does that mean?
A river of rats.
It's the only way.
Motherfucker went ahead. I was like, what the fuck? Why?
Relight the fire and push it in.
No, I'll light it and you.
No!
Okay, hold on. Okay. I want to go here. I want to go here real quick. Okay. Let's work on our shit real quick. There.
Not bad.
Wasted a bomb for
Not bad at
this.
all.
Well, I want to. Hold on. Oh shit. Oh shit. That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Well, I do have more stuff.
It's
Hold on.
alright. I don't believe it. Look at them. Like a river. A river of rats.
It's the only way to get to the baths.
Wait, the cart. We can finish it. Finish it.
Okay, let me actually make again. And then light this up on fire. Turn this to here. Okay. Get the fuck out of the way, you little boy. I wanna make my shit, alright? I'll make my shit. I'm gonna make my shit right now.
That looks a lot better.
Alright, made my shit. That's right.
Come on, Lucas, let's go.
Wooby wooby.
As I move.
Breathe. It's really heavy.
Come on, make an effort.
Yo! Yo! You're a man!
In a cellar.
Look, you're a man! Push it!
You feel it?
Yes, yes, they're coming.
Don't let them get back.
Listen, if you want to take my sling.
Show your boobs. True.
I'll handle it.
What the fuck? What a tornado, bro. Look at him, tornado, man.
I don't want to die. Stop pushing it, God. You are not going to die, Lucas. Nobody dies before we reach those bars. It's as if it was decided that
Final boss is so bitch.
our lives isn't governed by chaos.
But I'm the one with the sling, so calm down and push.
You calm the fuck down, you fucking boy.
Going back. Quickly! That's enough. You will not stop us. How are you doing?
My legs, they hurt.
We're getting close. Keep going.
I'm doing everything I can.
I think it can happen in the cave as well. I'm not too sure.
We're nearly there, Lucas.
Everything is easier. I think
I'm just getting moved by him. Thanks a lot.
What, Lucas?
all these attacks.
Now's not a good time.
It's because we're
On the right track, yes, but we still need to survive until the end. We made it, Lucas. We made it.
There's a guy there.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucas. You see, you're pretty tough.
Yes,
Yeah, you're pretty tough, Lucas.
Oh, come on.
Oh my
I don't
god.
have another hit on
Thank
there.
you, Lucas.
Do you?
Oh no.
You did a splendid job, Lucas.
Lucas, this is it. This is where I saw my
Hello, mama. This is what I've been doing labor without seeing
She's
tits.
still alive, didn't he?
Yes.
She's 15.
This is poor
Wait,
Lara.
how old is the kid, by
He
the
must
way?
have taken the hit instead of her. She is still alive.
How old is this fucking child?
But they...
I know. Think of your brother. We have to carry on.
She's 15, but she's a lot younger, so that's fine. What the fuck does that mean?
Because we're going to need your memories.
What the flying fuck does that mean?
to come down here. She said it was dangerous.
Dangerous for her, I guess. You never found anything?
No, and I was really good at searching.
There are two of us this time, and you're not a child anymore. We'll find it.
Help me push.
All right.
Oh shit. Where'd I push this to? Wait, hold on. What? Wait. Push them out? Double standards? Oh my god, bro. Hold on.
Rats, Amicia. If you block them on the other side of the light, you'll be free to continue.
Okay, I guess so. Wait, hold on. There we go.
Come on, help me.
Very well.
Don't use bombs. I would have used bombs, man. Oh god. Oh shit! Never mind. You know what? Whatever. Whatever. Doesn't really matter.
So this is the Sudatorium.
Should have used my bombs, man. I should have used my bombs. What are you talking about?
Yes. It was. Oh, look! The sculptures!
What?
What?
Chemical animals, putrefaction, purification, amalgamation, and sublimation. The symbol in the basin represents putrefaction as well.
These symbols used to fascinate me. There are more in the other 2 basins.
3 symbols, 4 sculptures. There's a fire under that one.
So we can probably light the others too.
There must be a way to get to them.
Lucas, another fresco. A pregnant woman.
But that's not all. Look, next to her.
It's some sort of alembic, right? She's an alchemist?
Exactly.
Oh,
Alchemy is
pregnant!
only compared to impregnation, and the crucible or kiln to the uterus.
Kiln to the uterus!
Just a pregnant alchemist.
Not just. This temple is your mother's.
Huh?
And it's not just a coincidence that this is a woman. It's an important place.
You're probably right.
Okay.
The lion. Oh, Leon. My
Oh,
darling
Leon.
dog.
Leon.
I hope you're... The snake. It gave me a few nightmares, that one. The toad. As ugly as ever.
Okay.
The swan. Imposing and graceful.
So...
There, near the symbol. The slabs have caved in. I think you can get past.
I'll go down. Stay here.
All right.
What? So I go down? Whoa.
Great.
Hey, what does it look like down there?
A nest. They're all around me, and I can't see a thing. Right, let's go.
I'll try to guide you.
And how do you intend to do that?
The light. I'll wait close to the basin. Good luck.
Okay.
Hey, I can't see you anymore. Come back.
All right.
Okay. Said to get lumbering. Alright, have a good one, Gorchat. Take care of yourself.
You're not far from a symbol.
All right, I'll carry on. Can you see anything?
Yes. It's purification. There's still one more symbol to light up. Look at the medium symbol. Keep going.
Going as fast as I can.
The symbol has appeared. It's sublimation. Always in the list. You can come back now.
Oh, I
have
can
to get
come
out
back.
Of here.
You're
Oh.
nearly there now.
Thank you, Lucas. Keep talking to me.
I don't know what to say. I never thought you would make it so far.
Wait, hold on. No mods here. I forgot about that. There we go. Fuck off. Hey, Olin. I keep wanting to call you Retro. What's with the name change, by the
But
way?
reality is something else entirely, huh?
Like, what's the lore of the name
None
change?
of this seems to be real at all.
Hope you're doing well, Aelin. I guess this way then.
Decomposition, purification, and sublimation. Toad, swan, and serpent. So
our friend the lion is hiding a secret.
De Leon! De Leon! Give us the sign, Leon!
Perhaps help us, Mother.
Go on. You discovered her
Not that
secret.
side, we're getting confused.
You've earned this.
Calling your name, other Retro. Ooh. Fey Mouse? Yes, Fey Mouse. Fey Mouse! Wanna become Fey Mouse.
It's pitch black in here. It seems huge.
Save your ammo. I'll take it. There you go.
Oh.
So, what do you see?
Complementary products, stabilizers, reagents, noble materials, vastly superior to what we saw in the
Fey
box.
Mouse
This is
can be
it.
cute, true.
Good.
Light this shit up.
Amicia, it's not handwritten by your mother. Tried a new transformation, but the elixir is incomplete. The torch of the carrier disappears.
Fat rats, fat rats.
She was on the right track, Amicia.
Rat jam.
What we're looking for is definitely here somewhere.
But where? What does it look like?
Over there. It looks like there's... Is it a family tree? Another fresco.
A child in the
It looks like
mother.
these nuts.
But these marks on its torso, Lucas.
The prima macula.
But this fresco is at least 8 centuries old.
And yet this has happened before.
But how many times?
Who knows? Sanguinis itinera. The voyages of the blood. The macula travels through history. It's already changed the world and will do so again. This box has a phoenix on it. The symbol of the great alchemical work. Amicia, I think we found it. Open it.
All right.
Boring! Let's just open this fucking thing, bro. Oh, hell yeah! That's the one from fucking Call of Duty.
Crystallization. Blue-green edging. Substance clear.
It's up with the Baja Blast, dude. Ooh, it smells like a Baja Blast.
What?
Lucas?
Amber fragrance. Amazing.
Spit it out. What on earth is it?
The cure for Hugo. She was making progress, but she didn't have time to finish it.
You mean the same cure that you...
Yes, without the book. It's incredible she was able to get this so far.
So perhaps we can use it ourselves.
How does Lucas know this? He was taught by some guy named Laurentius, and then Laurentius fucking died in a house of fire because we were clumsy enough to burn the house on fire.
Why didn't she tell me? I would have understood. I would have... Ow!
You fucking idiot!
I would have done the same thing.
Okay,
okay.
okay.
She's an alchemist.
Okay.
You know,
I thought he actually
protects our
broke the
children,
fucking
doesn't
potion. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god, rat jams are here. Rat jammers.
No, not now. How are we going to get out of here?
Forget it. Just finish the cure. I'll hold them back.
Are you fucking serious?
I don't believe it. Why now? Lucas, we have to get a move on.
I'm reading. Your mother stopped at the sun door. She found the torch, but she didn't know how to light it.
It doesn't make sense.
They're symbols. She was looking for the missing element, but the book says you must empty the vessel for the spirit to fill it. Your mother was mistaken. We must not.
It would have been hilarious if he did waste the potion. Yeah,
Find me some
man.
macerate while I prepare the mix. There has to be some around here.
Macerate? What's that? Where will I find it?
In the pharmacopoeia. The alcove with the curtain.
On my way.
Quieten down.
Is this the curtain? Okay. It looks like a fucking curtain.
There are too many pots, Lucas. I don't know which ones are which.
Find the one that really stinks.
Everything stinks.
Bro!
My nose will be able to tell the difference. Oh, oh Lord. Oh, that is absolute. Oh. Look, they're coming back. They're regrouping.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! The tornado's back! Bro!
I'm coming.
The tornado! What the fuck? Oh wait, okay, I can make a fucking line right here.
Put it there. Right. Let's awaken this phoenix. Gently. Stop
Smell through
moving.
the screen.
No time to escape.
Like, oh yeah, that's how it smells like, bro. Damn, bro, that's some smelly shit. Oh hell yeah.
You said you had to filter something out. So why are you still adding things?
You have to add in order to subtract. The bridge, here, Amicia. You have to clear a way to the stills for me.
All right then, let's get to those stills.
Are you fucking serious?
Oh no, they don't.
Okay, where do you want to go? Whoa, he. Okay, cool.
They know what's going on, but they won't change the course of history. Time to get back to work.
Oh, Lucas, don't do anything stupid.
I know what I'm doing. I think so. At any rate.
Who decided one brazier was enough for this area? I don't know. There's like way too many fucking braziers, man. Oh god! The tornado is here! Holy shit! Holy shit, bro!
Truth will flow out of the mouth. Come on. Give me your purest alcohol. Voila! The door of the sun.
The purest alcohol, bro!
Amicia, take me back. Right away.
One chip challenge, wanna do it? No, I'm not gonna do anything spicy. Dude, they fucking disintegrate. Holy shit. I got 2 chips. Asuka, what? The flying fuck? Bro. Where's the other one? Oh my god! The tornado is coming!
Lucas, I have nothing left. Lucas! What? What's happening?
Oh shit.
I've done it, and it looks like they know.
Well,
oh shit, he's the rat whisperer!
Then please, after you.
He's the rat whisperer, man! Oh shit. I control the rats now. Rat god, I am the rat god. I control all the rats. That makes me a rat furry.
We did it.
Laurentius would be proud of you. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Being a god of rats is pretty fucking powerful. It is pretty fucking powerful. Look at that.
That means there's a link to the carrier.
Yes, but first things first.
Look at that Baja
We have to
Blast.
save Hugo.
Look at that Baja Blast. Dude, I'm only here to I'm only here for the Baja Blast, alright? Alright? I'm only here for the fucking Baja Blast. No one gives a fuck about rats. I just want to taste the Baja Blast.
It's them. It's them.
They're here. Keep saying that. Have you ever tried a Baja Blast before?
Our trainee alchemist has
The
worked
Baja
with us.
Blast is the
We have
purest
Elixir.
of the purest.
I always knew you were good.
Ratatouille.
Come on, let's go see Hugo.
Funny enough, like, we don't have fucking Taco Bell here. We used to have Taco Bell, and then afterwards they took it away, and now we don't have Taco Bell anymore. I can't even tell you what I don't even know what a Baja Blast is.
Hugo, you're not sleeping? Hey, look, we did it. The elixir. Lucas made it.
He can't talk.
Hugo,
He can't talk,
Might
man.
be a little bitter.
never mind.
Just
Drink it in
angel
one gulp.
semen. What the fuck, angel semen?
Very good.
So, am I cured now?
Well,
in any case, you'll soon be a lot better.
Amicia? Will we never see Mommy again?
Oh, Hugo, I told you, she won't be coming back.
I will be your mommy now, alright? Call me mommy.
And it doesn't hurt where she is?
No, of course not. Let's all go to bed now, eh? And tomorrow,
Hey, Veolu.
when you wake up, you'll feel a lot better. You'll see.
Dude, I'm your mommy now. I take care of you. You shall call me mommy. Penance. Boop, mommy, sorry, oops, sorry, mommy. The fuck does that that mean? Bro, mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry.
Amicia, you won't believe it. Roderick beats Arthur at the sling.
That's not true. He was in front of the line.
You're just rubbish.
You two are arguing again.
Ugh. If you don't play by the rules...
You're gonna tell me
Hugo!
about rules.
I keep telling Have you seen Hugo?
Oh shit. Hugo's gone.
Hugo! Hugo!
Hugo!
Oh no.
Hugo.
He's
This is all your fault. What?
gone.
Didn't do anything. Trying to bring in the Hugo Tyrant. Yeah. What the fuck, guys? What the fuck? The Hugo Tyrant? Yo, the Hugo X.
Hugo! Answer!
Dude, if he turns into a fucking rat right now, I swear to fucking God, he's gonna be like, yo, I'm the rat god. I control the rats now by drinking this Baja Blast. I drank the Baja Blast, and now I'm the rat god. Summon the rats with my tornadoes and whatever it is. No, I've never played this game before. I don't know how this game is like.
Can he have gone? Think, Amicia. Think.
Wait, is it actually? Oh no.
Is that a village?
He actually becomes a rat god? Oh shit, bro. Oh shit, I'm gonna see that for myself right now. Yo, Raha rats.
Come through here? Please!
Oh, Amicia. Are you feeling better? How is the little one?
Clavi? Is that you? Have you seen Hugo?
Did you shout at him again?
No, absolutely not.
Times are hard enough already without you two arguing.
But we weren't arguing anymore.
Amicia, a child never runs away without a reason.
Open the door. I'm going to find him.
All right, but be careful.
All right. Holy shit! Sheesh! Damn all them pigs, bro. I can eat all the fucking pork I want.
Come with me.
Laurentius?
Holy shit, he was still alive!
Where is Hugo?
He's gone.
Holy shit, this fucking guy is still alive.
I knew this would happen.
I did take care of him.
Then why did he leave?
I don't know. I
got burned in the fucking fire. What the fuck?
Even horrible things.
It is easy to spill blood, but to love, to protect.
I'm going to find him.
Then go, and pray there is still time.
How do I go?
I hear a noise outside.
Hugo.
Mommy?
That's him.
What the fuck, mommy? Hello?
Mother?
Amicia, come here.
Hey, yo, what?
Your brother's here.
How is he?
If he's back, it's because he's
Yo,
not very
what?
well.
But I did everything.
You hid the truth
Do you
from
remember
him.
the pot you
But
sniffed? That's the
His
side
emotions,
effect.
Amicia. I warned you.
The pot
Let
I
me see
sniffed?
him.
He doesn't want to see you.
Who are you talking
You mean the
to, Mommy?
smelly shit?
I have to see him.
He doesn't need you anymore.
That's a lie.
The stinky pot. Yeah,
Go
is it the
ahead.
smelliest? The
See for
fucking
yourself.
whatever fucking jar shit? This is a jar. Hello, are you the fucking Baja
Hugo,
Blast guy?
Are you alright?
No.
What's the matter? Why did you leave?
Why didn't you tell me
Caboose.
when you were alive?
It was for your own good, Hugo.
Shit, it's
That's
my
not true.
hallucination,
You didn't
man.
want me to know.
Don't say that.
You're jealous. Jealous. Let go of me.
Hugo, no!
Whoa! Damn, bro. Damn, bro. Let go of me. I wasn't even fucking
Where
like
are
touching you, you dumb fuck. Dude, dumb fuck. Are you serious? Wait, hold on.
It's him. Hugo.
Hello.
He's there.
Domestic abuse.
Stop shouting! Where's your sister, eh?
I don't know.
Oh shit, hello. There we go.
Amicia.
I'm here. Everything's alright, Hugo. It's over. Hey, are you alright? They didn't hurt you, did they?
No.
But why did you go off like that?
I heard Mummy. She was calling me.
It must have been a nightmare, that's all.
I really thought it was her. She was in pain, and
Hello,
she can't
horses.
feel pain where she is now. We talked about this.
But
she's gone, Hugo. You have to accept it.
Walk to straight
Let's go back.
hallucinate. I don't know.
Alright.
We must get back to the castle.
Mummy! Amicia, it's Mummy!
What?
It's coming from over there. We have to go.
The fuck?
You're not going.
But why? Let go of me.
Hugo!
Oh my god, what a fucking idiot. Dude, you're such a fucking idiot, bro. Oh my god, this fucking kid. Bro, get back here right now. I'll smack that fucking ass right now.
No, Hugo!
Dude.
There, she's
Dude.
in there.
I'm gonna be the blackest of the blackest person. I'm gonna smack that ass. Come back here right now. Come back here. Come back here, little kid. I'll grab you right now.
Where are you? It's not
Fuck!
Hugo. Mummy, I can't see you.
No, no.
Them, what them hands do? What them hands do? Cut your losses, let him die. Fake, yes.
And I'll kill you.
Tackle him, tackle.
I'll kill all of you.
Whoa. Hello, rat jam. Yo, the rat jam.
No, Nicholas! Don't touch him! No! Hugo! Run! Get away from me!
There is no one there.
Damn, them rats, bro.
Let's go.
What the fuck?
Hugo! Hugo, no! No! They're going to...
Wow. What if you ate a bunch of mushrooms? Interesting. Blood ties.
It is done.
Can I go and see my mother now?
Only the Grand Inquisitor may say.
But you told me.
My words are of no importance. Only those of the Grand Inquisitor. But be sure, you are very precious to him indeed.
Wait. Hey, yo, rat. Hey, yo. Hey, yo, rat. Oh no, he lied to a child. Yeah. Oh shit. I'm not the boy now. Fuck. I don't want to play as the boy. I don't give a fuck if you hurt mommy. I feel like you fucking hurt like bullshit. Bro, no one gives a fuck when you hear mommy, man. Oh shit. Rat jam. Hey yo guys. Oh shit.
Stop.
The rat god. I'm the rat god right now. Where come on. Show me them rats right now. Show me them rats. Come on.
4 nights in a row I've been on Episanguis duty. When's it gonna end, eh?
Soon. The hour of the conjuration approaches. But think of Vitalis. Your ordeal is nothing compared to his.
What's that?
Uh oh, fuck me. I'm dead. Haha. Oh shit! He doesn't see me! Yo, I'm a pole, bitch! I'm a fucking pole. Can't see me, right? What that helmet do?
I need to calm
Yeah, what
down.
that helmet do? You have to you fear me, alright? You're gonna fear me soon. Alright, motherfucker, you're gonna fear me soon. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Wait. Oh shit. Hugo has been detected. Okay. Find Beatrice. Okay, I had to find a mommy.
When's it gonna end?
I guess potentially that.
The hour of the conjuration approaches. But think of Vitalis. Your ordeal is nothing compared to his.
Dude, that helmet doesn't do anything, man. But here's the question, where do I go? Like from here, where do I go? Never mind, I found my way. I found my way! Tell everybody I'm on my way. I'm loving every second. Take.
By breaking you, I clear your way. The way to the blood of the chosen one.
Oh fuck, hello.
Medicus, how has today's refining gone?
Come on, Joe, use your plague powers, become a rat.
The mass overall episanguis is decreasing. Our
I can't,
harvesters are
man.
being decimated by the rats.
Do your best. The life of the Grand Inquisitor depends on the quality of the
Ayo, upskirt. Ayo, upskirt. I need the rats, man. Couldn't do anything without the rats, man. I want my rat jam, rat jam.
The body of the Grand Inquisitor is overwhelmed by the blight. I
Oh,
fear
fuck.
it will now
Oh.
attack his mind.
Don't worry.
Sequel gonna release. No, the sequel already released. Already got released. Oh wait, should I go this way? Fuck Geodis. I'm not gonna play the sequel until like God knows how many fucking years later, honestly.
It will soon be necessary to change the filters and scrape the tanks.
£20. We have almost reached the objective.
I hope so, because that's all we'll be able to produce. It is already a miracle that Vitalis' body can take such quantities of episanguis.
His faith protects him. It protects us all.
Afraid, not afraid. Calling the city during the conjuration. You on the list?
Yeah, I'll be on the square in front of the cathedral.
Oh, so you'll be right next to the Grand Inquisitor when he frees us.
Spooktober
And I'll be stuck
2077.
here.
Yes.
We'll all meet again after the end of the bite. It's going to be quite a party.
Be brave.
Damn, what a fucking maze. Poop Killer 5.
Well done. Nobody saw me. Like Melly.
What the flying fuck was that?
Blind from this, I know I am. Damn it.
Yeah, it just came out. And I'd say I'm probably not gonna play until like years later. I don't even know when. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Yeah, that's right. Tunnel vision, my fucking asshole, bro.
That's enough. I demand to see Vitalis now.
The Grand Inquisitor is very busy.
Busy? I am the Archbishop. I represent the Pope.
Monseigneur, the mission of the Grand Inquisitor is sacred.
His mission was...
Oh fuck! Holy fuck!
Shut up.
Okay, that actually scared the shit out of me.
Where are you?
Him
Mama! Mama! Mommy! Mama! Oh fuck, hello.
Oh, well, let's go and see.
Bruh. Bruh, copium.
Nothing.
Hey, Shy.
Time to move on.
Oh my god, hello. Fuck! Why did that guy turn so fucking behind? I mean, so fucking quick. Why do you take 5 hours to make a salad?
Magister, the text clearly mentions the ascension.
What?
Oh shit,
Yeah.
hello.
Let's go take a closer look.
How do you take 5 hours to make a salad? Do you just buy the ingredients?
Oh well.
Crush the vegetables. Okay, cool. No, I was like thinking like maybe because you cut the vegetables, that's why.
Freeing the country from the bite. The Grand
That could be like a fucking
Inquisitor
explanation on
gained the
why
adoration of the people, and
you
with
probably
it,
like
unprecedented
did it way
political
too
power.
fucking
Archbishop
long.
The Pope's court is worried, and so they should be.
No matter.
Serves them right for not intervening earlier.
Can I go with rusty spoon? Jesus. It's not doing fried rice because you burned it. Dude, burnt fried rice tastes good, alright? Get that charred fucking goodness. Not the fried rice.
The prima macula. On the cusp of the first threshold.
Not like burnt good. Ew.
Or walks beside the one who tames it.
Charcoal.
Master or slave. Order or chaos.
Trista
Oh, shit,
Rune's
hello.
research texts are all coded.
Let's go and take a look.
I give up. I have some good news.
Oops. Fuck. Hope the end game, the 5 hour salad.
There's something there, I'm sure of it. Let's go and check.
I have some good news.
They finally moved her to the... There. What was that? Let's go take a look.
What? Beatrice de Rune's research texts are all coded. I give up.
I have some good news. They finally moved her to the basement. Huh?
Hi. Can I go through?
More shadows.
Can I can I go through? Do you want me to go through? Thank you.
Amicia, I found Mummy.
I didn't. I don't know what happened there, but sure. It worked out.
She's in the basement, they said. I have to keep going down.
Basement? Are you fucking out of your mind, bro? Where's the fucking basement, bro? You're so close to obtaining the rat jam. Hey, yo, rat jam. Let's go, rat jam, rat jam. What you gonna do? Shit.
Grand Inquisitor, the Archbishop has arrived.
Perfect. Bring him in.
Vitalis.
Monseigneur Gautier, I trust your journey went well.
Just spare me your niceties. We grow tired of your little games.
Yo, spare me your nice titties.
Can a game change the future of the world?
Listen to yourself. You have completely lost your mind. And all this is...
If I may, it's important. We have the blood of Hugo de Rune. Have you tested it? Yes. Alas, Monseigneur. The boy should have reached the first threshold already, but it seems something in his blood has slowed the process. The macula is still in its original state. No matter. If the books are correct, my blood and his will be bound. When he reaches the next threshold, I shall reach it with him. Proceed.
Damn.
That's enough.
The copium injection, bro.
But allow me to tell you the truth. You are a vile heretic driven mad
Yo,
by
the copium, the fucking
considers you a threat.
The copium, dude.
Vitalis
The copium
Benevent.
injection.
You are to be excommunicated.
One can excommunicate a man, Archbishop. But not a saint.
Your inquisition is over.
Meaning that a new era commences. One where puppets, such as yourself, will kneel and beg me to save them.
He is with us.
Very good.
I did download, so you go. Alright,
Go and
have a
see
good one.
whether Beatrice de Rune has regained consciousness.
He's scary, but I have to follow him.
Why does she keep resisting like that? We have the same goal. We both fight the plague. Only our methods differ. Her daughter is making the same error.
I'm back.
He is unique. He might understand.
Oh, hello.
I'm unique.
Unique.
Ad ignem.
Ad lucem, sir. So, you saw the Grand Inquisitor?
Yes. The blood of the carrier flows through
What
his
the
veins.
fuck is happening?
The conjuration will take place.
Splendid. The end of the plague is nigh.
Indeed. But do not lower your guard.
I'll go the other way then. Thanks. Oh man, the other way doesn't work. Okay. His footsteps just sounds like fucking water. How the fuck? Is he wet? That's why?
Garden. The sky. I can see the sky.
Who created the plague? The fucking rats? Bro. The bubonic plague. We're fucking rats. Yo, Yo! Yo, it's Shy's mom. Let's go!
And then he simply turns up here asking to see his mother.
The bubonic rats. Bubonic rats, man.
He has a sense of humor that he won't be keeping for long. I have to go see his mother myself.
What's he going to do with her?
HJ was the bully because his mom carries the plague after. Oh! Ah! Ah! My Siri just went on. Fuck. No, no Siri. What's up here?
As I was telling you, this guard was devoured, but not completely. His bones were cut up and taken away by the rats.
For what purpose?
To incorporate them into that material we find everywhere.
You mean their nests? They use our dead to build their nests.
Precisely. And if we do nothing, at the rate the dead
The
are
rats.
accumulating, the nest eventually...
Hellish rats.
Tell me,
Why can't I hear you like the others?
seeing as we have to transport them,
You have nothing to fear from them. Meticulous crossbreeding and a little alchemy has tempered their
Where is he?
Not to mention.
I won't find Mommy.
Hey, kid. Diet.
help me.
No.
Help me.
Good.
What's wrong with him now?
Oh shit! Fuck! Friends, the friends are there. I thought the guy was like, help me.
Hellish rats. Why can't I hear you like the
No
others?
new rats here. Seeing as we have to transport them.
You have nothing to fear from them. Meticulous crossbreeding and a little alchemy has tempered their instincts. Not to mention.
Hey, kid.
A radical change of
Help
diet.
me.
No.
Help me.
What's wrong with him now?
Hey, die quietly. We're trying to work here.
I'd rather he waited a little while. Rats prefer fresh meat.
Damn you! You'll all go to hell. You and your fucking rats.
You and your fucking rats. Look at his spiked fucking like feet, whatever it is. The boots. There you go. Oh shit, holy fuck.
Savor this respite. Your death is not an end. For your blood shall nourish a new race of angels. They shall be your children.
Oh!
It's horrible.
Oh. Let's wait then. Hey yo, hey yo! Hey yo, what you doing, little boy? What are you doing, little boy? I'm coming for you! Oh shit, they closed me. They closed me in. Go this way then.
Saw Lord Nicholas go past. That the Rune woman is gonna suffer, I'd say.
Serves her right.
Such an educated woman. She should have joined our side.
Oh, no, she's way too stubborn. But no match for our torturer.
He must be near.
Please. At least let me die out there.
Can't get out.
You wouldn't like it out there, believe me.
Are they so unaware of
At least
this?
here your carcass
Because they probably
can
have
still
some
be of
helmet
value
that
to our
can't even
alchemists.
fucking see it.
Think yourself lucky.
Bastard.
I think, like, the helmet doesn't fucking see shit well. It's like fucking tunnel vision, you know?
Hey, kid. What the hell are you doing here?
Shh. I have to find my mommy.
The alchemist. Oh. You shouldn't.
Magistrate Ron.
He's talking to
Dummy
me.
guards.
Will you answer my questions? Or perhaps you're still upset about what happened to your husband. Right. Our torturer will take care of you. You'll soon have your voice back. Mark my words.
What?
Oh no, he's coming back. Hide.
Somehow the mom is still alive, I don't know. Hello, mama. I'm here for you, mama.
Mommy? Mommy?
Hugo?
Yo.
But
Yo.
So they-
Hey, yo,
Amicia
mama.
said you were dead, but you're not.
Amicia. My darling. You must go if they find you here.
No, I'm staying with you.
What the fuck?
Oh, Hugo.
Bro.
Did they take your blood? Oh my god. All right, Hugo.
Hey, Dakaru.
We'll go together. But you have to find the keys. They must keep them in the room at the end of the corridor. Can you make it there? Off you go then. Go.
I legit thought
Be very careful. Come back as soon as you have the keys.
I legit thought the whatever it is died.
Do you understand?
Yes, Lord Nicholas. All right, you heard him.
Everything will be ready. The alchemist will talk. I'm going to enjoy it.
Just do your job. The captain of the guard doesn't appreciate improvisation, and neither do I.
Yes, of course.
Let me know when you're ready.
I have to make them leave.
Right. This might get me a promotion. Authority, results. The torturer has to be efficient.
Not the room
No
woman has the
pointless
skin of a
showmanship.
real lady. So soft. Anyway, the knives are sharpened. Hammer, pliers, vibrant sword, everything is ready. Have I forgotten anything? With the captain around, let's double check.
Huh.
If only Amicia was here. No, I don't need her.
She doesn't need her, man. What the flying fuck? Okay, hold on.
Oh, the rats. They're all afraid of rats. If I can just free them. Oh, that's for the cages.
Oh. Oh. Gesundheit. Danke.
Come on. Quick.
The cage broke! Shit! We need to go!
Well done. Go away. Quickly now. The key.
Where's the key though? Wait, where is the key? Yeah. What? I don't see the key anywhere. It's the end of at the end of the corridor, right? What? Am I not seeing this key anywhere? Hold on.
Lanterns. They don't like lanterns.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it works. Shoo.
Wait, hold on. Where's the door again? What?
Don't look. Don't look.
Whoa! Damn, bro. That's some nasty shit. Is the key there? Yeah, it is there. Okay, cool. He looks like the bro, no. Oh shit.
Stop shouting.
Sorry. Oh, dude. Dude, let me see you again. Wait, hold on. Dude, what the fuck? Dude, it's fucking copium. Like, oh, I need my copium right now, man. Oh shit. Okay. Go get my copium, man. Wait, hold on. I actually need this thing
I
to.
can still get by. I have to get them out of there. Maybe with the other lantern.
Oh shit, they disintegrated. Wait, how do I do this? Hold on. I need to move this one like a little bit more towards the left. Like this. Look at them. Holy shit, they disintegrated into pieces.
I did it. All by myself.
Yeah, but there we go. That should be better.
Mommy, I did it.
Well done. Come quickly.
Hello, Mama. I would like to suckle on your titties, Mama.
It's all right.
No one will hurt you now.
My hero. How do you feel? Your head.
It talks to me all the time now.
And what does it say?
It says
He went straight for the puss.
The first threshold.
Mommy, I'm scared.
We'll never get out of here. We don't have a choice. If I am with you, the voice, are you ready to reply?
Huh? Oh shit! Oh shit!
Can you hear them?
Yes. They all have the same voice. The one that makes my head hurt.
Don't try to ignore it. Embrace it completely. Don't be afraid.
Yes.
Wait. See the aim. Holy fuck.
Everything is alright. Now,
what the fuck?
To tell them to move.
What the fuck?
Go on. But stay focused, or they'll become dangerous again.
Go back there. Go back there. No, no, go back there. I got the power. Rat jam. Go back. Back. Back from when you came from. Hold on.
Headache's gone.
It was the macula. Did you answer?
What the fuck? Sis, thank you for the raid, much appreciated. Wait. Holy shit.
Screams. They must have let rats loose on the prisoners again. Rats.
Yeah, that's right. Run! Get out of here! You fucking idiot! I got the power of the rats. I am the wrath of the god. I shall put up the power of the rats.
So that's my disease.
You're not sick, Hugo. It's a gift. I'll explain later.
A gift.
Maybe I'm going crazy.
Rule it all. I have the rat power.
What the hell are the rats doing here? What the hell happened?
Come on out, rats! Come on out! Wait, can they not come out? Oh shit, hello. Rats! Come here! Kill this motherfucker right now! Kill him! Wait, hold on. How can you not go out? Whoa, what the fuck? Okay. Anyways, oh shit! Ah! Oh, I'm dead. Oh, not that much of a. Oh man. Okay, so there we go.
I'll push them back.
Only until we can get through. Don't overdo it.
I'll try.
Okay, so they can't go out the light. Okay. Get out! No! Stay away from my mama! I am the only simp to my mama. I am the simp to my gracious mama.
These roads are in a terrible state. How are we gonna deliver this? All we need now is to lose one of these cages.
Be careful.
Wait. Hold on. What? Wait. How do I get them out? Oh shit, dude. Kill this motherfucker. I command you guys to kill this motherfucker right now. Wait, hold on. Alright. Kill this motherfucker! Kill! Demand you to kill this motherfucker right now! Yes! Yes! Kill them mother- Ah! Sorry. Kill them motherfuckers right now!
They don't want to listen to me.
Get out! Oh! Get out! Move! Get out the fucking way! Oh shit, sorry. Ah! I'm dead. You were moaning again? I didn't even mean to. I didn't realize the fucking whatever it was. That's why I go at the corner.
Are you still alright, Hugo?
It feels a bit funny.
It will make you tired. That's normal. Tell me if you feel poorly.
Yes.
Slithering around, make them rat. Oh damn! Wait, hold on. Ah! Oh. Oh. Play got me, man. The play got me, man.
To do with these rats.
Oh shit. Whoa. I have the fucking power now.
Are you still alright, Hugo?
It feels a bit funny.
It will make you tired. That's normal. Tell me if you feel poorly.
Yes.
Stay back, you rats! I have the power! Can I? No! Get back from my mama!
Mommy, why do I know how to do this?
It's the blood that decides. It's complicated to explain.
But Amicia doesn't know.
No. I'll explain later.
We had an argument, Mommy.
It's all right, my darling. Let's get out of here, huh?
Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. He's adopted. I don't think he's adopted. Yo! Yo, can we kill the rats? Get them rats here and kill him right now.
So, Beatrice, you are reunited with your son at last.
I know what you have done to him. You have taken what you wanted, now let him go.
Oh, you insult me, Madame de Rune. Your son is the natural carrier of the macula. And it has not yet finished with him. Which means, neither have I.
Huh?
But this you know.
Vitalis, let us finish this.
Nicholas, you cannot understand. You feel it as I do. Do you not, boy? We are bound by blood. What do you think, Hugo? Your family grows larger, huh?
I beg of you. I promise to help you, but allow my son to leave.
His destiny is not to be a Darun. His destiny is to be here, at my side.
You are a monster.
A monster? Madame, you have yet to see just how.
Oh no, more the copium. Wait, what?
Kill her.
What the fuck?
Say goodbye to your mother, boy.
Get out!
Attack! Kill her!
What do I do?
I have the honor of killing the carrier's mother.
Just a child.
Kill them! Die! I have the power! Unlimited power!
You are the beginning of the conjuration!
You think you can touch my mama? I don't think so! Unlimited power! Oh shit, wait, hold on. Oh fuck! Wait, is she? Oh. Gotta bring them up. Yeah. Unlimited power. Her booba is mine.
Stop torturing him. I'll tell you everything you want to know.
It's too late. Come on! The child is weakening!
The threshold awaits you. Pass to the other side.
No, Hugo, don't listen to him.
Oh shit! Oh! I kind of failed that because I didn't realize that there was someone right behind her. I didn't realize there was someone right behind her. Oops. Oopsies.
Hugo, the rat.
Say goodbye to your mother, boy.
This is not how you sim. I didn't realize there was a fucking guy behind.
Attack! Kill her!
What do I do?
I have the honor of killing the carrier's mother.
Just a child.
I have the honor of killing the mother.
You don't have a home.
Doesn't love his mama. What the fuck?
God! You are the beginning of the conjuration! The future depends on you! There's a reward for he who kills her!
The reward of killing the Beatrice is her fine dandy fucking whatever it is pussy. But I, Hugo, gets unlimited red power. Ew, is that sludge?
Hugo, say something. Hugo, can you hear me? Oh no.
Mummy, I am now the
He's
rat
powerful.
god.
But he has not reached the threshold as we'd hoped.
Do you know why?
Amicia. It's Amicia.
How tiresome. But he's close now. And we have other pawns we can play.
Take her away.
Leave him alone. What else do you want?
A lot more. So much more. And you will stay here with me to make sure we get it. Do not worry, Hugo. I have complete faith in you. We shall succeed.
Okay. Oh, 2 more chapters. Well, 3 more chapters left. Remembrance. I'm beginning to feel like a rat god. Yeah, this is 15. Only 3 more chapters left. Because this one, next one, and then, well, I get, okay, yeah, 2 more chapters left, but like, you know,
Stay calm,
this one as well.
Arthur and I tracked you down, but...
You disappeared for 3 days, Amicia. You almost died. We were so worried.
Holy shit, she was asleep for 3 days.
Leave me alone.
One month?
Come on, stop dreaming. The others must be up.
1 month?
We need to light the fires.
I want it.
Come on. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll continue on with this. I'm back. 1617 and epilogue. Wait, epilogue? Like, as a beginning again?
Wait, what? Locked again?
It's the cold. I'm telling you, it's almost worse than rust.
Oh, what are you doing here? Hugo should have found you.
Wait, so that means like... So you're telling me there's a 1617 and then like they give you like the beginning of the game again? Like what the fuck?
The soup. Whose turn was it?
Oh, prologue's beginning. Whoops.
No, it doesn't smell.
Oh, I see, I see. Whoops. What the fuck is this English? I forgot what the fucking epilogue is. That was my bad.
We've never had so many apples. Hugo would have made himself sick with them.
Joe mixing up prologue and epilogue, true.
Roderick still hasn't been able to work because of the snow. Oh, Lucas spent the night here again. Lucas's face when he thought he created the great work. And Hugo. Well done, Lucas. You're a sorcerer.
Ha 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 ha. Stop using Singlish, not good for my brain. Copium, dude. Big fucking copium, man.
Excuse me. If you know where Hugo is, tell me out of pity. Or look after him if you can.
Singlish bad for brain. I mean, it's bad for the brain, that's for sure. Smile. Okay, let me actually find my way out. Through here. There we go.
Is the lock still frozen?
Yes. It's a tough
I think Roderick is working in the yard.
Anyway, how was your nap? Feeling better?
A little.
Simlish? No, Singlish, like the Singapore English.
Yes. I'm going to prepare a special brew of St. John's wort for you.
That's all right, Lucas. I don't need it. I miss him, that's all. I have to accept that he won't be coming back.
Amicia, You're going to be alright?
I'm going to go see the
Seamless
others.
isn't real.
Can you tell Melly about
the chest?
And copium.
Melly's going to say something like, you should just piss on it.
You should just piss on it. True. True. Damn, dude. Why didn't I think of that? You just pissed on it, man. The fuck is Lucas? That boy right there. The literal boy is actually just called Lucas. No!
Not
a boy.
Bad. Not bad at all.
The boy who trying to open up the fucking chest. And this guy's like fucking younger than her. Okay, hold on. Let's go downstairs, I guess.
And I want to stay here.
Oh, really? And what if...
What if you stopped living like an animal?
Oh, hello, Amicia.
Hey, sorry, am I interrupting?
No. Arthur was just saying he wants to leave. Again.
Come on! I want us to stay alive, that's all. Like we've always done.
Listen, it'll be dark soon and we have to light the fires. Can you help me, Arthur?
Go on. Try not to annoy the hell out of her.
Whoa!
Because you're a pain in the ass, that's why.
Oh, Lucas needs help with his chest.
Yeah, right. He just wants to see me, that's all.
Oh. All right. Ready when you are, Amicia.
Whoa. Damn, bro.
Come on, let's get the braziers in place. Starting with...
That one. Yes, I know. We've been doing the same routine for weeks, Amicia.
I'm sorry, it just helps me sleep better knowing the pit is secure at night.
So, what's up?
I feel old.
You look pretty good for an old person.
Thank you.
Listen.
Hey, yo, flirting! Hey, yo, that's flirting!
Really?
He wants that pussy!
Captured, you managed to escape.
Dude, he wants that fucking Amelia pussy! Swear to God, man.
Ah.
There you go.
All right, that's it.
Is everything all right, Roderick?
Everything's fine. This damn thing is going to work.
Hey, calm down. If you break everything.
And there you go. Now the braziers will stay put.
The Roderick method. Random.
Is that Brigetti? No, that's
I intend to.
Right. You take that
the
one?
person from
And look
Horizon
after the
Zero
brazier.
Dawn, that's for sure.
Whenever
How you
you're
doing, garbage? Wait, what am I supposed to do? Oh.
Let's go and make sure the brazier's right up to the edge. So, did you perform any marvels?
Just you wait and see. Right, I'm off for a wash.
No rat is going to be able to climb out of that pit.
The system is here for a reason.
The system won't stop trained soldiers.
Arthur, Melly is tired of running.
Nelly and I are not people like you.
But perhaps Melly isn't like you either.
All right, I get it. You handle the brazier on the ramparts. I'll handle these ones.
What? So this game connects to Horizon Zero Dawn, Dishonor, the Plague Tale. Interesting, yes. To be fair though, it kind of just feels like No, I mean the character just looks like Horizon Zero Dawn's character.
Stop laughing. It's not fun. I'm just imagining you pushing a cow.
Honest. It was epic. The rats were everywhere. Ask Amicia.
You see? Tell yourself that we have something here, and we need people like you to keep it safe.
Let me think about it.
Right, I finished.
Something wrong?
That's what's wrong. Oh shit, the rats are coming. Rat jam, rat jam, rat jam. Yo! Yo! Let's fucking go! The rats are coming! What the fuck? Bro. They extinguished the fire.
Way too many.
After! Amicia!
Run! Get inside!
This is the puzzle part.
It
Uh-oh.
overflowed. That's never happened before.
Shit! Shit, I've never seen so many!
The ladder in the red area. If we can reach it, we'll be able to get to the tower.
Use your brazier. I'll open a way for you on my side.
What the fuck, bro?
The brazier's in place. Get up! What are they doing?
They're regrouping. They're going to put the fires out.
Shit!
Oh my fucking god, bro.
There's nothing I could do.
I'll manage. I've done it before.
Who made Ratatouille? Who made tons of Ratatouilles, man? I can't believe this.
No, quick!
All them Ratatouilles, bro. Oh fuck.
He's demolished the ladder. I have to get to the one on the ramparts.
Holy shit! I thought you said this place was secure.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
It used to be. Not good. This is not good. I have to get to the ladder in the red area, or I'll die here.
Amicia, I'll get a brazier your way. Try to reach it.
All right. I'm counting on you.
Which one? Holy shit!
There's a lit brazier here. Take cover. Amicia, go to the lit brazier. Here we go. I'll get you to the ladder.
Come on. You've faced worse before.
Hang in there. I'll move the other one to you.
Please hurry.
Amicia, more smoke above.
What?
Don't worry, I'll get you out of there. Come on!
Oh shit. Whoops, I was on the wrong one.
One by one.
Yes, you're there!
What? Oh.
At last. Good Lord, I thought we'd never make it.
Are you alright?
Yes, thanks. It's up to you now.
The brazier on your side!
I'll get you there.
Oh fuck! No! Go back up! Yo, fuck! What the fuck are you doing? Bro, I was trying to hit the... I was trying to hit the Gertie, man.
How are you doing?
Alright, I prefer being here than down there.
What the hell is going on, Amicia? They've tried to get in before, but never like that. How come?
How do I know?
I tried to hit the Gertie, but I didn't even fucking hit the Gertie, man.
Oh, come on. They're rats, not the English army.
But they know What they're doing? I've only seen this once before. At home.
Amicia,
At the
I think I
domain.
need your help.
Leave it to me.
I'm a bit worried about this.
I can't go any faster.
What? The hurdy-gurdy, yeah, the hurdy-gurdy.
More of them. They really want a piece of me.
I don't believe it. What's happening? Why now?
Oh! 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 I didn't see that one coming.
I'm here. We're nearly there. Come on.
Thanks. You deserve a medal.
It's all right. Come on, let's go join the others inside. I hope they're all right. If the rats have got in.
Amicia, they're not kids anymore. They're used to it.
I don't want to take any more risks. I'm not going to lose anyone else. What I'd really like is to be as far away from here. Are you all right? No. What the hell is going on? Arthur, did you get bitten?
No. We have to get out of here.
The castle was made to resist.
Lucas, there were never so many before. This is not a simple infestation.
What the hell is it then?
They had sex. They had sex for reproduction. What?
Wait! Quickly!
What? Hello. Oh shit! Oh! Ho ho!
Go and do what has to be done.
What? Hey yo!
Come on.
He's no longer Hugo, but Bucko. Yeah, he's Bucko.
It was
Ellie, what are you doing
It
with
was
the
Hugo.
door?
Amicia, what have
Get
they
out
done
of
to
the way.
him? The rats. He was.
He can control them. Yes,
There you
the
go.
macula.
Where does that go?
Don't panic. The castle was designed for this kind of situation.
Your castle's falling apart. The rats are getting through the defenses like a hot knife through
It's now Darth
I
Radica's Darth
I
Radic.
can.
You're bonkers. We have to get out of here.
Amicia, he's right.
Go through! No! No!
Wow. What? 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 What a slap, bro.
Get to work.
Hugo! Hugo!
Kill her, or I will kill your mother in front of you.
Hugo! It's me! Amicia! Your sister!
What the fuck? Bro!
Vitalis will keep you by
Don't
his
fucking
side.
do it! Don't fucking do it!
Go on, child. She means nothing to you now.
What the fuck are you doing?
For you everywhere!
Bro!
What are you waiting for?
Bro!
Cross the damn threshold.
Bro!
Don't listen to him, Hugo!
Bro! What the fuck are you doing, bro?
Enough. I'll let your rats have her.
What the fuck?
Bastard.
Wait!
He gave himself up.
Wait!
You betrayed
No!
him.
Here we go! What the fuck? I can see him on the
Sole
side!
carrier of the macula.
What? No! Hugo is the only carrier!
Was. Blood now
Uh-oh.
flows through the veins of the Grand Inquisitor.
Arthur, no!
Die!
Oh shit! Oh fuck!
We got that bastard!
Are you sure? Are you like really sure? Oh shit! Look! It's the circle pit! It's like it's like all the circle pit, man.
I'll make sure he's dead. I have to speak to Hugo.
Go ahead. I'll take care of him.
Hugo?
Dude, look at that circle pit! Let's fucking go!
Hugo! I just want to talk to you. He can't hurt you anymore, Hugo. Look!
Dude!
Alright, alright. I won't move. You come here. Come on.
Dude, look at that circle pit!
No! No! Hugo. I was trying to protect you.
Look at that circle pit! That circle pit! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Look at that tornado, bro! Let's go!
You did it. You passed.
Yo, thank you, stepsis. Hey, yo, 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 yo. Oh, okay, never mind. Can't do anything about that. I can't do anything about that. Oh shit. What the fuck?
He mustn't see us.
We have to get out of here, Amicia.
But my blade is still warm.
Oh, yo. Bro, I don't know what to do, man.
They obey you, don't they? There must be some of them nearby somewhere.
They're here, but they're afraid of the fire.
We'll put them out then. We need those rats.
Okay. We can put them out. There. Put one of them out. Put two of them out. Put all of them out. Put three of them out. Right. Let's go. Fucking go. Oh, run! Okay. Hello. What up, dude? We'll put this one out as well. Oh shit! Rats coming. Rats all coming. Where's he? Where the fuck is he?
You know your father didn't die. He died looking direct.
Shit. Hey, yo, we got him now. Rat. What? Bro?
How can you do that?
Oh shit.
On equal terms.
The rats, Amicia. He killed them all.
We'll free more of them.
Wait, hold on. Okay. How the fuck does it not go out like that? Hold on. Yeah, what a fucking Darth Vader kind of fucking weird ass shit. Wait, can he? No, he can kill them, right? Yeah, he can kill them.
I told you I'd find you.
Oh shit. I'm gonna go around then.
Almost.
Oh shit. He lit the fire. Oh fuck. I didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna do this. Whoops! Didn't mean to do that, man. Okay. Hold on. Okay, wait.
Where are you?
Wait, hold on.
It's not easy to live in the carrier's shadow, is it, Amicia? I can free you of that burden.
I need to find. Yeah, there we go.
I'm coming.
No, he lit himself on fire. God damn it, bro. Okay, I think I know what to do then. Okay.
Here somewhere. What do you think you could do?
What the flying fuck, bro? Okay, hold on.
I told you I'd fight you. Almost. Almost. I know you're here. So close.
What the fuck? Okay, I don't understand. How can I not get him from that angle? Okay. Yeah, hold on.
Nothing. So you were hiding here.
Okay. Oh, what's up? Wait.
They have to be here somewhere.
How do I? Okay, I need to find a way to do this thing real quick.
You're going to pay. And your mother. Oh, your mother will hate you.
There you go. Oh! Oh, so stupid! That was so stupid. Oh my fucking god, bro.
No, he got them all.
Oh shit. Okay. Hello. I'll run this side then. Oh my god, he's super quick then.
Where are you, Ed?
There we go. Cool. Okay. At least I got this done.
Alicia! Arthur! No, no, no! Arthur! I'm going to kill him. I'll tear them apart.
Melly,
Just shut up, all right?
Stop it, please.
I'll kill them all. I'll burn their fucking banner!
Whoa!
What about you? You're just gonna stand there. Just wake up. Look!
You don't know what you're saying.
I do know we're getting killed. One by one. They got my brother. Your father. Yours. There's nothing left. Nothing!
she's right.
Amicia,
This is crazy.
5 of us. Against an arm.
I think there are a lot more of us now.
Has he passed the threshold?
Yes, I believe so. Hugo, what do you want to do?
I want to save Mommy.
That changes a lot of things.
Even if it kills us, what have we got to lose?
Us? Nothing. But Vitalis. Now we can stop him. So let's go. To the death. To the death.
To the death. To the death. To the death. To the death. Okay.
It's huge. How are we going to
Wow.
find Mommy?
We'll get her out of there, Hugo. Right, that's enough hanging around. Hey, wait!
Millie's sad.
She'll be alright.
But can't we help her?
That's why we're here. To help her get revenge.
And to keep her alive.
Kill
The
everyone!
rats.
We are the rat power! We are rat power!
Melly, calm down. Those fucking rats blocked the safest entrance.
They didn't mean to do it, Melly.
We don't have a choice. We have to try the great door. But watch out. Oh, Melly, wait!
Is she angry with me?
No, she's just angry full stop.
But
Angry full stop! She's just angry full stop! It sounds so fucking Scandinavian when he said it. He said it angry full stop! So fucking whatever it was.
Do you think it's already started?
I hope so. Because there's more and more of them around here.
3. It's risky.
Dallas knows what he's doing.
We're better off using the back door.
That's what he says.
Chances are it's locked. They're going.
It's in the shithole. We don't even know what's really going on in there.
Time to make our move. Lucas, follow me. Millie.
Have faith. In the meantime, we have a job to do. Right, I'm going back.
Be careful.
Oh shit.
they'll be seen.
Hey! Stop!
I'm going to help him. Stay here.
What the fuck?
I hope they make it.
She knows the town. She'll lead them a dance. Come on, we have to take advantage. That one's for you.
You're finished.
That's right, bitch.
Well done.
You
Okay,
won't
let's
be getting up anytime soon.
go.
Trust me.
It's changed a lot since last time.
The bells, the cathedral, Amicia. That's where Vitalis is.
Which means Mother is too.
That bastard's gonna get a surprise.
First, we have to find the others.
I want to see the conjuration up close.
Holy shit. Okay.
Thing is that the Grand
Can I
Inquisitor
use the whatever it is?
What's that shaking?
It's the rats. They don't want to listen to me.
Oh. Wait, hold on.
They're not paying attention to me.
Oh, because it's a light source. Hold on. Okay. Oh wait, what am I doing? Oh, I'm making more of them. Whoops. That's my bad.
They won't come out as long as this time.
Go! Go! Die! Get out of here! Die! The rats shall kill everyone!
Come on, show yourselves. You're going to get yours. Don't you worry. No, it can't be. No.
That's right.
You think you're lost. You're only complicating things, you know.
Well, you're gonna die anyways. Are you kidding me?
What? You're going to get
That's right. Die. Die for what the fuck? There's like 2 of them.
This is not over, you
Die. Die. Oh shit! Hello. Die. Get this guy to die. Oh man, come die. Whatever. Are you gonna wait? Hold on. Oh shit! Oh! Oh! Oh shit! I died. So I was looking at the rats. I was looking at them rats more. Wait, hold on. Do that. Okay, they're both dead. I need to do this on this guy's head, I guess? Or can I use the rock on his head? Oh, I can't use the rock on his head. There we go. He's dead. Damn, bro. We're killing him. We're killing them all, bro. Look. Oh, wait. Hold on. There's a light. Yeah, that's right. Die, bitches, die! Your body shall belong all to the rats. Rat jam, rat jam. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
2 guards. 1 each. It's possible. It's unnatural. That's what it is.
Take care of him.
You're going to pay. Rats. Perhaps.
What you doing lying around? There you are.
Oh god, hello.
I might have got a little.
Fuck.
Let go of me.
Okay, there we go.
Take a deep.
Let's go. Are you alright?
Not a scratch.
Redrick, you're up.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Quickly.
Okay, hold on. There. Where are my rats, man? Hey, where are my rats at? Alright, let's go with my rats, man. Rats! Oh shit! What? I got stabbed by the guy in front of me. I got stabbed by the guy behind the guy that I was killing. What the flying fuck, man? Okay, hold on. Do that. Do this. That's right, bitches. Die. What? Oh, there's 2 people who. Oh, okay.
Coming from over there.
There's like 2 people there. Okay, cool.
Look out.
Do that. We need to kill these 2 guys first. Okay. Whoa! Jesus Christ. Okay. Maybe I'll use another thing. Yeah, I'll use another thing instead. Kill this guy first. Kill this guy. He's running away. Take that. Take that. What? Oh, what kind of bullshit was that? Maybe I should get the guy up there first, then. Okay, hold on. Get that guy first.
Got him. Get over here, guys. Come back here. You hear me?
That. Okay, cool. Finally, holy shit.
Hey there.
This.
Amicia! Roderick! Amicia! You're alive! Listen, Vitalis is at the cathedral.
That's all very well, but the whole battalion is coming our way. You need to get out of here.
Take the stairs. The house is an exit on the other side.
The one that's on fire.
We can't go back. Go! We'll meet you on the
Okay,
other
we have
side.
to go to the stairs then.
Come on, the house. Locked.
I'll break it down.
Ah, swine! You see?
Hello.
Guards are coming.
Roderick, take cover. We'll handle them, Hugo.
Have fun.
Oh shit. Wait. Wait, no. Oh, whatever. Does he have the... Oh shit! Oh. Okay. Whoops. Man. Do this.
Locked.
I'll break it down.
Ah, you swine! You see?
Some guards are coming.
Roderick, take cover. We'll handle them, Hugo.
Have fun.
Oh. Can't do it yet. Oh, I see.
Find who's responsible for this.
Oh wait, hold on. What the fuck? Hold on. Whoa! Damn, they actually run that like that quick. Like holy shit! I didn't expect them to actually run that quick at all. Hold on.
Locked.
I'll break it down.
Ah, you swine! You see?
Some guards are coming.
Roderick, take cover. We'll handle them, Hugo.
Have fun.
Oh shit! Are you kidding me? These two are dead. Oh shit, this one is oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I don't know what to do with this one. Yeah, I have no idea what to do with this one now. Hey, just use it on him, I guess. Oh, okay. Well, I don't have any more extinguishers. Hold on. Just stuck. I'm stuck, man. Don't worry, he's very stupid, as you can tell. Motherfucker's stupid, as you can tell. Oh shit! Whoops! I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Wait, hold on. Oh wait. Oh, he light. Oh, he lights the thing up. I forgot about that. Okay. There you go.
Yes, I think so.
It's all right, Roderick.
Oof.
It survived all this.
Yes, it's a warrior. It defends itself.
That was the easiest part.
It's
I didn't realize how you would light shit up.
Thank you, Hugo. Let's go.
Okay, one thing that I don't like about this game is the fucking this part. Like, yeah, I can scroll through, but like I'd rather have this thing and like know what like item I'm using instead of like, you know. This is like the shitty fucking thing. I mean, I have shortcuts, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's so hard to fucking remember. I don't think I could remember all of them like that. It's so bad.
We'll be burned alive.
Nothing will happen to you, I promise. Roderick, are you with us?
To hell and back.
It's just bad. If it's just like 1, 2, 3, then sure. You keep looking at the wheel, just look at the number. Dude, I thought it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I was like looking at it clockwise. I was like, wait, why is it 3? I don't like that. Like that shit sucks ass.
Careful. Can you take care of it?
Yeah.
The ceiling's gonna cave in.
Calm down.
Hey, Cedric Mew.
Hugo, you beat the captain of the Inquisition. You're a tough guy. Tougher than I am.
Really?
I never lie.
This must be the exit.
Only 2 gods so far. Pretty calm for a day of miracles.
The guard.
Come on me.
That's a lot of
I
sulfur.
would like to have been on the end of that.
Watch out.
We were told that intruders would be tried on the spot. Quarantine is under the jurisdiction of the Inquisition.
But we are not sick. Look at us.
We only... Get up, you!
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Lord bless you. Yes, thank you. And good luck.
Hey, wait!
Ah!
Take cover!
Fucking
Archers!
idiots,
Well
dude.
done, men. Keep your eyes open.
Oh, fucking
No one must
idiots,
approach
man.
The cathedral.
The cathedral. We're on the right track.
There, the portcullis.
It's the only way to the cathedral.
Oh, is that way?
We must
Okay.
find a way to cross.
Let's see. I guess by this.
The cart. Roderick, if we push it to the portcullis, it will give us cover. Hugo will
I like
be
how they
protected
just
behind
run in and just like fucking idiots just running in
it.
like
Hey,
that.
Leave it, Amicia.
what are you doing?
Stay back with your brother. I'm pushing.
Roderick, let me help.
I'll be fine. If you want to help, keep an eye out for guards.
All right. All right, let's do this.
Hi, Roderick.
Don't worry about me, kid.
Wait, hold on. What? Wait, what? Hold on.
Soldiers! Soldiers ahead!
Amicia, they're all yours. Bastards!
Amicia, they hit him!
Roderick, leave the cart, please!
No! We needed to reach the portcullis.
What the fuck? Wait, 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 wait. Holy shit! That's a lot of them. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Holy shit. Yeah, that's a lot of them. Everyone would die doing their jobs. True. Even I died doing my own job.
The cart! Roderick! If we push it to the port Callis, it will give us cover. Hugo will be protected behind it. Hey!
Leave it, Amicia.
What are you doing?
Stay back with your brother. I'm pushing.
Roderick, let me help.
I'll be fine. If you want to help, keep an eye out for guards.
Alright. Alright, let's do this.
Hi, Roderick!
Don't worry about me, kid.
Yeah, So weird that they don't wanna... Like, they don't want to be on my crosshair for some fucking reason. I don't even know why. Look at that. I'm like... on the crosshair.
Amicia, they're all yours. Bastards!
Oh shit. Oh fuck! Why am I on this thing? You don't even need to kill them, you can't save him. Wait. What do you mean by that? Wait, hold on. Oh. You mean I can't save
The cart! Roderick! If we push it
Roderick
to the
at all?
it will give us cover. Hugo will be protected behind it.
Oh.
Hey!
Leave it, Amicia.
What are you doing?
Stay back with your brother. I'm pushing.
Roderick, let me help.
I'll be fine. If you want to help, keep an eye out for guards.
Alright. Alright, let's do this.
Hi, Roderick!
Don't worry about me, kid.
Is it just because like... Wait. So... No. So... Can the arrow dudes hit him? No. But can the arrow dudes hit him? Like, this is so weird. Huh? Okay. Dude, he has a fucking gat right there. The flying fuck. No wonder.
Amicia, they hit him!
Roderick, leave the cart, please!
Where's the other...
Amicia, they're behind us!
Bastards! You
Wait.
I've reached the stairs. Come quick.
Damn, look at how many fucking arrows are there on him. Oh shit! I was like, damn, that's a lot of arrows, and I was like, oh, never mind. I died on the other
Roderick,
side. Okay.
if we push it to the port Callis, it will give us cover. Hugo will be protected behind it. Hey!
Leave it, Amicia.
What are you doing?
Stay back with your brother. I'm pushing.
Roderick, let me help.
I'll be fine. If you want to help, keep an eye out for guards.
Alright. Alright, let's do this.
Hi, Roderick!
This is a waste of ammo. Honestly, I don't. They did my dirt. And that's why I was like, wait a minute. Why am I not supposed to shoot at them? I want to know if there's a way for me to actually like kill them then.
They're all yours.
If I were to like kill them anyways.
Bastards!
Amicia, they hit him!
Roderick, leave the cart, please!
No! We needed to...
Roderick still scripted. Oof. Oh shit. Whoops.
Amicia, they're behind us!
Bastards!
Bastards.
I've reached the stairs. Come quick!
Don't worry!
Are you kidding me? Where? Okay, all the way. Just a second. Oh, fuck me, bro! Okay, I should have stayed there for like God knows how long. Because I was so focused. I was so focused on looking at the back. I'm fucking dumb.
Roderick,
I'm legitimately dumb. Okay.
It will give us cover. Hugo will be protected behind it. Hey!
Leave it, Amicia.
What are you doing?
Stay back with your brother. I'm pushing.
Roderick, let me help.
I'll be fine. If you want to help, keep an eye out for guards.
Alright, let's do this.
Hi, Roderick!
Don't worry about me, kid.
I want to see how many shots he's gonna take.
Soldiers ahead!
Amicia, they're all yours.
Ooh. The ones above the fence you can shoot. Yeah. I was told.
We needed to reach the portcullis.
But technically, I could shoot like a few of them. That's the thing.
Come quick!
Come on! Keep it up! You're almost there!
Yeah, Roderick, you can't die, man.
Break.
That's it, Roderick! Leave it! Take cover!
We're here.
Come on! Come on, quick! Oh my god, Roderick!
I'm a bit better. I'm right behind you.
Alright.
Oh, he's gonna fucking die, man. This guy gonna pass out.
Hugo, go!
He hasn't died yet? No, because he became the rat god. Then he can summon rats. But our boy here is gonna die anyways. Yeah, he gonna die.
I'll get you out!
The brother of the other guy, the brother of the other chick died, and then this guy's gonna die. Look at that eyes. Yeah, I can summon rats now.
Hugo, come on, we have to go.
We did. Yeah, that's why I was like, why not I just save him? And he's like, you can't save him at all.
I don't believe it. This can't be happening. Melly, please, no. Those bastards have to pay. I'll make them pay. Our priority is to stay alive and stay together. That's why Roderick and Arthur sacrificed themselves. Just leave me alone.
She's right, Melly.
Go look at his body, make the boy.
Roderick.
Bro.
He's gone, Hugo. He's resting now. I can't take any more of these bloody rats! Bastards!
But they're going to get us too.
Really? How?
Like this.
How do you...
Wow, it's...
See, I told you that the boy has fucking rat powers, man. What the fuck?
Melly, we've got no chance without your brother, Amicia. You get that, right?
Got the rat. Fucking Pied Piper.
You've got yourself a deal.
You fucking moved the rats, man. I was like, what the fuck? Oh shit, dude.
What's that?
What? Why did you not? CJ control rats. What the fuck? So we technically can't get fucked by rats anymore.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
What? Oh shit. Whoa, dude.
Soon all you.
Oh fuck. What the fuck? This game seems done now. You're OP. Well, technically not that OP yet, because you know.
It's a.
What the flying fuck, bro? Okay, hold on.
Here.
The cathedral.
What did I miss? Did I actually miss? Holy shit, I missed. What the fuck? Got the most OP Ratnado. Oh shit, though. Oh shit, though. A Ratnado.
The cathedral.
Fuck. It's a bloody mess.
Oh my god.
And I tell them. I promise.
What the fuck, bro?
You alright?
Everything's alright.
Is everything alright?
Bro.
Yes. Yes, I'm alright.
We're here.
Vitalis. Amicia, he's going to do something very bad. I can feel it.
Bad? Like what?
Excuse me, but whatever he's up to, we're here to kill him, right?
We're gonna kill him. How do you learn rat powers? Because he got fucking whatever it was. He got the oh god, hello.
Lucas! Melly! Stay where you are! You'll die if you come down!
That doesn't matter.
Amicia, there are rats down there.
So tell them to come out. Go on!
Very well.
Oh. He drank an elixir and then afterwards he was like, yeah dude, what's up man? The elixir is like super good. He couldn't control earlier because he didn't know what it was. And then the phases helped him with the fucking whatever it was. The rat thing. Rat jam. Get all the rat jam. Oh fuck. No, are you fucking kidding me? Final form Rat King? But it's so hard to use. And this is beyond Rat King?
Lucas! Melly! Stay where you are!
So, I hear some children are asking for punishment.
You'll die if you come down!
That doesn't matter.
Amicia, there are rats down there.
So tell them to come out. Go on!
Very well.
Excuse me? Yeah, fucking eat them, bitch. Oh god, okay, hold on. What is this one? I need this one. And then, what if I just do this, then? Oh, they can't get him? Okay, hold on. I thought it would be easier for them to do that. Nope. Oh wait, oh shit, okay, oh my god, bro. Oh shit. Okay, let me actually run and make fucking shit right now. There we go. There.
Right, let's go inside.
I like how the rest is just like, oh. This is shaking everywhere.
Some family.
Melly!
Help me. No one else must get in.
This will get you nowhere!
You don't want to understand, Beatrice.
Mommy!
My child.
Hugo!
Rat sounds like good post. What the fuck?
Did Vitalis do this?
He sacrificed them.
He's past the threshold! Go get out of here!
Oh, for pity's sake.
Hey, yo, upskirt? Hey, yo, upskirt? Oh man.
Are you ready?
Yes, the rats are here.
Shit.
Then let's go.
Shit,
Stay
bro.
close to me. We're coming too.
Damn rat jams, man. Rat jam.
Let her go, Vitalis! This is your last chance!
Hugo, your power! You have to be careful!
The Pope was the enemy yeah, the Pope was the enemy. Like every fucking Pope, you know, smile.
Too bad he's forgotten who taught him everything.
Shut up, old fool! We're here to kill you, not listen to your speeches!
And yet look at you, walking towards me like lost sheep to their shepherd.
That's enough, Vitalis! You're alone!
Also, the mom is still alive, by the way.
Oh, what
The mommy is still alive, so we got
I
mommy.
still have things to teach the carrier and his friends. You're so touching. Thank you. Thank you for your candor.
Oh shit. Oh no, the rats.
The angel. The angel of the new world.
What the fuck?
The light! See? I saw it! Come on!
The white rats now? Some white rats versus black rats?
Lucas, Melly, stay there!
He has white he has white rats?
I can! It's our blood, Melly. Alright.
Alright, man.
Unite and devour them! You have come to challenge me.
He's getting them to regroup! They're not stopping! The light isn't stopping them!
I can do it.
Really? Come on, Hugo! It's our only chance! Yeah, I don't believe it!
Whoa, what the fuck?
Unbelievable! Yes! Well done, Hugo! We'll show him!
Watch, Beatrice. Witness the end of what remains of your life.
Oh shit! Oh fuck. Whoops. We go the white rats versus the black rats, bro. What the flying fuck is this racial? What the fuck is this racial diversity, man? Have you seen a better racial diversity of all this?
I can do it.
Really? Go on, Hugo! It's our only chance!
You got yourself done! You have a fun!
Yes! Well done, Hugo! We'll show him!
Oh wait, hold on.
Watch, Beatrice. Witness the end of what remains of your lineage.
Leave them alone! They're children!
Wrong! They are merely relics of the
What? Whoa! What do you... What? What? I was on it! Oh my god, this fucking game, bro.
Regroup! Advance!
I got my ass ratted, man. Oh man.
They're not stopping! The light isn't stopping them!
I can do it.
Really? Go on, you go! It's our only chance!
Vitalis Benevol, carrier of the Prima Macula, crowned by beyond!
My foot, unbelievable! Yes! Well done, Hugo! We'll show him! Look at yourself, Vitalis! You have abandoned your followers! Slaughtered innocent people!
Your world must die!
Oh shit! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh my god. I went way too near that. That was my bad. I went way too near.
Combine your forces!
But he's getting them to regroup! They're not stopping! The light isn't stopping them!
I can do it.
Really? Go on, Hugo! It's our only chance!
Carrier of the Prima Macula, crowned by
Yo, the tornado, bro. Look at that tornado.
Yes! Well done, Hugo! We'll show him! Look at yourself, Vitalis! You have abandoned your followers! Slaughtered innocent people!
your world must die, for the new one to be born. That is why the wrath is devouring.
You know nothing, but the Macula knows everything about you. It's
Okay.
playing with you.
Listen to him. Macula is in your blood. It can reach your heart. What you are about to create is a world of
What the
chaos.
fuck? Wait.
Yes, keep it up. You've lost. Surrender, Vitalis. Stop this.
No.
What? What the fuck? Whoa! Oh my fucking god! Why did it not throw 2 times, bro? Bro, that's stupid. What the flying fuck? How did he not throw 2 times? What the fuck? No, I think I just lifted my fucking mouse up. That's why.
He's getting them to regroup. They're not stopping. The light isn't stopping them.
I can do it.
Really? Go on, Hugo. It's our only chance.
Crowned by blood.
My breath. Yes. Well done, Hugo. We'll show him.
Watch, Beatrice. Witness the end of what remains of your lineage.
Leave them alone. They're children.
Wrong. They are merely relics of the old.
Oh shit, are you kidding me?
Stop it.
We're winning, Amica.
Fuck me, bro. Yeah, I'm dead. Try to kill the rats? Well, technically yes, but also at the same time I had to fucking like focus on that thing.
Unite and devour them. You have come to challenge me.
He's getting them to regroup. They're not stopping. The light isn't stopping them.
I can do it.
Ready? Go on, Hugo.
Wait,
It's
hold
our
on.
only chance.
What? Are you kidding me? Oh my god, what was I on the pot for?
Yes. Well done, Hugo. We'll show him.
Watch, Beatrice. Witness the end of what remains of your lineage.
Leave them alone. They're children.
Wrong. They are merely relics of the old world.
Stop it.
How much in front did I need to go for?
We're winning, Amicia.
Yes. Keep it up. You've lost. Surrender, Vitalis. Stop this.
Okay. Rats liquid. Yeah. Them rats liquid. Hey, Kitsubi.
Hugo! Alicia, he must not abuse his power. We're going to get you out of there.
What the fuck?
We'll take care of it.
Hugo, you feel it.
Are you gonna play the second one too? I don't know.
But it scares you.
I would say maybe. I don't know.
The true power. The gift of self.
What the flying fuck?
I am unity. I am the blood of blood that connects all people.
Get back! Stay with Hugo!
Die! Become one again!
What the fuck? What? Wait, what am I looking at? Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck am I looking at?
Become one again!
Oh. Wait, what? Wait, someone just pinged me. A battle net? Wait, hold on. Someone messaged me on BattleNet. Yeah, Overwatch. Someone was like, yo, I'll play Overwatch, but not now-ish. Oh god. Okay, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Overwatch? Overwatch.
Become one again!
I can't do anything with that. The hamster on Overwatch saw you killing rats, wanted to recruit you. What? So I don't understand what's happening.
Become one again! All the angels will descend on the all. Come.
Wait, hold on.
We shall be as one. Soon they will join us.
Don't miss!
Come on, just a bit more!
Not my rat! Come back! Regroup!
Can I just do this? Haha. Wait, what? Oh! Hold on. I didn't realize that I needed the rock. I thought it would burn him. I was like thinking of burning him instead. I was like, yeah, just burn this guy. Who the fuck cares about that guy anyways? Just burn him.
I know you're hungry. Soon you shall eat.
Dude, wouldn't it be obvious if I burned the guy instead? I wanna burn him, man.
No, it's impossible. You'll pay for this. Come to me. Come feed. With this blood, incertitude, and peace. Renew.
I don't like that one. Well, I wanna burn someone, man. Shit, what the flying fuck is this? I wanna burn him. Why can't I burn him, man?
My followers, return to your master.
Oh, fuck! Dude! Thank you.
That's it! Come back to me!
What the fuck is going on?
And strike! This is not the
energy blast without even dying. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Oh my god, bro. Why did it show me? Why did it show me the fucking thing? Dude, if it's gonna show me the fucking thing, show me the fucking thing. What the fuck was that?
Become one again.
Whoa.
All the angels will descend on the all.
Need to be guided. Well, eventually I find out. The problem was that, like, I thought maybe I should burn him instead. Like, the guy didn't get burned, so I was like, huh. He needs to be fucking stoned, man. What the fuck?
Come to me.
Whoa. Why the fuck must the guy be stoned? You know?
Attitude and renewal. Take back. The earth is no longer yours.
See, it showed up now. What the flying fuck? It showed up now. Whoa. How did it not show up the last time? Whoa. Yo, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Look at all them rats, bro. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated.
You cannot kill.
Whoa! Are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit. Hey, Sean. The tornado of arms and legs.
Become one again. And my servants shall rise toward the firmament. Come to me. We shall be as one. Soon they will join us.
Do I just have to run away from that part later? What? Why did I not hit him? What? Whoa! He died again. I died again. Like, what the fuck? I didn't die. I didn't hit him. Whoa. Dude, it was on him. What the fuck are you talking about? Bro. You guys saw that, man. No. You guys saw that, dude. Dude. No. You guys saw that. I don't understand. No. You guys fucking saw that. I swear. No.
I know you're hungry. Soon you shall eat.
I didn't miss, bro. That first time I didn't miss, I swear to God.
This is your last affront. I sacrificed my flesh.
Okay, I don't know what to do with this one.
The crucible where everything.
I'm just gonna run like everywhere right now.
You cannot kill that which has been sublimated. I am the weapon of light, the sword of light. Take back. The earth is no longer yours. All the angels
Are you kidding me? Really?
will descend on the all
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, bro? When did that last fire come out? Oh my god, bro. Bro, that last fire, man. Oh shit, hello. It came before it hit. What the fuck? Oh god, I'm trapped. I'm super trapped.
All the angels
I'm trapped. I'm dead. I don't know what to do. Tell me if he. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Alright. Okay, we'll slow this down. Slow this down. I will tell you where I hit him, alright? Look. Alright. Okay, you see? Okay, you see this part. Yeah. Okay, it's on him. Bro, what? It's on him, bro. How the fuck? What? It was on him. No. The crosshair was on him, man. No. That's it. Nope. No. That's it. No. Goes in denial. Dude.
Become one again.
That was so stupid, bro. That's no. I remembered I put the crosshair on him. I literally put the crosshair on him, man. No way, bro. Bro, no way. Fuck me. See the crosshair on him, see? Bro.
It's impossible. You'll pay for this.
That's cool, but you need to watch this. Bro. The fucking. It's bullshit, dude. It's bullshit, bro. Can't even shoot like his fucking AK. Oh man. Good copium, man. What? Oh shit, hello.
He's got no protection, Alicia!
Dare you! I can hear it screaming in his This is your last affront! I sacrificed my flesh to become.
This game has high requirements. What the fuck is high requirements?
You cannot kill that which has been sublimated.
What do you mean by high requirements? Okay, then why? Oh fuck! Oh man, are you kidding me? I'm gonna die, man.
They will fight all of the angels. Will descend on the All-Fight. I know you're hungry. Soon you shall.
I got cummed on. Bro, I got cummed, man.
He has no effects to protect him!
Oh, okay. He's dead! Motherfucker's dead!
Hugo!
It's angry, man.
Calm down. It's over.
Why can't you burn this fucker? So we're gonna burn this fucker. That's for sure. What? Oh damn, we're finished. I was like thinking, skip that chapter 17. I got the. I want the white rats with the black rats,
Yes,
man.
that's all Lucas asked for.
Racism.
Going to get better with this.
She will be alright, Hugo.
The moral of the story is that racism wins with this game.
To find a new castle.
Not anything else, but this game.
You've got the taste of a king.
You know, black rats better than white rats.
So, were you able to go home?
Yes.
Right, the black rats go brah brah brah.
Oh, Amicia, look.
The rats are gone for good.
Try your hand at shooting.
Not me. My sister's really
Black rats, man.
Alright, let's have a go.
Good, good. The rule is simple. You have 6 stones, 6 possible shots. Try and shoot as many targets as possible.
And the French, yeah, the French.
Ready.
Go on, Amicia. This.
Oh no, fuck.
Whoa.
I kind of fucked it up.
Not bad at all. Come on, you can have an apple.
The apple's for you, Hugo. You're my biggest supporter.
Oh, thanks. I was hungry.
As always.
Hey, today we're celebrating the 3rd day without rats. There's a little
No plague! No fucking plague! Let's go!
I've never seen a fair before.
Hugo, Lucas is waiting for us. We should be getting back.
But it's a fair. Come on.
What about turns on Hugo and Ethan? Whoa! Whoa there! Whoa there, cowboy! I don't think that's gonna happen, cowboy.
No, boy, you just can't come in.
But why?
Because you can. That's why.
Hey, is there a problem?
Look, the problem is a kid and his sister are wanted around here by important people. And we just don't want any trouble here. You understand?
I can see very well. Hugo, we have to go.
But the fair.
Come on.
We still have to meet fucking Lucas though. Come on, human. Next year, probably. Probably, unless like, you know, someone actually buys the game for me, smile.
Hey, Hugo.
What?
The first one to
Which
arrive
is
at
super
the cart
copium.
will get 20 apples.
20 apples?
When was this game published? No, yeah, when was this game like released, by the way? I actually want to know, when was this game released? This game was released 2019. Holy shit.
It's me. Right, Slug?
What?
I will play for
Oh,
3
yeah?
years. Omega
Then
lol.
on 3. 1, 2,
3.
Hey!
Are you gonna pause like before the apple race?
I'm right behind you.
You can't beat me.
Game Pass PC. Well, kinda, but also at the same time.
You won.
Yes. 20 apples.
20 apples. Beat his ass.
We made it, Lucas.
Do you have everything? The St. John's wort, the hawthorn,
All of it. Let's go.
good.
Amicia,
Yes?
why are they looking at me like that? Melly looked at me the same way. Then she left. Because she doesn't like me anymore.
Hugo, she had other things to do.
That's not true. But it doesn't matter.
Free of Game Pass PC. I think my problem is that like I can't get Game Pass on my on my side at the moment. I probably might have to get I probably might have to ask one of my friends to help me with that because I think there's something wrong with my PC that don't allow me to have Game Pass. It doesn't allow me to even play Minecraft at all. Like, at all. They just bring me to game services, and I feel like that's probably a problem.
Do you think I'm pretty?
You're ugly. Really ugly.
Haha, ugly! I don't know, I just can't. So, there was a time when I tried to, like, sign... no, I tried to use the code that was given to, on Discord, and I couldn't even fucking, like, register for it, or I couldn't even, like, put the code for it. I don't know why. Sorry, the prince, probably. Hey, yo, we can skip. Hey yo, skipping. Yo, this is like The Last of Us, man. This is like literally The Last of Us. I mean, the game's finished. Yeah. Like, I actually don't mind. Big thank you to Asobo Studio and our family members for their support and doing the development of the game. Wow. RTS 3070 too expensive. Well, that's on your side then. Good game. I like the game. Pretty cool. Yeah. I definitely like the game. So many rats. I mean, it's really... I don't mind it. I really didn't mind it at all. I think the game is like pretty cool of its kind. I mean, it's on 2019. This game is... graphics-wise is super fucking good. Gameplay-wise, it's alright. Plot-wise, was also really interesting, to say the least. No, you only have to play this one. This is the first one. The second one is Requiem, which came out like just yesterday. Yeah, this is the first one. But I honestly would say that this is an alright game. I like it. It's like 7, 8 out of 10. I like it. Anyways, yeah. We'll see what I will play tomorrow, because tomorrow I do have a bunch of games actually on here as well. I probably have to put in a few other games as well. I think I didn't put in, if I'm not mistaken, I didn't put in this game for the last time. So I think the next time around, next time around, it will be Alan Wake. No, sorry, Alan Wake is already done. Sorry. Last of Us, Cold Fear. I think I'm probably gonna take away Martha's. No, sorry, I'm gonna take away Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, because a lot of people said that it's not a horror game, and I don't know if it's a horror game. I'm gonna put this in. I'm gonna put World of Horror in. And I'm gonna put Last of Us Copium. Yeah, The Last of Us is still there. Let me see what other games do I have as well. I have Cold Fear, which I still want to play Cold Fear. I don't know, man. Probably the Papa Combo games or whatever it is. Probably gonna be the Papa Combo games or something else, you know. I don't know what other games are there that would, I don't know, be on my list. But I have a lot of games that's on my list at the moment. Maybe I'll try... You know what? Maybe I'll try Bendy. Whatever Bendy is. Hold on. Bendy. There we go. We'll see about that. But yeah. I consider Senua to be horror. Some people said that it's not horror for some fucking reason. I don't know why. Anyways. If you want to join the Discord, you can join the Discord right here. I'm doing all the fucking voting from there, and it's easier enough for me to choose my next game by having community voting, and it's like easier for me. So yeah. Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys tomorrow with more other games as well. I think I'll host it off to let's see. Oh, Larkster's also playing fucking A Plague Tale. Huh. That's the other person that I know that is playing A Plague Tale at the moment. Other than this other person. You know what? Whatever. I'm just gonna host it off. If you guys are alright with me hosting it off to someone who's playing Requiem, probably someone else. She's stalking my schedule. No, she's playing all the horror games as well. She's playing the horror games from like now till whatever it is. Now till like the 30th or 31st. But it's either there's a lot. There's some people on my. You know what? Play Scorn when you play Scorn. I don't know, man. Anyways, I'm gonna host it off to Sorwinia. She's pretty cool of a person. Thank you for stream. No problem, Joy Boy Nikia. I'm gonna host it out to Sorwinia. Oh, whoops! I kind of fucked that name up. Whoops. I don't even know how to spell that. Sorwinia. There we go. I'll host it off to her instead. I mean, who? This place is cool, but you know, I'm just gonna host it out to someone who's also playing that Plague Tale as well, which I don't mind. And just continue on with the story if anyone wants to fucking watch and stuff. So yeah. Anyway, thank you guys for saying goodbye. I will see you guys tomorrow with whatever game you guys want me to play. Take care. Love you guys. See you. Bye.